What is it about Africa? Some see struggle. We see opportunity. This is where we thrive. Africa is a land of contrasts. Hundreds of millions of our people live without access to clean water and electricity. Yet we have more entrepreneurs than any other continent, and by 2050, half of the world's youth will be African. Africa's been busy. We're urbanizing, embracing technology. We're sprinting forward with some of the fastest growing economies in the world. It's time for African-driven solutions to African problems. It's time to seize the moment and create our own narrative to build the Africa we want. Business has the power to bring about change at scale and make money doing so. The shared value business model reconnects business success with social progress. Shared value is also about partnerships, building business networks that create inclusive growth. The power of collaboration should never be underestimated. If we can bring together businesses and communities from across Africa with a shared purpose, we can build economic value and, most importantly, value for society. It's time for Africa to become the economic powerhouse of the future. Become part of Africa's most powerful shared value business network. Join the Shared Value Africa initiative today.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be speaking here today. I first attended the Africa Shared Value Leadership Summit in 2017 when I was a member of the Shared Value Africa Initiative Steering Committee. And since then, I've keenly followed the growth and the deepening of the discourse on shared value as a key business proposition. It's an honor to speak to you here today from my new role where I lead the world's largest private sector sustainability initiative, the United Nations Global Compact. I assumed my position as Executive Director and CEO during the height of the coronavirus pandemic in June 2020, and I accepted the call to leadership with a profound awareness of the magnitude of the task at hand. Several of the SDG targets had already begun to roll back, and the demand for urgent action to reignite action towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development could not have been more relevant for the private sector. Indeed, in a world buckling under the weight of the COVID pandemic, it took an unprecedented yet organic collaboration between the private and public sectors around the world to unleash a rapid response to the unfolding health crisis. That lesson must be retained and guarded going forward. Business leaders must accept this call to joint responsibility. We all have a stake in this fight. As an African woman, I'm proud to see Africa shaping conversations inside and beyond the continent on how to lead businesses towards sustainability and corporate responsibility. Africa is a resource-rich, youthful, geographically vast, and politically diverse continent with expanding economies, robust private sectors and markets, growing wealth and capital, and improving governance and institutions. Recognizing these strengths means that we can approach business leadership from a position of strength and pride. Africa's diversity of cultures calls for us to bring forth our Ubuntu, our best principles of collective action. It calls for us to share our indigenous knowledge and to marshal our best abilities. We must do so in a way that connects our leadership outcomes with the hopes of our peoples and the demands of our green planet. Hopes for unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity as espoused in our Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. However, we are operating in challenging times, not only because global development has been interrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic and the resultant economic crisis, but also because Africa continues to face challenges that fuel the global inequality of African economies and endemic poverty of our people. These challenges are related to infrastructure reach, access to finance, largely informal markets, and unfettered global competition. The global community celebrates Africa as a market for raw materials and an upcoming consumer market. We must recognize this aspect of exploitation and its influence that allows Africa's economic development to lag behind the rest of the world. African businesses will not survive this risk if they act unilaterally. It'll take a united front amongst business leaders to claim the space needed to compete fairly in Africa and in the global arena. To support the longevity of African businesses, we must adopt foresight in mitigating and eliminating risks, both internally and externally. De-risking means demanding fair and real participation in global spaces. De-risking requires supportive national, regional, and international governance institutions to drive equitable policy. De-risking calls for accountability, anti-corruption, and reduction of waste, and for businesses to make real investments in the communities they serve. This includes value chains as well as internal and external stakeholders. Profit must be driven by purpose. Indeed, purpose-driven profit is the only way to ensure that no one is left behind. Businesses cannot thrive in a failing world. They cannot thrive when our politics fail, when conflicts mushroom, and when states flounder. Today, consumers are voting with their money and demanding more accountability from corporations to promote sustainability. And a new generation of talented and socially conscious workers are voting with their feet and flocking to employers who embrace these principles and values. Ladies and gentlemen, the embrace of principle-based sustainability action not only serves to meet customer demands, it fosters greater innovation and opens up new business opportunities. These and other measures cannot be carried out unilaterally by the private sector. The Sustainable Development Goals recognize this challenge, the fallacy and risk of unilateral action. SDG 17 is precisely the call to action for partnerships for the global goals that the Global Compact espouses. The principle of collaboration and of profit with purpose is also enshrined in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Connecting 1.3 billion people across 55 countries, it is the largest free trade area in the world. It also represents a major opportunity for African countries to collaborate to drive intra-Africa trade, bring 30 million people out of poverty, boost growth, broaden economic inclusion. Its implementation will help usher in the kinds of reforms necessary to trigger sustainable economic growth. And as companies align their business operations with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, they can also use the COVID-19 crisis to transform themselves and place sustainability at the core of their businesses. The challenges faced today, fragile trade networks and broken supply chains, declining trust and growing inequalities, and weakening international cooperation and social cohesion, offer an immense opportunity for businesses to reinvent themselves and transform their supply chains into engines for sustainable development. To support forward movement, the mandate of the Africa Shared Value Initiative is to advocate, create awareness, motivate, and lobby for business thinking and implementation to shift from a profit-only focus to profit with purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, the UN Global Compact shares a similar vision, a vision to inspire and mobilize a global movement of companies and private sector stakeholders committed to sustainability and responsibility. For over 20 years, Global Compact participants and signatories, currently numbering over 13,000, have benefited from aligning their strategies and operations with the Global Compact's 10 principles. The principles relate to human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption. In so doing, the private sector has also advanced broader societal goals, contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals. The 10 principles represent the shared values that businesses commit to when they join the Global Compact. These values are based on universally accepted principles that United Nations member states have endorsed. As Global Compact participants, businesses are called upon to adopt human rights principles, adhering to international human rights standards, and ensuring that they are not complicit in any abuses within their organization or supply chains. Labor principles call for just labor practices, elimination of child labor, recognition of the freedom of workers to associate, and non-discrimination. The principles challenge businesses to promote environmental responsibility and support the development and diffusion of environmentally friendly technologies. Global Compact partners are also called upon to work against corruption in all its forms, including extortion and bribery. By incorporating the Global Compact's 10 principles into strategies and establishing a culture of integrity, our business partners not only uphold their basic responsibilities to people and planet, but they also set the stage for long-term success. I am proud that the Shared Value Africa Initiative member companies are also participating in the Global Compact. Among them, I recognize SAPI from South Africa, Absa Group, Lafarge Africa, Enel, Nedbank, Old Mutual, and Vodacom, and my former employer, Safaricom in Kenya. Shared Value Africa Initiative's goal of building Africa's most impactful business network resonates with the Global Compact's newly launched Africa strategy for 2021 to 23, which is entitled Mobilizing African Businesses for Impact. The strategy was launched in September 2021 during the high-level opening week of the UN General Assembly. It tailors the mission of the Global Compact to the reality of the business landscape in Africa. Globally, our ambition is to accelerate and scale the global collective impact of business by upholding the 10 principles and delivering the SDGs through accountable companies and ecosystems that enable change. To define the direction of our Africa strategy, we engaged a multitude of stakeholders. To define the direction of our Africa strategy, we engaged a multitude of stakeholders on the continent, including some members of the Shared Value Africa Initiative. Unanimously, they emphasized the central role that partnerships play in ensuring the success of business sustainability in Africa. These objectives, 3 objectives, shall guide our work in Africa to 2023. Focus, inclusion, and leveraging influential drivers of sustainability. We will focus on the issues and programs that are most relevant to African companies and encourage leading Pan-African and national companies to use their strengths to drive sustainability action through their value chains. And we will push for a broad, equitable geographic reach among our local networks. Driving inclusive impact in Africa means that we must gain support among all companies, including SMEs, wherever they are on their sustainability journey. Regardless of their business sectors or where they are in Africa, we can only succeed if we work together. Tailored programs for Africa call us to align our work with 5 core SDGs, and these include gender equality, decent work and economic growth, climate action, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and partnerships for the goals. Success towards these goals will in turn support other SDGs, including those related to eradicating poverty and hunger. The Global Compact is present with local networks in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Egypt, Ghana, Kenya, Mauritius and Indian Ocean, Morocco, Nigeria, South Africa, Tanzania, and Tunisia, counting over 650 participants and signatories across the continent. To scale impact, we aim to grow our presence further on the continent with initial expansion in Algeria, Angola, Botswana, Congo-Brazzaville, Côte d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Senegal, and Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I want to emphasize how closely our goals of the UN Global Compact are aligned with those of the Shared Value Africa Initiative. We are with you on this journey to build vibrant, resilient African economies. Together, through collaborative, coordinated action, we will achieve the Africa we want. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanda, for that video. And I think I'm certainly for driving profit with purpose in that we create economic and social value. I think as a continent, we need to define what the next generations of our society is going to look like, what our planet is going to look like, the opportunities that our youths are going to see going forward into the future. And I believe it starts now. I'd like to, I know that my colleague Mumbi is a big fan of Sanda, and she's itching to take the mic away from me, so I'll be the bigger person in the room. Over to you, Maria.
Thanks, Simba. And of course, I have to comment on Sanda's video. She's somebody who we back home truly admire. I think what stood out for me in her speech is just this idea of partnership, and COVID-19 being a test case of that. The coming together of the private sector, of government, of academics, delivering solutions very quickly, I think this is how we have to look at it moving forward. I'm an academic at heart. We call it triple helix model. So I find it very timely that she brought it up in her address to us today. I think it's also about leadership and bringing that back to business again, not just being passive about the well-being of our communities. And sometimes I feel as if we tend to think of these ideas as if they may be new, shared value, just because perhaps Professor Porter and Professor Kramer talked about it. But if we look at our own cultures, our own communities, these ideas are ancient. They were practiced by our ancestors. And whether we're in South Africa and we call it Ubuntuism, or a more refined or modern version of the idea called Afri-capitalism, I think it's really about thinking of business prosperity being inextricably linked to the well-being of the surrounding community. I'd also like to thank Satsini for introducing Sanda. And again, also we truly admire all the work that you have been doing with ABSA and other organizations. So with that, because I can go on forever, I would like to invite the next guest and the next panel discussion, Fifi Peters, who is also an amazing award-winning financial journalist who specializes in African and global financial markets. She is an anchor at CNBC Africa, I think one of the most well-known media houses in Africa. So Fifi, I welcome you to the stage. We're really looking forward to the discussion. Thank you, Fifi.
All right, thanks, Mumbi.
Thanks, Fifi.
So good morning to everyone in the room, and of course, good morning to the virtual audience. I don't know about everyone here, but I'm pretty excited to actually be presenting before people that I can actually see. It's the first time in 2 years I host a fireside chat before people I can actually see, so I'm quite excited to be with you this morning. So we're here to discuss a policy instrument that can either make or break this continent. And I'd like for us to approach this discussion from a very personal level, a personal experience of what you have had or have seen regarding the Africa Free Trade Area deal so far. I think that all of us in this room are well aware of the benefits of the AFCFTA, so I'm not going to go into them. We heard a little bit from our keynote speaker regarding the benefits. But I'd like to share my personal experience of what I have seen since the AFCFTA came into effect in January this year. Personal experience. And it is through the eyes of being a journalist and watching the moves of some of the biggest companies in Africa who are listed on the biggest stock exchange on the continent. And judging from their responses so far, it has been quite questionable what they think of the AFCFTA. So I know that we might say that it is still early days yet, which is fair. And I know that we also might say that COVID happened, which is also fair. But in my humble opinion, I feel as though COVID-19 is a short-term risk. Touch wood. We don't get a new variant in 2022 that follows us for another year. But it is a risk, hopefully, that is being smoothed out the system, particularly with the increasing levels of vaccination. Of course, that can increase a lot more, but nonetheless. I've seen companies making long-term decisions, however, about their views on the continent. And many of these companies have decided to pack their bags and come home, long term. And so this raises quite a number of questions around the AFCFTA and its ability to boost trade on the continent and its ability to unify the continent. And so this is the question that I hope that we can all tackle throughout this discussion today, and that you, even as the virtual audience, can comment and share your thoughts on. As I did say, I'm not the expert, so I'm going to introduce you to the experts who will help lead this discussion for us. Beginning with Dr. Thawela Neendra Jerry, who is the Head of Economic Integration Division at the African Union Development Agency. The division spearheads flagship programs and implementation frameworks that advance regional integration in line with the aspirations of the African Union's Agenda 2063. Welcome, Dr. Tawela. Kindly take your seat. I think we've forgotten protocol of, of conferencing. The virtual audience can feel free to extend their applause as well. I think there is a feature on most of the virtual apps. Nonetheless, we also have Mr. Kibo Gena, who is the Executive Director of the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And in this role, thank you, sir. And in this role, Mr. Gena oversees a unique organization representing the interests of business and trade associations on the continent. Good morning and welcome to you both.
Thank you.
So before we kick off the discussion for this morning, I'd like for us to take a brief look at this introductory video on the exact subject matter.
Introducing JAMI, empowering African entrepreneurs. Africa faces a huge challenge with no centralized information on trade development, trade facilitation, trade finance, and trade negotiations makes accessing information on production processes in different sectors in different countries, making it virtually impossible to source. Africa's population has hit 1.4 billion people, making it the largest free trade area in the world. The AFCFTA connects 1.3 billion people across 55 countries with a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion. By 2050, Africa's youth population is projected to reach 460 million people, 6 times the size of the youth population of Europe. 91% of businesses in South Africa are SMEs, contributing 60% of employment and 52% of total GDP. Did you know that 48% of Nigeria's national GDP is contributed by SMEs? These account for 96% of businesses and 84% of employment. The solution is JAMI, the trade directory for African entrepreneurs. JAMI will contribute to Africa's economic growth, access to previously untapped markets for African entrepreneurs, marketing opportunities to grow your business and its network, compiling big data and insights from one of the world's biggest markets, while doing good and providing social impact investment. Current industries identified for inclusion on JAMI: agriculture, forestry, mining, healthcare, education, life sciences, retail, e-commerce, and many, many more. JAMI is currently looking for impact funding. Please contact Shared Value Africa Initiative at the following contact details.
Right. It would be interesting to hear what all of you do think of the JAMI initiative, this directory one-stop shop for entrepreneurs to engage with investors and companies and the like in terms of boosting the impact of the AFCFTA. Feel free to pass your comments to the virtual audience. The same applies. But perhaps we just start the discussion. I know it's the first time that we were all looking at that video, but Dr. Tawela, just any views on the initiative and its potential impact?
Thank you very much, Fifi, and good morning again to everyone in the room and to the participants online as well. So I think it's a very pertinent initiative. I think it's one that's timely. I think that there will be many more JAMIs to come because clearly one JAMI will not solve the solution for everybody, but I think it's a very good start. And I think it's setting us on the right path in terms of recognizing and acknowledging the fact that, number one, we need access to information and data. We need that to be readily accessible and available to our various entrepreneurs and businesses in order for them to understand where the opportunities lie, but also in order for us to understand what are the challenges that they're facing and how do we then unlock and solve those challenges and bottlenecks.
All right. Mr. Gena, sir, just brief views on JAMI from you?
Thank you also for having me. I think I would say we had to start somewhere on this issue. We have been talking about integration since the early 80s, and it seems like we've hardly found the instrument actually to bring in that integration. And perhaps this is a way to bring Africa actually together, but it is not an easy journey. I think one has to recognize that it's a process. It's a process that started actually from the up and has to go down to the bottom actually, and the bottom maybe has to raise up actually, up. But in any case, I just want to say that this is something that all Africans are very much keen to see success in this area. And I think African leaders also have shown commitment actually to make this happen, and then we have to walk the talk.
Right. So let's talk about how much walking we have done so far since January, and talk about what kind of integration we have seen so far since January. And Dr. Tawela, perhaps you lead us here, because we're coming towards the end of the year and the first anniversary of the AFCFTA coming into place. What progress has been made so far in your view, ma'am?
Okay. So maybe let me start also just by acknowledging, I think the theme that's bringing us all together here, One Africa, One Voice, I think very pertinent, very relevant, and also having this discussion about the AFCFTA, intra-African trade, issues around regional integration as well. So before I respond to your direct question about the progress and what we have done since the start of official trading under the AFCFTA, maybe just to contextualize for the audience where we are coming from as the African Union Development Agency. Our mandate is to promote and support and coordinate the implementation of priority programs and projects in line with Agenda 2063. And so the AFCFTA clearly is one of the flagship priorities of Agenda 2063, so it does fall within our mandate in terms of how do we support member states in terms of the implementation of the various activities, programs, initiatives that would help us to attain the objectives of the AFCFTA. I think it's important to underscore the fact that the AFCFTA Secretariat, which is a sister organization to ourselves, all of us falling under the ambit of the African Union in Addis Ababa, has been established, and it has already embarked on a number of initiatives in terms of trying to drive the agenda forward. So we know that there is the Trade Observatory that they have established, which is helping to connect entrepreneurs, MSMEs, to trade information, but also to understanding how they can actually bring their products to market. Issues relating to non-tariff barriers are also being addressed. There's an online monitoring tool that has been established that would allow people to actually report on challenges that they are facing with cross-border trade. This is very important, I think, especially when we're talking about your MSMEs and your informal traders who form a significant part of our economy. I think we saw some of the statistics in terms of the contribution of MSMEs to the economies. So it's very important that we're able to capture the challenges that are being faced at that level. The issue, I think, is going to be one of awareness. How do we make sure people are aware that this tool exists, that when they're crossing the borders and they're experiencing delays, whether it's due to the customs processing or because they are being asked to meet certain requirements, perhaps, which they cannot meet, how do they convey that information to the people that should then help them to resolve that? So that tool exists, but we need to make it known, and we need to start using it so that we can actually see the change in terms of being able to move quickly and easily across the borders. Most recently, Afreximbank has also, together in collaboration with the AFCFTA Secretariat, launched a payment settlement system that's also meant to support the settlement of payments for cross-border e-commerce, and especially targeting the constraints that MSMEs and MSMEs also face. So those are some of the things that are happening, I think, at the level of the AFCFTA Secretariat. From our side as AUD and NEPAD, there are a number of things that we are doing. The issue of MSMEs is very close to our hearts, so we have an initiative called the 100,000 MSMEs. And what that does is that it looks at the peculiar challenges that MSMEs are facing. So we look at capacity development, we look at access to finance and access to opportunities through access to markets and trade, as well as procurement opportunities. We also have a number of initiatives that are looking at how do we actually engender a culture of innovation and responsiveness in terms of African solutions to African problems. So we have the Homegrown Solutions, which is a business accelerator program. We've done certain things in terms of the Continental Business Network, just trying to also support MSMEs in terms of how they can be more responsive to the needs of the continent. Lastly, I think when we start talking about issues around integration, we are very concerned, obviously, with the infrastructure, because we understand very much that the infrastructure is what is going to drive our regional integration, and it's also a prerequisite and a very necessary element if we are going to start talking about trading across borders. So in that regard...
lots of initiatives on the go, some progress made, but quite a number of challenges still remain. And if I can just cut in there and just to get Mr. Gena's or Kiba's view, help us understand the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce's and Industries involvement in the AFCFTA, sir. And as you do, also feel free to reflect on the theme of this year's summit being One Africa, One Voice.
Yes. The Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry was established, perhaps I should start when it was established in 2009, and started actually operation in 2013. So it's been in this business for the last 8-9 years now. So, yeah. So the idea was really, first of all, at the continental level, it's to bring the voice of the business to entities like the heads of state at the African Union or any other forums where trade would be the main discussion areas. And so in that format, it is really to bring to policymakers what businesses are seeking, what businesses are finding challenging, and the opportunities that need to be somewhat supported. So this is one. Secondly, I think it's also to bring the African business people together and networking, actually, because I think business at the continental level has to be somewhat networked. This is a competition world, and in a way we don't have really to forget about it. And in competition, you always have winners and losers. But the whole idea is really not to have losers in this area. It is really to see how we can support each other, how we can build solidarity actually to make this CFTA, this agreement actually work. Because otherwise, if we sort of let the whole thing to the market, we will only see out of the 54 countries, just a few countries benefiting and all the others actually looking outside from the inside. So that is one way actually of helping businesses actually to come and interact with each other and support each other. The other area that we are focusing on is to see how is it that we can help actually businesses uplift their productive capacity, because I think one has to distinguish between the CFTA, the agreement, and then the agreement without really products to bring to the market or services to bring to the market doesn't mean much in any case. So I think how can we help? Dr. Tawala mentioned about infrastructure, and we have quite a few infrastructure, some of them soft, some of them hard, logistics, transport, finance, information, policy issues. These are issues that need to be somewhat brought to the table and find solutions. Particularly when we talk about small and medium enterprises, today, particularly since 2008, And I don't know whether I should say fortunately, actually, it has brought a new type of world. In a sense, it has brought us closer through technology, actually. And what was once a small or micro enterprise today can remain small, micro, but still global. And so that is also a new phenomena, actually.
Right.
And we need really to help businesses, particularly in the continent where we've seen actually the figures, around 90+% are small and medium enterprises. And we need really to sort of take this technology, and we've seen it in many other parts of Africa, actually, in terms of access to telecom, usage of telecom. There's a lot of progress. This is a continent of the future. And I think the whole idea of the Pan-African Chamber is to make this thing work without really sort of understanding that this is not really an easy task to do.
Certainly, and I think that that's the aim of everyone who is Team AfCFTA, right? To make it work and to make it realize the benefits for all. But again, I want to start at my opening question in terms of progress. And I'm asking it based on the fact that I've seen big companies turn away from this. Not all big companies, but too many to ignore. And therefore, within your respective roles, I'd like for you perhaps maybe to score the progress that has been achieved so far, underlying perhaps some of the challenges that have impeded on progress being better. So Dr. Tawela, out of 1 to 10, or on a score of 1 to 10, how would you rate the progress since January?
Interesting question, and one that I would maybe not answer directly in terms of attributing a score. I think that one has to acknowledge the fact that perhaps we have not made as much progress as one would have expected. But I think you also have to then look at a number of different factors that may be contributing to that. We sort of, and it does sound a little bit like we keep blaming COVID for everything, but we can't deny the fact that COVID has had an impact, has had something to do with progress on a number of things. So I think from my perspective, what I would see is that there's a lot going on. Perhaps a lot of it is not surfacing in the way that it should be surfacing. I think that one also has to be a little bit careful in the sense of, you know, and I hear you when you talk about the big players that are sort of skittish and maybe just sort of watching and observing on the margins, on the sidelines. But then the question we also have to ask ourselves is, what about everybody else? You know, what about the MSMEs? What about the informal traders? What about those people that need the capacitating, the nurturing for them to take advantage of this AfCFTA? I think the statistics have shown that in a lot of our economies, we cannot ignore the SMEs. We cannot ignore the MSMEs. We cannot ignore the informal sector. So maybe there's a bit of soul searching that we also need to do in terms of saying, where are we putting the energy and where are the expectations in terms of the benefits of this AfCFTA? Clearly, when you look at statistics that talk about different dimensions as far as our regional and economic integration, we're not doing that well for a number of reasons. Number one is the infrastructure. We still have a lot of challenges in terms of our connectivity across the continent, be it connectivity in terms of transport, communications, etc. So those are things that still need to be looked at and worked on. We have challenges in terms of connecting where production happens to where markets exist, but we also have a fundamental problem, which I think he alluded to, of productive capacity, and how do we actually stimulate that productive capacity, and how do we actually create regional and continental value chains so that we are able through that to sort of stimulate productive capacity and then therefore take advantage of this AfCFTA.
Okay, Kibo, how are your members thinking about solving for that solution of productive capacity, but also even the infrastructure gap? It's not a new one. We know, I forget how many billions of dollars we need to close that hole, but how are your members thinking about rising to that challenge?
Let me go back one step, actually, and I will try to touch upon, actually, the question that you asked, Dr. Tawela, particularly in terms of progress so far.
Feel free to put down a score. Dr. Tawela is being very
The
kind.
score. The score, there's no score actually to put at this stage. Actually.
0 out of 10, is that what
It
you're saying?
hasn't, no, we haven't yet started actually. The whole thing is at this stage is really to put together the framework, the documents, trying to solve the technical issues. But mind you, trade is still going on actually in Africa without the CFTA. I mean, it's a choice whether you use the benefits of the CFTA, and if you think that the benefit of the CFTA is not really that important, you can still trade without the CFTA. But in any case, I think at this stage, we're not really far in terms of actually talking about the benefits of the CFTA at this stage. And from business perspective, I think we are far away in terms of even understanding what the CFTA is all about, particularly in many African countries where I sort of travel quite regularly. Only in few countries, large companies perhaps actually, and as you said, some companies are not really yet they don't really see where the benefit lies at this stage. So they're still waiting actually how these things will sort of unfold. And small and medium enterprises, I think we need really to sort of calm down and explain and coach and encourage and incite actually on it, in bringing them to benefit from the CFTA. So that is really, in terms of score, I wouldn't put any score at this stage actually.
All right.
But the question that you raised, actually, the basic, I think one of the most important issue, and this is where the business people actually sort of feel, that tariff, yes, has to be reduced, but the problem for many businesses are outside tariffs. For example, customs, actually, how businesses transiting from one place to another solve the difficulties that they encounter into that journey. So that is one area that needs to be looked at in terms of working hours, in terms of harmonization of rules, in terms of transiting or movement of people. Because if you want to do business, you need also to let people move from one place to another. So there is a lot of issues that needs to be tackled with tariff. Tariff by its own is not going to change much, actually. In terms of infrastructure, basically we're talking about infrastructure between countries first, neighboring countries, and then we can talk about the Dakar, I think Dakar, Djibouti, or Cairo, Joburg, actually, in terms of infrastructure on road. These need to be financed actually by nations themselves or larger banks. Upping productive capacity requires education, requires of course finance, but requires also the capacity to market and the capacity to bring the products actually to the market. So there are a lot of actually activities that national chambers, national business and sector associations need to do to improve the capacity of businesses actually to lift up their business level.
Sure.
So let me stop here actually.
Yeah, because I want to also speak about COVID, and rightly so, it was a disruptor. But what we've also seen is because of the global supply chain disruptions that it has caused, in my humble view, I ask myself a question as to whether it has given African companies the opportunity or greater opportunity to trade with their African neighbors, right? Given the difficulty of getting goods from Europe, from the Americas, and the like. I know you'll mention the issue of capacity, perhaps, or the lack of, but to what degree has COVID perhaps been a tailwind for thinking about integrating our systems and our processes and our rail networks and just our continent a lot more, and to what degree, based on your viewings on the ground, have perhaps small companies or even larger companies taken advantage of this tailwind?
So you're right in the sense that, COVID has, I think, created opportunities in terms of, I think, new avenues, new products, new ways of connecting and trading across the continent. I mean, we saw, of course, in some instances where, countries that were able to produce PPEs, for instance, had that opportunity to export and market to other countries. I think it's important to, even in that context, underscore the fact that while we do have at the continental level programs that are speaking to cross-border infrastructure. So at the level of the African Union, we have the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa that's looking at cross-border infrastructure. But these are not short-term projects. These are long-term projects that need significant amounts of money. You asked what is the total tag for Africa's infrastructure. At the moment, the current action plan, which is from 2021 to 2030, has a capex of about $160 billion that's required to actually bring those projects to bear. So indeed, the opportunities are there. The efforts are being made in terms of cross-border infrastructure, in terms of integrating and physically connecting, but more funds have to be put in terms of preparing these projects, bringing them to bankability, and making them work for Africa's people.
Sounds like a call for the private sector.
Definitely.
And in your response, how have they been rising to that challenge?
Private sector, I think, is coming to the party, but I think it also has to do with a little bit of how, from our perspective, supporting governments in terms of creating the conditions that enable private sector to comfortably invest. I think Sanda talked a little bit about issues around risk management and how to mitigate some of the risks perhaps that might be perceived in terms of making investments into the continent. We are also very concerned with that, and we are also very concerned in terms of, number one, demystifying the risk perceptions, but at the same time working with the relevant financial institutions to put in place guarantee mechanisms and de-risking of cross-border infrastructure projects. I think lastly, maybe what I would want to perhaps emphasize is the fact that we have a lot of last mile issues at the borders, even in terms of infrastructure connectivity and in terms of access to services. So I think we need to think, even as we're talking about the build out of this huge infrastructure, I think we have to also think about that localized infrastructure across the borders. And we also have to think about how we make the connection between this regional infrastructure and national infrastructure as well.
All right. I mean, one can't ignore the logos of some of the financial institutions that are supporting this program. So it also speaks to the fact that they are aware of their importance, perhaps in making this free trade area deal work a lot better. But with that said, they need to make sure that they manage the risk adequately on behalf of their business, right, to stay afloat. And therefore, Kibo, if you can just maybe unpack a little bit further for us, what are some of those conditions that you think could make it a lot more easier for some of your members to feel comfortable to invest? Obviously, now you're speaking to policymakers here, but where are the areas of improvement that they can tweak that policy to make capital feel more at home?
I think the number one issue is bringing business into the debate, actually. Even if we are facing these challenges with COVID, I think the business community, as an important sector for the economy, has to be brought up and try to work out solutions. Actually, one of the issues that was raised earlier now was that Dr. Taola was, for example, the issue at the border. You have a truck coming from, let's say, Kenya to, this is just a hypothetical sort of example, from Kenya to Ethiopia. Then they have to stop at the border, you have to take the test. Then another driver would come. That might take 2 days, sometimes maybe 15 days. Is there a better way of doing it? I think this has to be discussed actually with business. There are quite a few issues like that where because of the absence of discussion, decisions have been taken which in a way has negative impact on businesses. Now, the other issue that businesses actually have again benefited from this issue is they had to rethink the model of their business. Actually, in many instances, this is not really an easy thing to do. But in most small and medium enterprises, I think we've seen a shift actually in how to put up a new process to either develop or to either improve or expand their businesses. And that, again, is an initiative of the private sector, but it needs also the support of the government in terms of sometimes requiring some financial support,
Sure.
or sometimes requiring some changes or regulation sort of changes in those areas. What I want to say, actually, as a businessman myself, and also as a member, a leader of this community, I think we need really to bring business and government much closer to discuss and also to plan together on such important issues that affects not only businesses and the economy, but the entire continent.
Right. Got it. So both of you raised the issue of awareness, or perhaps the lack of awareness around the Africa Free Trade Area deal. And it's quite interesting because we have a poll question on this matter exactly, which would like to invite the audience to participate in, as well as the virtual audience who are tuned in online. So how you interact and how you answer this question is really simple. Just from your browser, whether it is your laptop or your cell phone, open up www.menti.com. And then when you do that, you will be prompted to input a code. And so the code that you need to input is, wow, I have been blinded by the lights here.
2038.
There you go, 2038 0167. So that's 2038 0167. And then you'll see the poll question on Menti, and it is asking about your understanding of the AFCFTA presently. Please engage, and we will comment on the results of the question in just a short while. But we are running out of time for this discussion, and perhaps let's try wrap it up. So my colleague in the industry, in the media industry here in South Africa, a very respected economic mind who you will be seeing and hearing from in just a moment after this panel, Ayabonga Kawe, has a view on this. And his view that he shared with me yesterday when we were preparing for this is the issue of the lack of currency harmonization, and the degree to which this could be an impediment for really getting the AFCFTA off the ground. The forex risks as a result of different valuations of different currencies, and therefore the idea that we need one currency to facilitate this trade deal. I'd like to get your thoughts on that, Dr. Tawela.
It's an interesting point, and I think it's something that, at the level of the African Union, in terms of the African Economic Community, I think that is one of the aspirations. But then the question we have to ask ourselves is, how long will it take us to get there? And therefore, in the meantime, and as we work towards that, what should we be doing? I feel that as relevant as that might be, perhaps that's not the most important or pressing thing at the moment. That would be my personal perspective. I think it's more about really getting people to understand what the AFCFTA is, and very much at the local level, because I think the awareness levels perhaps at the higher levels might be better and more than at the local levels. But everybody needs to understand at my level and at your level and at the level of the people that we work with, what does it mean for them? Why should they care? And how do they get involved? And without that understanding, without that buy-in, I think it then becomes very difficult to sell the idea and to make things work.
All right. What's your view as a businessman? Because we're talking about
Tough
this.
question,
And
right?
no, but real question, because now you want to do business with Angola, right? And there you need to bear in mind that you're paying dollarized prices and you're coming from a currency that perhaps is not as heavy. And so to what degree do you think that this should be worked on? Is it something that, as Dr. Tawela says, we'll see, at the second stop? Or should we be trying to balance the different ingredients that will make this thing work, including that of currency, and do it as we go?
Well, I don't have to say this to you. You know how complex these issues are, particularly when we talk about monetary issues.
Sure.
Should we have one currency, a couple of currencies? Should we target to this or to that? I mean, that is something that the discussion has already started. The Afrexim Bank has already developed a payment system. But you remember, actually, when we sort of saw M-Pesa in Nairobi, that was about 15, 20 years ago, actually, it just popped up. I mean, there must have been some thinking behind it,
Sure.
but it caught up, actually, the entire continent and then the entire world. What is encouraging is at least this has been sort of recognized as an issue. And there is a commitment, there is a willingness actually to find a solution to this problem. But at this stage, actually, we've been, as I said, we've been doing business for quite some time, although not really to the extent that we want to do business, intra-African trade. We've been perhaps, to some extent, restricted by the fact that all these currencies are somewhat making it very difficult. But West Africa, many of the West African countries use one currency, although there is debate whether that currency is the right currency or not. Central Africa, the same thing. So I think this is work in progress. At least we've started talking about it at this moment, and I'm encouraged actually by that focus at this moment.
All right, I love the different views that we are getting on the same subject matter. We have 2 minutes left, and therefore in a minute each, I would like to ask both of you for your parting shot. At the Leadership Summit, One Africa, One Voice, but in relation to the AFCFTA, what action is needed to really make it move the needle? Dr. Tawela.
So I think from my side, I think the summary would be that, yes, One Africa, One Voice. I think we're all working towards the Africa we want in terms of Agenda 2063. And I think we need to start understanding regional imperatives like the AFCFTA and connecting those to our national imperatives and our national development and making those connections and making those links.
Kibo?
In the 1940s, when Europe actually launched the common market, it was really not an issue of trade, but really an issue of peace. Actually, they were just coming out from the Second World War, and they sort of decided that we will not have any kind of war in our continent. And so the best way was really to collaborate with one another. And I think we need really to find or focus on the same issue here in the continent. I think above all, we need peace. And to bring peace, actually, we have to work together, and we have to trade together, and we have to support together. And this is the message, actually, that I would like, actually, to bring at this stage.
All right. Thank you to the both of you. Nothing further to add. But thank you for your wonderful contribution. And just looking at the responses from the poll, I'm wondering if we can even get the poll question moved to this slide. Perfect. So in terms of the understanding of the AFCFTA, so majority say they do have a basic knowledge. I see that the votes are still coming in, but I think that it speaks to the point that both of you have raised in the amount of work that is still needed to be done on the ground to get a greater understanding of what this tool means for your business, for you as an individual, and why you should be backing it, and what it could mean for the continent. So definitely an area of opportunity, I believe, for all stakeholders involved, from the governments at national, at regional level, to the private sector, to get that word out there. Just as we have seen, I think in terms of raising awareness around the COVID-19 vaccine, the importance of spreading information and the right information in achieving a greater efficacy of the goal. But with that said, once again, I'd like to formally thank the panelists with a round of applause. And thanks to the audience members for your engagement, as well as those who were tuned in virtually. I do believe that Mumbi is standing by. Mumbi, I'm throwing it back to you, ma'am, to continue doing a wonderful job, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Fifi, and thank you to our panelists for that very thought-provoking discussion. As we continue listening to the different sessions, please remember to keep tagging the summit on Twitter. The tag is @AfricaSVS, #ASVLS21. I'll repeat that, @AfricaSVS. The hashtag is ASVLS21. For those in the room, I had forgotten to mention the Wi-Fi access. So the username is ballroom, and the password is EASY, easy. Doesn't get easier than that. Okay, just some thoughts around the discussion. You know, there's this prominent issue of awareness. And I think also, again, bringing it back also to academic institutions. You know, we train hundreds of MSMEs. We train them about financial literacy. We train them about their supply chain. So I think that's also a challenge for us to think about how to integrate knowledge about the trade agreement, the benefits that they can be expected to accrue from participating. I also think, just from discussions that we've been having leading up to the summit, cultural integration is core. And even when we think about the diversity of languages that we speak, it starts with simple things like making sure everybody learns French, learns English, a common way we can interact with each other. I've also been reflecting a lot about what one panelist, I think he will come later on in the day, Bright Simmons, said in a webinar I attended. He has written a very interesting article in the Harvard Business Review about the idea of nano multinationals, so very small businesses, but then with a regional and global footprint. And I think when I think about the way in which our businesses work and some of the core principles that are espoused by shared value, this idea of trust being a basis for the way in which we interact with this agreement and scale it across these small businesses is something which we really have to think very carefully about. I think it could be a very interesting model that we could showcase to other countries, where we show them how small businesses here can work regionally based on trust. I'll also invite Simba just to give any observations he has made. I'm sure he also has many things to say to that.
I think for me, I would agree with what Dr. Tuwela said and said, look, you gotta simplify the free trade agreement for the SMEs. But in simplifying that, Ayabonga's questions are similar questions that I would ask, even if I was an SME or a small business, and what's in it for me, right? If I trade with my colleague in Kenya, or I trade with my colleague in the DRC or in Cape Verde, which currency do I get paid in and when? If I'm to sign up to a payment platform, what are the exchange gains? What are the exchange losses? What are the risks involved? Are there any fiscal incentives for me to really be part of or really utilize the free trade area? I mean, we can have, it's a good idea, but until you simplify it to the very basics, that someone who's in agriculture or someone who needs to order cloth so they can make a dress for Fifi needs to understand, how do I get paid is one of the key things that is going to hinge on this free trade agreement. So maybe at the same time that we're driving this free trade agreement, we also need to decide as Africa, what is the base currency? So Dr. Kibo mentioned the European free marketplace, but that's based on the euro, right? So in our cases in Africa, which currency do we use? Do we use the naira? Do we use the rand? Do we use the Zimbabwe dollar? Do we use the shilling? What currency do we use? And also, how do you bring about different fiscal or monetary regimes across 54 nations to agree to this? So these are one of the things that, some of the reflections that I have. But without further ado, I think our next session is on leadership views on accelerating economic growth. Now, Fifi knows him the way she knows him, and the bio I'm looking at knows him the way doesn't know the way I know this next speaker. But anyway, Ayabonga Kawe, I envy him because he's got a better beard than mine, weighing in somewhere between Os Durant and Bakis Botha. Ayabonga is a Johannesburg-based development economist, columnist, broadcaster, activist. He is MD of Baby Jesus, please don't let me murder the name of his company, Klesibe Holdings, a platform involved in advisory, facilitation, and content development across a wide range of fields. He also hosts Metro FM Talk on Metro FM and writes regular columns for Business Day. Without further ado, Ayabonga, welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much. So it wasn't too difficult, Simba. Wasn't too difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And as Simba has already said, my name is Ayabonga Kawe. I'm a broadcaster, I'm an economist, and I also, I guess, happen to dabble in a bit of teaching as well. And I was sitting frantically writing notes during Fifi's session because I do think that a lot of what we're speaking about here could potentially be the case studies for very deep inquiries into trying to understand some of these really unprecedented social changes that we're faced with in the continent and beyond it. Of course, this morning, I have the fortune, I must say, of getting to speak to a few business leaders and getting to hear their perspectives on how they are grappling with some of these changes, what they mean to their operations, what they mean to them as leaders, and more importantly, how their enterprises and their leadership strategies and styles will respond to these changes. And a lot of them have to do with what was discussed in that session on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. How do we break down, in many ways, the commercial borders between 54 nations with their own flags, with their own agendas, with their own interests, in order to create a common marketplace? Because we often say here in South Africa that a market of just shy of 60 million people is certainly not a big enough one to influence some of the micro-level decisions that business people and many other people make on a day-to-day basis. It's a pleasure for me to be here today, and I want to thank the team at the Shared Value Africa Initiative for the invite. I think, Tiki, I've been here since the first one, and it's always a pleasure to get to speak to people who are engaged in business, but who are beginning to think about questions of the triple bottom line in a very innovative way. And I certainly know that many of the panelists who are going to be joining me on the stage and also on Zoom in the next few minutes or so certainly are cut from that type of cloth. So allow me at this point to first welcome two of my panelists who are with me here in person. And it's great, I think Fifi touched on this, very great to have the opportunity, coming as we do from the last 18 to 24 months that have been really difficult, to be able to meet one another in this way. And I'm going to call up William and also Adiolu to join me on the stage. I'll say a bit more about them and the work that they do. Also going to be joined on the... Yes, yeah? Please. I share Fifi's sentiment that we kind of need to get used to being in a room together again. We have to get used to clapping, right? We have to get used to preparing ourselves to make inputs and contributions. And so please give William and Adiolu another round of applause for us. I also have on Zoom, who are joining us, I guess, virtually and living vicariously through all of us, I guess. Ian Williamson from Old Mutual, also joined by Peter from Safaricom, and I'll say a bit more about them when they get an opportunity to give some opening remarks. But suffice to say that it's a real pleasure to be with you all this morning and to have the opportunity to get some reflections from leaders in the world of enterprise who are faced in many of their organizations by unprecedented change, but also as members of the communities they come from. How do they grapple with this change, and how does it inform, of course, the pursuit of an economic growth path that is inclusive, an economic growth path that recognizes that the digital, energy, social, and demographic transitions that we're faced with are certainly going to bring about changes that require agility and flexibility to respond. But also, in many ways, what does all of this mean for small and medium-sized enterprises, and what does it mean for commonly shared and inclusive prosperity on our continent? So what we're going to do is we're going to start with the people that are joining us vicariously through the interwebs. And I'm going to start with Ian Williamson, who's been at Old Mutual since 1993. Now that's a long time ago. I mean, a lot of the people in the room might not have been born by then, or maybe not. Now Ian Williamson's been there since 1993. Old Mutual left and came back, and Ian's still with them. So certainly he has the staying power of somebody that is often, I guess, uncharacteristic for many of those in the financial services sector. But Ian, let's give you an opportunity to give us some of your opening remarks and some of your own, I guess, reflections on what we can do to not only just accelerate growth on our continent, but do so in a way that is inclusive and whose distributional consequences are something that all of us can live with. So let's give you an opportunity, and welcome to the platform, Ian.
Oh, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you to Tiki and Shared Value Africa for the invite. Like you, we've participated in this discussion for a few years now, and it's very much, one, close to my heart, and two, very much a part of how we think about business at Old Mutual. So maybe just to preface my remarks with a few things, I think the African continent is obviously as you said, 54 nations of fantastic cultural and language diversity. What it has going for it, I think, in a global context, at a very fundamental level, is probably the most favorable demographics of any continent in the world. We have the youngest and one of the few remaining growing continental populations in the world. And from the perspective of Old Mutual as a diversified financial services supplier, and specifically as a insurance supplier, a very underpenetrated market for both financial services and more particularly for insurance services. And insurance, I think, has a fundamental role to play in the economic growth of nations and of society, both from two perspectives. First of all, the fundamental need we fulfill is to help companies and families and individuals to recover, both financially and in other ways, from unanticipated events. So if you think about COVID and its impact on the continent, we've had an unprecedented level of deaths across the continent in the last 18 months. And we've had businesses being affected dramatically in their ability to trade, thanks to government intervention to protect society from the spread of infection, but that's obviously had an impact on businesses' ability to conduct their business and to go about their business in normal ways. And insurance fundamentally exists to protect those players in the economy from those kind of events. But the second thing that it does, which I think is probably less appreciated, is it is essentially a mobilizer of savings. So what we do, the way I think about it, is we gather contributions from people on a monthly basis, and that could be towards their pensions, towards saving for their children's education, or towards contributing towards life cover, or indeed insurance for their cars or their house. And that money is then pooled by the insurance company into a material sums of money. Old Mutual manages over R1 trillion in assets. And many of those assets come into our hands on a fiduciary basis, that money belongs to the client, but have a long-term investment horizon attached to them. So we both become custodians of significant pools of capital on behalf of our clients, but equally are able to invest that capital with a long-term horizon, which makes us ideally positioned or uniquely positioned to invest in things like infrastructure, whether that is solar energy, wind energy, toll road construction, construction of student accommodation for universities. All of these examples I've quoted are assets that we physically invest in today and have invested in for some time to come. And that's quite aside from funding, listed companies on the stock exchanges or providing companies with debt funding to keep them going. So I think that puts us in a unique position to apply our minds to how we go about that investing activity. And our philosophy is very much one of responsible stewardship of client funds. Whether we think about that from the perspective of the needs of the economy generally for infrastructure or for the provision of facilities, or if we think about that with, given the topicality of COP26 at the moment from a climate lens, what's the role that we need to play as a responsible steward of that money to ensure that it's deployed in the most advantageous way? And then the final thing I would mention is the role of education, whether that is financial education or particularly in our case. I believe that there are no countries actually in the world that do a particularly good job of educating their citizenry around the basics of managing your own finances and thinking about them appropriately. And I think we play, therefore, a really critical role in helping people to understand the criticality of managing their finances appropriately for the long term and providing appropriate access to both their educational tools as well as the means to invest the money efficiently and for good long-term benefit. So to that end, I think two things in the current environment. One has been the challenges of access during lockdown periods and such like, and we've had to dramatically accelerate, I think, like many other companies and industries, the digitalization of our business. And the primary lens that we've adopted in going about that activity has been around how do we improve access for customers and potential customers. And the other thing we've done is we've thought quite hard around how we think about financial inclusion and financial education. And we've constructed a rewards program for our customers, which I'm really proud of. It's one of the fastest growing rewards programs in the last 2 years in the financial services sector, certainly in South Africa. And essentially it's constructed around rewarding people for taking the right actions to safeguard their financial futures. We refer to it internally as encouraging customers to eat their financial Brussels sprouts. It's not always fun dealing with your finances. Repeated surveys around the world have shown that people hate budgeting and financial planning even more than they hate going to the dentist. So how do you reward people for undertaking activities which they fundamentally would prefer not to be doing immediately? And how do we make that a more pleasurable experience? So in short, I think Africa is a very exciting place to be at the moment. We all know the challenges, and I think many business leaders and business executives in Africa have really cut their teeth on a very tough operating environment with a fair amount of volatility. But equally, I think it's a continent of fabulous opportunity, thanks to the demographic dividend and the maturing of the economic value chains across the continent in general. So thanks for that opportunity, and I'll hand back to the rest of the panel to give them an opportunity and share the time fairly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Ian. And I guess it could only have been Brussels sprouts. It couldn't have been carrots or anything like that, because I guess of the colors involved. So we'll certainly give you that opportunity. No, not a problem there. Let me call up the next business leader who we have on the line, and that is Peter Ndegwa. He joins us all the way from Nairobi. He's the CEO of Safaricom PLC, a quarter of a century worth in experience in the, well, not necessarily in the financial services sector, across a wide, diverse set of sectors, and somebody who will certainly be following very closely the latest developments coming out of the Horn of Africa, and he'll maybe tell us a bit more about some of his thoughts and reflections on that. So Peter, let me hand over to you, and look forward to some of your opening remarks.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you, Ayabonga, for the intro. And good afternoon, everyone, and my fellow panelists, and also all attending online. And I would like to thank Techie and Shared Value Africa for inviting me again. I participated last year when we were reflecting on purpose-led leadership, especially as we handled the crisis. So I'll talk about Safaricom for those who might not know. I've been with Safaricom for just over 1.5 years. I joined in the middle of the crisis last April, so went through onboarding during the crisis. But Safaricom is the largest telecommunications business in Eastern Africa, and also the pioneer for mobile money, M-Pesa, the world famous M-Pesa. And today M-Pesa in Kenya has 28 million, and across Africa in total 50 million. We crossed 50 million recently from when you add the Kenya numbers to the rest of Africa. And the other aspect that is quite special about Safaricom, although it's only 21 years, so we are celebrating 21 this month, is that it's been a purpose-led business, really goes well beyond commercial objectives. We wire the way we think about business. We wire purpose in the way we think about business. And that's one of the reasons why M-Pesa came into play. We were looking for a way of solving a societal problem, which was financial inclusion. And although we are in connectivity business, we decided that we would deal with the aspect of financial inclusion. And that's how M-Pesa was born. And today M-Pesa is kind of ubiquitous as a brand, and many people in Kenya and across the region don't carry their wallets because they have their mobile phone. So even as we experienced the crisis during COVID, connectivity and financial inclusion became central to how the countries coped with the crisis. We were involved heavily in partnership with others to make sure that we could support the society, but also government in reducing the impact of the crisis with zero-rated transactions here in this country below $10. And actually, in total, we gave 1.7 billion zero-rated transactions worth about $40 billion US across the M-Pesa franchise. So a couple of things that we've seen, and we realize just how important connectivity is. The crisis really showed how important connectivity is, and the difference between those connected and those not connected, and also even the difference between those who have handsets that are kind of basic handsets, 2G handsets, versus those who have 4G enabled handsets, and the importance of upgrading customers from 2G to 4G as it improves their ability to access the internet beyond calling, voice call. Access to the internet became a lot more important. And in partnership with Google and others, we have now come up with a pay-as-you-go proposition that allows customers to upgrade their 2G to 4G by paying a small deposit of $5 and then paying 20 US cents every day off their M-Pesa. So two things there. One is the importance of connectivity. The second is using digital financial services to enable lifestyle in a way that is that works in a remote environment. And we normally also say that M-Pesa is a barometer of how the economy is operating, and we've seen significant impact of digital financial services since we started M-Pesa. So financial inclusion, and Ian spoke about some of that. Financial inclusion in Kenya has shifted from the mid-20s, about 13 years ago when M-Pesa was started, to now in the 80s. And that is significant. And financial inclusion in particular has benefited women because we know the women are the core of the economy. And more financial independence, not just financial inclusion, but also financial independence. And even as we think about adoption of digital going forward, it's about broadening it to beyond payments and P2P, persons-to-persons transfers, to actually becoming a lifestyle brand. So during the past 18 months, we've seen a significant shift in people's use of digital ecosystem. So we recently launched an M-Pesa app in Kenya, and already within 3 months of launch, we have 4 million downloads of that app, and it's becoming kind of a lifestyle tool. So we do believe that as the country and as the region and as Africa digitize, we can be able to empower individuals to live the lifestyle they want, but also SMEs in particular and micro SMEs to adopt in a cheaper way so that their business is more effective and more costly and more cost effective. Digital channels that allows the enterprises to do business in a way that is more accessible, more affordable, and also they can interact and connect with their own customers. So the power of collaboration, the power of partnership, we can't do it alone, and the power of bold leadership. So ensuring that during this period, whether that is managing the crisis and going beyond in terms of the recovery process, partnering with others and understanding that bold leadership and bold decisions are required in order for us to empower individuals and enterprise to live their lives and conduct their operations in the best way possible. So looking forward to the conversations today, and looking forward to how we enable recovery across the region using digital financial services and connectivity products.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that contribution, Peter. And Peter Ndegwa there, the CEO of Safaricom PLC. And I guess one of the things he touches on is this issue of convergence. All of the banks are telcos, and all of the telcos are banks, and I guess some of the retailers might be a semblance of both. And that's something we'll come back to, and of course what implications that has for SMMEs as well. Now let me come to my guests who are with me here on stage, and I want to first get some inputs from Adeole Adewumize, who is with Allianz Nigeria Insurance, where she is the CEO, and 2 decades worth of experience in the financial services sector for Adeolu. She's an avid coach, mentor, and also an avid runner as well. And Adeolu, I want to welcome you not just to the platform, but to South Africa as well. And do share with us some of your opening reflections as well.
Okay, thank you, Ayabonga. And I also have to thank Tiki and the team. I believe this is the 4th time you've been able to snag me for one of your events just this year alone. I'm not sure how we found each other. I don't recall anymore. But it's nice to finally, this is the first time we've actually seen each other in person. And I'm glad to be here in Johannesburg in South Africa. I think Ian has done a great job in talking about the challenges insurance has faced across Africa. looking from the Old Mutual side. So I'd rather bring it a bit more personal to the challenges over the last 2 years for me as a person living in Africa, and for one small business in one rather large country in Africa as part of the bigger Allianz family. So 2 years ago, I'm currently based in Lagos, Nigeria, but 2 years ago, I was based in a different country doing a different job. So when COVID hit in, let's say, January, February, March of last year, I was based in Nairobi, Kenya, running mergers and acquisitions for Allianz across Africa. Looking to sign a deal, the largest deal actually in financial services in East Africa, named Deal of the Year for 2020. And at the same time, as a mother of two small boys, a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old, who all of a sudden landed in my lap at home, having to be schooled. So this is a story that might be familiar to a number of you. And so I realized very quickly that I'm not cut out to be a teacher and that I have very little patience. But it was interesting to see over the last 2 years how COVID and the challenges that COVID brought to the world brought our family together, but also brought our family apart, and I'll explain what I mean in a minute or so. So going back to that year, like I said, with 2 small kids, having to be schooled at home, trying to balance one of the largest deals of my career with having to manage as a working mother at home. Also a sister and a daughter. So I had my father, who, with my mother late, was actually in lockdown, complete lockdown, in a new city where he had taken a new job, not knowing that this situation was about to hit. So supporting him emotionally, also having to support my family very physically, and also run a merger and acquisitions deal. So this was my life for a number of months. This was the life of many of my colleagues, of many of you. Then a few months into it, as we were starting to find our pace, starting to figure out how this all works, even the teachers, we were starting to come together. Then I got a call that I was needed in Nigeria. And as a Nigerian, of course, that was a dream come true, but the timing was less than ideal. And so one of the first decisions I had to make, and I had to put my foot down and say, I'm not moving my family in the middle of a global pandemic. So for 1 year, I actually had to commute 5 to 6 hours between Nairobi and Lagos every few weeks, running a company that was going through a transformation of its own in a quite difficult business environment. So Allianz, we came into Allianz 2.0. One of the things that the pandemic did for me as an individual, but also for the company, is to help us to redefine and refocus what we want our purpose and our vision to be in the society that we're in. And we'll talk about some of that later, and we're talking about some of that over the next 2 days. But we really did a pivot, looked at our purpose, looked at our vision, looked at the culture that we're building within Allianz in Nigeria, saying that we want to secure the future. We want to secure the future not only of our customers, but of ourselves as employees. What does that mean? What do we need to change in a post-COVID world? Looking to see how we can use digital tools so that our employees could remain safe, not just for the short term, but for the long term, because COVID also did bring opportunity to realize that we could do business differently, to realize that we didn't all have to sit here, 300 people, which is also very nice, but there's a benefit to this hybrid approach where people who are not able to travel, people who have other commitments, can participate in an event like this. People who live long distances from their workplaces. Lagos is a city of over 20 million people, where people sometimes have to sit in traffic for 3, 4, 5 hours one way. And all this lost time has been given back to our folks as they're able to work from anywhere. So we have a hybrid working approach as well, just like we have the hybrid conference today. So going back to my point about my family coming together, but then my family also now being apart for the last year. The good news is that the 2 months ago, I was able to bring my family over to Lagos. So now we're all together in Lagos, dealing with all the peculiarities of that city. And as Allianz, looking forward to the end of a tough transformation year, but now we can start to look external, so that the value that we want to bring to the society that we've already been building within our company, we can also then turn external and look at what value can we bring to MSMEs, starting with individuals. I'll talk about the MBA program that we just set up, but even going wider into risk management solutions in different travel or in health insurance, or other agriculture, other areas where these are the drivers that will bring Nigeria and Africa as a whole to the place where it needs to be.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that, Adeolu, and we'll come back, I guess, to some of what you're sharing around what the strategic shifts in your own organization might mean for many other Nigerians who have been experiencing the same, I guess, operating environment, least of all many of the SMMEs and micro SMEs in that neck of the woods. Let me bring in William Dachs now. He's with the Gautrain Management Agency. And William has decades of experience in structuring and designing public-private partnerships, because a big part of what we were speaking about earlier was that the immensity of the challenges that we faced with don't lend themselves to just having one stakeholder resolving them. And a big part of the resolution process will require collaboration. It's also going to require some form of partnership. And I guess no better partnership, William, than the one that's just down the road. And I know many of the people who are joining us in the room might have come via Gautrain. I certainly hope they have. Yes. But this has also been a very difficult moment for yourselves, people not commuting as much as they did before. And look forward to some of your opening remarks on how the Gautrain Management Agency is grappling with some of this.
Yeah, thanks, Ayabonga. Got to start off with a personal note here. First of all, I love our product. The Gautrain is fantastic. I myself came by train this morning. Second sort of personal characteristic, I'm a jaywalker. Waiting for traffic lights is not my business. And I think I speak on behalf of most people on this wonderful continent of ours. But I was really worried this morning because to get from the station to here, I jaywalked with ease. There's no traffic. And I walked past a lot of shuttered restaurants. I walked past a lot of to-let signs. All the big property agencies are putting up big signs. Sandton's empty. Sandton's empty. And remember, Sandton is the economic heart of South Africa, I'm going to say Southern Africa, and it's a big part of the African economy as well. So let's put a pebble in our shoe. Let's not be comfortable. We have an economic crisis in the country in South Africa, but I suspect that it's probably across the world, across the continent as well. So we've got to have some good discussions about how we can transform that, use partnerships. But maybe just to reflect a little bit on my journey, our journey in the Gautrain Management Agency. I was in Sandton 20 months ago, I think it was, and the president, I think that very day, announced the lockdown, and we had to pull all our trains in, power them down. It was a very sad moment. And I remember thinking, what are we going to do? How do we manage this? And I think sort of 4 points as I was jotting down this morning. The first is that there was that deal with the immediate. How do we get through this? First of all, we had to protect our assets. The rail line, the copper cables, everything. When you're not running a train, they get very vulnerable. Protect jobs. We went to our partners and we said right up front, no one loses their job here. We as leadership have got to make sure that that jobs are protected, because we're going to emerge from this. We don't know whether it's short to medium term, but it's not long term, and job preservation is important. And obviously, we had to protect our passengers. Ayabonga, you might remember we had some good stuff and some bad stuff. Our spray booths were bad stuff. I don't know if you remember that one. We sprayed our passengers in the mistaken belief that that would somehow get rid of COVID. But it was kind of, I would defend it strongly in dealing with the now. Second note that I made was to stay calm, right? Too soon to panic. And I think from a leadership point of view, that was very important in terms of not just the team that I work with, but in terms of our shareholders, our stakeholders. It's very important that there be this sense of it's going to be okay. You know, we'll get through this. And linked to that is staying positive. You know, and I think that was very, very important in terms of just being able to say to people in our team, our partners, the Bombela Consortium, again, we're in this together, but we're going to solve the problems. And we started off in that May 2020 from zero ridership. We had to rebuild our business. 4th of May, we opened up to 3,000 or 4,000 passengers, where we had been doing over 60,000 passengers a day. We had moved 150 million people, by the way, in the 10 years up to that. So staying positive and rebuilding the business. But kind of the fourth point is the most important one, where I think we need to come back to this economic growth, is thinking long term. And I'm so afraid that we kind of, as a country, we fall into short-termism. You know, what do we do today or tomorrow? William, how many riders have you got? What's today's ridership? How many buses are running at the moment? Those aren't our challenges. Our challenges are the economic impact of good, well-planned infrastructure, and how do we get that going? And secondly, climate change. You know, when we calculate how many tons of carbon dioxide emissions we've saved over the last 10 years, and we extrapolate that and we say, but how do we continue having that impact? And what happens if we don't do it? We're keenly aware that that's an absolutely critical environment. Also thinking long term, something I'm really worried about is congestion on our roads. You know, our expert economists tell us that a competitive city needs mobile people, a competitive country needs mobile goods. And at the moment, I'm a little bit worried that we're going to become complacent and we're not going to have mobility for people and goods, and that could really hinder our growth as a country. And again, I'm sure that's true in most countries in Africa.
William, thank you very much. And I maybe want to start, I guess, with a question for all of my panelists, but starting, you know, in your part of the world, in our rail network. A big part of what we're trying to face as we think long-term now is about not only just ensuring efficiency, but assuring resilience of these systems, resilience of your assets, of your processes, of your business, and of course the resilience of our broader economy. You spoke earlier on about, I guess, the task of protecting some of your assets. We've seen, even during July, you know, the tail end of a continuing process of the stripping of assets, you know, least of all in our rail network. Some of your thoughts around how you see the Gautrain as a model contributing to the resilience of the South African economy. And even, I would argue, I guess, to the resilience of the more underperforming passenger rail system.
Yeah. So I'm going to be very careful not to jump into other people's territory here, but very happy to talk about from a Gautrain perspective. I think Gautrain works because the PPP is structured in a way that asset preservation is a contractual requirement. You know, so if you think from a private sector point of view, taking on that risk, right in 2005, 2006, Bombela, our private party, had to think about long-term asset preservation and maintenance. They had to fund it, they had to go to their equity investors, to their banks, to say, will we have enough money in 2020 to maintain and secure the assets? Now, across government, we don't normally work like that. We kind of build and hope. So there's quite hard contractual elements to the PPP that really make it work. It's forward thinking, it's risk management, and it's resulted in us, never mind just COVID and asset preservation from theft and vandalism, even prior to COVID, Gautrain is South Africa's only A-rated public infrastructure in the whole country. as rated by the South African Institute of Civil Engineers. So there's a history of good planning and good maintenance, and that's key.
Yeah, yeah. Adeolu, similar question, I guess for you and for Ian. You guys are in the business of ensuring that you're smoothing the shocks of an economic actor, right? From the household to the firm to the small mom and pop shop in a corner. Mm-hmm. And I'm interested in how sort of this notion of resilience fits into your work, because effectively you're doing something that has a direct impact on the ability of people to bounce back from those shocks. What are some of the big shocks that you've seen in your key markets? And maybe we'll start with East Africa and also touch on the Nigerian market. For some of the smaller guys in the sort of distribution of firms that you might have on your books, what are some of the big things that you've seen where you can say this one is a particular insurable risk that is bound to be made a lot worse by the COVID pandemic and, of course, I guess whatever path it takes from here onwards?
Right. Yes, thank you for that question, Ayabonga. So I would say, and I'm sure Ian can share some of these, is that the biggest risks right now that we're seeing across Africa and across the world are related directly to the pandemic.
Sure.
Right? So when we look at business interruption risk, where the transport of goods and services are not as easy anymore, even just sourcing materials. We saw that a lot of materials were coming from China to the U.S., and there were a number of things that were no longer being able to be made because in the past we went to the cheapest source to manufacture, and it turned out to be China, and so there was a lack of diversification as to where things were being made, and that was the impact. Then we see cyber. So I love working from home. Many people love working from home and virtually, but there is a downside to that. It means that many of our employees are working in locations where, despite all the tools and firewalls and things like that we put in place, human nature being human nature, they might work outside of that. And this then opens us up and many companies to cyber risk. And we're seeing the impact of that globally, where cyber used to be a very manageable risk that Allianz itself is one of the largest insurance companies or insurers of cyber risk. But now we're coming to a state that cyber is almost, or the risk around cyber is almost becoming a pandemic of its own.
Yeah.
And then how do you manage that risk when it's a risk that everybody is exposed to? So it almost becomes unmanageable. So I would say that those are the two key areas. Of course, there are particular sectors that have been quite hit, travel and hospitality being the obvious one. And so Allianz Nigeria has done some mitigation around updating some of our products and solutions to cover the impacts of COVID and other pandemics that weren't considered when these products were put together.
Yeah. And I guess just on the issue of cyber risk, I mean, if there's any major entity in this economy that has faced that particular challenge, certainly has to be Transnet. And I would be interested to hear some thoughts. Ian, same question to you, I guess, by way of some of the major challenges that have been brought about by the pandemic. Adeolu speaks about business interruption risks, but one would also think, I guess, there would be a wide range of insurable risks that have certainly shocked many small and medium-sized enterprise, and I guess disturbed or delayed that path of growth into becoming a much larger entity.
Yeah, for sure. I think, Adeolu's spot on with the big ones from a, let's call it a property and casualty perspective. The two other areas where we certainly saw large claims were both on the trade credit side. So because of supply chain disruption, you ended up with small businesses in particular in a quite a significant cash flow crunch, and their ability to service their suppliers' invoices timeously was impacted significantly. I think, the likes of the hospitality industry, the property industry, the average landlord was really struggling, severely impacted. And then, of course, Old Mutual has a bigger life book than it does short-term insurance. So the straightforward impact of COVID on illness, health insurance, and mortality and morbidity, very, very significant. And I think that's triggered a conversation globally, I think, amongst the reinsurers and the global system of whether pandemic risk generally is adequately priced for and how that needs to be thought about going forward. So many of the insurers, the direct writers such as ourselves and Allianz would have reinsured or laid off much of the risk to global companies. And the biggest losses globally have ended up there. So the reinsurers are thought leaders in a sense in the global risk management industry around this, and are having to think very hard around whether our current risk management models adequately allow for not COVID as it were, but other pandemics that might come along in the future. And I think the two biggest topics of conversation in that environment at the moment are climate risk for the future and pandemic risk for the future.
Thank you for that input, Ian. And I don't want to, I guess, stay too much in the risk matrix because I guess we might end up overlooking some of the opportunities. And maybe, Peter, let me bring you in here. As a major regional and continental telecoms player, I guess the fact that many people have been working from home, have had to be tooled accordingly to do that, has meant massive surge in demand for one of your key products, and that's the provision of data for connectivity purposes. What opportunities have come with the pandemic, and more importantly, what do they teach us about how we get many of our economies on a sustained growth footing?
Yeah, thank you, Ayabonga. And you're right. And just before I leave the risk, I couldn't avoid the temptation just to.
Okay, no, it's fine. Go ahead.
To say a little bit, because we are in a technology business, so we provide connectivity and mobile digital financial services. So, and the risk component is more in the context of now we are an essential service, and the countries rely on us. So it's no longer just about risk management, but providing stable, secure, safe, user-friendly, kind of accessible services is fundamental, and you're almost systemic in the way that M-Pesa and digital financial services play in the lives of both individuals, but also micro and SMEs. So cyber data privacy, for example, become a lot more important. Just stability, being able to connect today on Zoom. If we went off, you don't have a chance to be able to have this type of connection. So, but just going back to the opportunity, we have seen significant growth in demand for access to internet on the connectivity side, whether that is at home. So, for example, last year in Kenya, we doubled bandwidth across our fiber to home and also fiber to business, to the extent that business was open, just to give that reassurance to individuals and businesses that they could work from home, and that capacity has been fully utilized. On the mobile connectivity side, we saw significant surge in demand, and we build a lot of capacity on 4G. Now we are in Kenya, we are 95%, and we've seen all that utilized. So we are seeing huge demand for connectivity, but also we are seeing a lot more demand for even in areas which we thought were not as important. Everyone wants to be connected. And on the digital financial services, which is on the M-Pesa side, we've seen, of course, huge increase, especially as with zero-rated transactions, more than 50% increase in transaction value. But also businesses demanding to do transactions remotely, enabling digital commerce, starting to also think about different ecosystems like education, demand for kids to be in school, health being delivered remotely, or even other systems. So the reliance on digital ecosystem becomes a lot more important. And on the financial services side, beyond payments, just starting to broaden. I know Ian spoke about insurance, saying, I mean, it has shown just how big the gap is in terms of under penetration of insurance or savings and so on, and those can be delivered through digital ecosystems. So there's huge, and then cross-border piece becomes even more important.
Thank you very much, Peter, for that comment. And maybe, Adeola, I want to bring you in here, because one of the things Ian speaks about is the pricing of risk. Critical input, I guess, in your operations, pricing that accordingly, making sure that you also covered adequately on your end. And I'm quite interested, I guess, in this penetration that Peter's talking about, of smartphones really, I guess, becoming a bank in your pocket in a way. The type of data points that come through there, do they help you in better pricing some of that risk? Especially when it comes to customers who ordinarily would not have had a bank account or don't have a bank account, and this is their primary, channel to financial access.
Well, the short answer is yes. So data has become king, right? And so companies who are able to utilize and leverage and collect that data will have the advantage. In some markets, it's easier than others to collect that data. I would say that in many of our African countries, unfortunately, we don't have the sort of technological infrastructure in place to collect as much data as we would like. Kenya does a bit better in that area. If I look at just a very concrete example, in terms of getting just the financial data of our competitors. In Kenya, that comes out every quarter. So, and in Nigeria, we're still struggling to get the financial information from 2020, and we're already at the end of 2021. But governments have recognized and regulators have recognized that data is critical, and regulators themselves are becoming digital so that they can actually ask companies to submit data like this. We can start doing analysis. We can start understanding, if I take the motor industry, how people are driving, how far they're driving, what kind of risks are involved in the way they're driving. And this is the way that you can make the targeted solutions to be better. Pricing, everyone always complains about the price of their insurance products. But the better the data is, the better that pricing and more individual that pricing can become. Sure. So I can say that, Ayobongo, you are a certain age, you have a certain, you're working in a certain sector, so your price will be different from maybe William, who's a different age, working in a different sector. This is where we're heading in terms of pricing.
William, let me bring you in here, because I guess a similar point applies, although yours would be largely from a mobility perspective. I mean, I remember the first few weeks of the lockdown, there were all of these mobility heat maps that were being published. Just showing us, how few people are moving through the malls, how few people are moving through public transport, transit nodes. How much of that data filters into your own planning of your service? Because a lot of people have said one of the things that can grow this economy is to have a vibrant nighttime economy. I'm not going to go out to the pub very late at night if the train, maybe ends just before 9 p.m.
Yeah. So a lot of data came through. Those heat maps were very, very interesting. But what we picked up very quickly was that we remained an essential mover of people who didn't have a car.
Sure.
And one really interesting kind of bit of data that came out, the waves. You all remember the waves, right? Well, hopefully we can forget about them soon. The number of people who used the MIDI buses, these are contracted minibus taxi association contracts, never dipped with the waves. So what does that tell you? That tells you that these are people who can't afford not to go to work or wherever they were going to. And the second thing it told you about them is that they had to, that was their mode. They didn't have an alternative. They couldn't go into their own car or any other alternative. So that kind of changed our business focus. We're doing much more contracting with the minibus taxi associations now. We're scaling down on bigger buses. You know, so these things really change our approach to business. As to your point about the hours, our commuters have different timetables now. You know, it used to be very concentrated peak movements to and from work. People generally didn't stay out late, or if they did, they used Uber or so. Now it's fairly constant throughout the day. People are moving differently. We don't have all the answers, but we are investing in the technology of finding out where people are coming from and going to, so that we can be much more agile in being part of their trip, rather than just a train that runs from A to B. It's a fascinating journey.
Are you going to have a nighttime service? I mean, we just had a big sporting weekend.
Yeah. So won't it be good to go back to that? We'll do it as and when required. You know, it's quite expensive to run an after-hours service. You can imagine running big, heavy trains up and down. But for big events and for ones that we can support with our buses and minibuses, dying to get back into that game.
Yeah. Ian, let me bring you back in here, because I guess, you know, a lot of what the Shared Value Africa initiative tries to encourage is this idea of systems level thinking or systems level approaches to trying to deal with very large and seemingly intractable challenges. I'm quite interested in your reading of where we are as a continent, one in terms of, you know, the process of unifying our 54 nations on an economic basis via the AfCFTA, but also, I guess, at a national level, some of the critical actions that, in your view, could catalyze decades on decades of a sustained growth as we near, you know, towards 2063. And we often talk about 2030 in this country, or 2030 is not even a decade away now, so maybe 2063 might be a better marker. Some of your thoughts on what those actions could potentially be, and it might be actions, you know, in the public sector, or even actions of a collaborative set of stakeholders. What would some of those be?
Yeah, I think we've got in honesty, a long way to go in that sense. I think some of the drivers I spoke about earlier around demography and the market development, almost in market, are likely to be the real drivers in the short to medium term. I think the cross-continental pieces may help us to amplify some of that impact by essentially improving the mobility of goods and services across borders to different markets, and allowing specialism, I guess, of providers who can provide certain goods and services for a bigger target market at scale. But the challenges to that, I think the first and simplest is logistics. And I think a speaker in one of the earlier panels was referring to this point about the difficulty of moving physical goods across the African continent is enormous. Whether it's to do with country border issues, or simple road infrastructure and transport issues, or the consistency of the rail infrastructure across the continent, there are a lot of logistical challenges. I would put that as item one, and probably, in a sense, the easiest issue to resolve. I think the principle of a mutually acceptable sort of common currency, and the policy certainty that needs to come across the regions for businesses to confidently take long-term investment decisions without having to put enormous risk premiums on their capital. Those, for me, are the big three, essentially. So sure. There's a country risk kind of premium that I think many of our continental countries attract in global investment markets because of history, because of country policies and shifts in the sands of country policy that increase uncertainty for investors. I think overcoming that and overcoming the infrastructure deficit are the big things from my perspective.
Okay. Peter, same question to you. 2 or 3 catalytic actions that can ensure that the continent is on a sustained footing and we're able to grow our economies, and while also dealing with many of the socio-economic challenges that we're faced with.
Yeah, so for me, the one area that we need to do something material is how we support small and medium-sized businesses. You know, the SMEs and micro SMEs are the heart of the continent. And sometimes we focus, and I've worked in global businesses, so we focus a lot more on the large corp. But actually, if we all can, even through the whole shared value initiative, can think about how do we channel our focus on supporting SMEs, access credit, deal with challenges in terms of access to markets and so on. And digital ecosystems can help. We have seen as we start through the recovery process after COVID. We've launched business apps, and the level of penetration of that is incredible. In this country, for example, we have something called Lipa na M-Pesa, Pay with M-Pesa. We've seen that double the number of merchants who are using digital payments platforms. So just initiatives that are targeted at supporting and empowering SMEs will make a big difference across the continent. The second, just going back to Ian's point, is also to iron out some of the cross-border elements, which whether it's policy or regulatory frameworks, so that you have regulators working together rather than being very in-country focused. Because if you want to launch a financial product, you have to go to each regulator in each country and understand the requirements. But if we did it at a regional level, it will make a big difference. And we see it with cross-border regulation. And then, of course, the final one is this collaboration and partnerships, you know, between telcos and financial services and insurance and so on. So because we cannot, the whole silo piece about working at an industry level doesn't quite cut if you go cross-border. So we need to partner a lot more and collaborate a lot more across border, across industry.
Thank you very much for those comments, Peter. William, I guess same question to you, and I certainly hope in your response there might be a vision of a high-speed train moving from Johannesburg through Bulawayo to Lubumbashi and all the way to Addis. Yeah,
I'd be happy to do that feasibility study. but I think where I'd like to go in my response is around the need for partnerships. Yeah. You know, I've spent a lot of time in government, and it won't be a surprise to anyone to hear my view that public and private sectors do not understand each other. And the concept of a shared value system is so important in this. And I'll give you two small examples. So government always says private sector is just in it for profit. And profit, believe me, is a swear word in government, right? It's a bad thing. But if we can make it profit with purpose, that changes things. Profit that's invested in communities and socioeconomic development changes that discussion and that paradigm enormously. It's not extractive anymore. Then for me, the challenge in government is about upping its game in a governance stake. I mean, what private sector business would want to partner with a municipality that couldn't even get its financial statements in order? No, it would be hard to have a trust relationship, right, if that governance and ethics environment isn't correct. So for me, the call to arms is to start talking again and to try and establish that shared value system. I don't think there's a problem with the objectives. It's infrastructure, it's economic growth. It's what we as public and private have to do to enable that. And I think they're relatively simple things to say. They're very hard things to do, but the discussion's got to start now.
Thank you very much for that, William. And Adeolu, you have the last word.
Sure. Thank you, Ayabonga. So I'm a professor's daughter, and in addition to that, I'm a Nigerian. and Nigerians care about education, particularly for our children, and this is how we think that we can succeed. And I believe that there's truth in that. So we, as Allianz, are very focused on capability development, not just for our employees, but also in the wider social atmosphere. And so because of that, we've actually developed an online MBA scholarship. First time in Allianz history. We started with the African continent in partnership with ESMT Berlin, which is a premier MBA program in Germany, based out of Berlin. And we have 10 scholarships. We opened it up to the entire continent, so to say, of course, focused on where Allianz is actually based. So Nigeria, of course, contended for that. We had a number of people who were eager. And this is the part that makes me proud. One of the things that makes me proud this year is that one of the winners is a Nigerian. Maiwa Adebile, who is the founder of Asheke Foundation. She actually flew from Abuja to Lagos because she was just so thankful and grateful for this opportunity that she never thought she would have. She's the first of her family to go to further education. In fact, when she first heard of the program and heard that she won, she actually didn't believe it, is what she told me. She thought it was a hoax. So I said, okay, I'll just try and I see what happens. Yeah. And the fact that she won, she was, and the experience and the exposure that she's getting to outside of Nigeria, outside of Africa, and understanding that she's not alone. So a social entrepreneur in Abuja is now being exposed to other social entrepreneurs in as far flung as the Middle East, to South America, to the US, etc., and building up her leadership skills so that she can influence her circle. Sure. And that influence just spreads from there. So I think really for me, capability development and even just going to programs that go on one by one is really how we will succeed in Africa.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Adeolu. And also want to thank some of our panelists who've also joined us with us, William, Peter, and Ian. And maybe just a parting shot before I hand over to my friend Simba. I don't know, Adeolu, if Tiki told you of the Spelani dress in South Africa. No, I don't. And I think your print today looks very much like the Spelani. So I'm certainly hoping that there's a tradable opportunity for some exchange, in fabrics least of all, from the northern parts of South Africa, where the Spelani is worn by Xitsonga women. So certainly I hope Tiki will be able to give you just a crash course in where you can find a Spelani, and hopefully you can take it back with you to Nigeria.
Excellent.
So thank you very much to you, Adeolu, to you, William, and to Peter and Ian, who are joining us on Zoom. And I'm going to hand over now to my colleague Simba, and it seems it's a contest of the beards, Simba, so I'm not sure. I guess, we do have some oils we make in South Africa, so I can certainly share those with you as well.
I think I've given up. No. Thank you very much, Ayabonga. Thank you, Adeolu. Thank you very much, William. And I remain a faithful component of the Gautrain. I think it's more efficient than these big German and, British marquees of vehicles. But thank you very much. And I think for me, I think what.
Oh yes. Look at Simba chucking us out now.
Before I hold you prisoner. No, I think it was a very insightful discussion. And once again, thank you to the panelists, for Peter and Ian, who joined us online. I think it was a very insightful discussion, and I think what COVID and any crisis teaches us is that any people-centered business that takes care of its society, takes care of its clients, and takes care of its employees is one that the market will remember years down the line. And it's sort of like a strategy that builds customer loyalty. And also, when you were talking earlier of the free trade area, and Adeolu was talking about issues of manufacturing, trouble in getting goods, it sort of speaks to the concentration risk of everything being manufactured in one location. And maybe as Africa, we need to look towards that as well to see if we can establish our own value chains between countries, which again talks to the issues of the free trade area as well. COVID also brings about new types of risks. So if the middle of Sandton is empty, and we're seeing the same thing in Zimbabwe as well in the real estate sector, what do we do with all of these buildings? Some of them that's got a very young shelf life of 5 to 10 years. Do we look for new ways of utilizing them? Do we look at new ways of working? Do we now look at new ways of movement of people? Does this mean that businesses now have to be more agile when they think up of their business strategies? Are we now talking of a 15-year, 10-year business strategy? Are we now talking of a 5-year? Are we talking of a 2-year? What is the decision-making process and the governance-making process? When we talk of private-public partnerships, for my sins, I've done work with the development sector, UN, and I'm also have a governance role in a state enterprise. And I've also noticed that profit tends to be a swear word. And the private sector guys are usually the enemies because we're more pragmatic and we're quick to the ball, say what works and what doesn't. But I think the more we talk to each other, the more we balance things out, I think there could be great opportunities there. I think these would be my comments, and I'll get your thoughts, Mumbi.
Thanks, Simba. I'm almost wondering what to add after that. I think there's so much that's standing out for me. I think especially what Peter Ndegwa reflected on, again, as a Kenyan, the importance of that digital infrastructure and how M-Pesa is a barometer, really, for how our economy is doing. I think it's thinking about how do we then harness that across Africa. This idea of long-termism, I know we've also talked a lot about this with Tiki and others. How do we change the narrative so that businesses, governments can approach different things, different projects, different initiatives with that long-term horizon? The climate crisis, I think, is an opportunity, just like COVID is also an opportunity to think about also finance differently. And I'm throwing this back at the insurers in the room and elsewhere, which is, what are those products and services that we can create for small businesses, for example, especially the people who are in agriculture, to protect them against climate change? Because right now we do talk about climate risk. There are insurance models built around it, but they are largely for very big businesses. So what does that mean now for our environment here? I'd also just like to recognize Adeolu and to thank you for sharing that very personal experience, because I think it is the experience of several women having to balance multiple roles during COVID-19. So thank you for sharing that. So I'd like to then, with no further ado, bring on the next speaker who will give us the next keynote address on renewable energy, the energy system as an enabler of just transition. And I'd like to say I'm a bit of a fangirl of Maria Cristina. She is the head of Global Sustainability, Infrastructure and Networks at Enel Group. She has also, since 2014, led the CSB Sustainability Projects and Practice Sharing Unit within the Innovation and Sustainability function of Enel, being in charge, among others, of the definition and deployment of the Creating Shared Value model throughout the business value chain of the entire group. And I'm saying I'm a fangirl because, again, I'm an academic, so there is a case study of Enel Group on Harvard's repository of case studies, which I teach in class. So Maria, I hope we will be able to have you once in our classroom. But more so, I think for us it is in a time where there's increasing scrutiny on energy companies. I think we recently had a hearing of oil and gas executives in the US. I think Enel demonstrates an excellent case of just how an energy company can steer a just transition that makes sense not only for the company, but for a broader range of stakeholders. Maria, you are most welcome. We are very much looking forward to the insights that you will be sharing.
Thank you so much for this introduction. I'm so sorry for not being here with you, Tiki, and the amazing team leading the Shared Value Initiative for Africa. And I hope in the next year will be there. I will be there. Hopefully, you see, I'm at home. Digitalization is working. Hopefully, the connection will help us. But okay. As you said, and I thank you, and I promise to join you in one of your class in the next future with a great pleasure. Enel is a vertical integrated utility company and is leading at the moment the energy transition in the industry. We changed completely our business model and strategy a few years ago when we started 10 years ago exactly our CSV journey. We jumped into the articles of the Professor Porter and Mark Kramer a few years ago, and we understood that, as said by many other people before me this morning, there was a new way for companies to stay in the market in the long run. And that was exactly the beginning. Enel Green Power at that time was this small renewable company inside the huge Enel Group, and we started a shift. And now, you know, renewable are the core strategy, and the mix, the energy mix changed completely. So the renewable energy generation overpassed the old fossil and fuel generation. Most of all, I also would like to say hello to my colleagues from South Africa, from Enel Green Power. I think that we are the first renewable operator at the moment in South Africa. So what about the energy transition and the idea of profit with purpose? If we are considering Africa, Africa is a transforming continent which in the last decades has experienced a rapid economic and demographic growth. Despite the unexpected shocks stemming from the COVID-19, the macroeconomic scenarios for Africa in the coming years are likely to remain unchanged due to demographic growth, urbanization, and economies. But access to electricity will be essential to untap Africa's potential in the post-COVID recovery and to enable a variety of long-term sustainable development objectives, from economic productivity and broad social development to job creation, improved health system, education, and poverty reduction. But when we talk and we consider the energy transition, which is a word everyone is using now, we need to think and remind that the energy transition we are facing comes from a paradox. And the paradox is, we know that due to urbanization, industrialization, and digitalization, the energy demand will grow in the next decades and will grow enormously. This is what happens in Africa again. And where is the paradox? We know at the same time that to match and to cope with the climate crisis, we need to lower the emissions. And according to me, Africa fixed that paradox perfectly well. Africa today is responsible only for the 3% of global emissions. What can we ask Africa to do more and better? Not lowering the emission for sure, but so not making the same mistakes, let's say the old mature economies and markets did, but rethink and did things in a different way. if you think that today Africa accounts for only 6% of the global energy demand, and little more of the 3% is regards the global electricity demand. Electricity consumption in the continent is low and concentrated in the North region and South Africa, with almost 600 million people still lacking access to electricity at all. But the expected electricity demand is expected to grow faster than anywhere else. So there is no one solution. There are different recipes. For sure, renewable energy sector, for sure, decentralizing the models and the business models. So we need to spread out and find out different solutions depending on where we are. If you think about the most rural and isolated areas in every country of the African continent, you see that we need to take into account also off-grid solution that in many parts of the world can make a huge difference. So if we think about all this, we understand that we need really to focus on different recipes, decentralizing, giving the technology in the hands of people. And again, innovation is key, is central to change the business models and the way we are generating energy. As far as the grid solution, I will focus much more later on because there is a huge debate on generating energy, which is fine, is crucial. But nowadays, we understand that the role of the networks and the infrastructure, you have been discussing about that at the beginning of the session of this morning. But nevertheless, while in the rest of the world, the growth of renewable energy has intensively increased, only 2% of renewable addition occurred in Africa in the last decade, leaving unlocked the enormous potential of the continent in terms of demand, competitiveness, and natural resources. What does it mean? It means that now Africa needs a significant scale up in electricity sector investment in order to guarantee clean, affordable, and secure access to electricity and support continued progress towards a sustainable development. In this regard, for sure, renewable energy technologies represent the most competitive, secure, and sustainable solution to achieve universal electricity access in several African countries. Furthermore, renewable energy could create significant spillover effects across the famous 2030 Agenda dimension of sustainability. Again, for every US dollar invested in the transition towards renewable energy, an addition USD, which is about 0.93 of GDP growth above business as usual, is expected to occur. There is a significant job creation potential from both investing in renewable energy and investing in the local supply agenda associated. Yesterday, I jumped into some figures of Kenya as far as off-grid solution, taking into account only 1 year. And it's amazing, 1 year in Kenya in developing off-grid solution brought 10,000 direct job opportunities, 15,000 informal, and 65,000 productive jobs. So these are figures we need to think and to take into account because they are affecting and changing completely the market. Investments in clean energy create 3.5 times the number of jobs at the same size investment in fossil fuels. To give you a concrete example, in South Africa, thanks to the renewable energy independent Power Product Procurement Program, the REIPP, direct employment rose from 70,800 jobs in 2014 to almost 46,000 by mid-2019, before the COVID. Larger and targeted investment flows in the renewable electricity sector are therefore necessary all across Africa to address the reliability of electricity supply and to make progress on access to power and uptake. But at the same time, a new working model for collaboration should allow both the public and the private sector to play an appropriate role in delivering the new infrastructure while allocating risks and ensuring commercial returns to be generated. This is exactly what the shared value is always talking about, the ecosystem perspective, taking into account at local level what is available to, co-create projects and ideas and develop business model opportunities, taking account the public sector, the private sector, universities, NGOs, new social entrepreneurs, startups, what is available on field to foster a socio-economic development. But let me also introduce something which is, I won't say brand new, but quite relevant in the discussion of the just transition, because this is what we are talking about. We are not talking about an energy transition only. We need and we must do it just, equal, and as fair as possible. And to this extent, we need now not only to consider the generation of energy, but also to take into account the infrastructure, meaning that the grid is the enabler and the facilitator of this just transition. In fact, it is important to underline how the increase of the hosting capacity and the access to electricity in Africa will also require the improvement of the quality of service and the empowerment of the grid infrastructure. Sub-Saharan Africa, limited and aged power infrastructure poses significant challenges to achieve universal access to energy and successfully incorporating increasing amounts of intermittent renewable energies. Although private sector participation now in Africa is growing, in electricity generation most of all, it remains very marginal in transmission and distribution. Therefore, private participation must increase significantly to contribute to the large-scale investments necessary to address the challenges of growing urbanization and the post-COVID recovery in the next decade. A recent study published in 2020, so last year, reports that at global scale, infrastructure has a socioeconomic rate of return around 20%. In other words, $1 of infrastructure investments can raise the GDP by 20 cents in the long run. So if you add this part to the other part of the generation, we are really talking about a lot of new opportunities. Last but not least, let me add the importance and mention the importance of the circular economy. Circular economy is the real potential just to foster also new business model. It is important, is a tool, which is a tool to create shared value. It's an extraordinary opportunity. First of all, because we are not talking about waste only, but it's a way also to reconsider the end of life of materials. That's relevant because if we consider the end of life of material, we can really start with new business models at local level, very effective, that can bring a lot of new job opportunities. I participated to the Africa Shared Value in the last sessions, in the last year. I had the opportunity to listen to amazing good ideas coming from young entrepreneurs there, and they will make the difference. Again, as said at the beginning of this day, a lot can be done if we put together the private and the public sector. They have different view in terms of long run, let's say, and short run. We need to match and find a way to work better together. That's why civil society can act as a bridge among these two partners. And then the academies, the schools, education, and skills, new competencies coming from all these opportunities will reshape the future of Africa that really, in my heart, I really believe will be to go straight to electrification. That's the most important thing to deal with a just energy transition.
Thank you very much, Maria Cristina, for this very insightful talk. I think renewable energy is also a passion of mine because this is pretty much what I do on a day-to-day basis. But when people talk of a just transition, I'm always fearful of who gets left behind and who moves ahead, right? I mean, if you look at Africa, for example, we all need baseload. So in Zimbabwe, for example, we'd like to move to solar, to renewables, but we only have so many rivers and dams. So where do we import this power from? If you're in South Africa, you do have probably a good 10 gigawatts worth of solar, but that's buttressed against 10 gigawatts of coal. Who invests in this just transition? We always get the, I mean, we look at COP26, what's happening, the announcement between South Africa and is it Britain or is it the States in investment into a just transition? But my question is always, can't we get our own asset managers, banks, provident funds, investors to invest locally in our own renewable energy sources from the community, from a community-based level upwards? So you're looking in farming communities for agriculture, small manufacturing for SMEs, right up until the big users, i.e. the mines, the cement manufacturing companies. Because as long as as long as we don't do this, we will always have new ideas, but the fundamental question that remains is who's going to pay or invest in this just transition? And when they invest in this just transition, at what cost does the money come in at? And what does that mean in terms of the tariff to the final user who needs to justify why he should utilize solar as opposed to chopping down firewood, for argument's sake? And then, of course, you've got the issue of the transmission lines as well. The fact that different transmission lines, there's no set standard or set level in transmission lines across Africa. So when we generate this renewable energy or you generate the sustainable energy, how do we transmit it across borders? At what tariff is it transmitted at? Do we have a regional average of the electricity cost that we should all abide by? Is it a cost of who can afford the highest tariff, which means if it's Cabora Bassa, even though that's the cheapest power in the region, are they tempted to direct their power to Angola as opposed to Zambia, because probably Angola can afford a higher tariff? So I think these questions in terms of a just transition are also, we should also look at a fair and equitable transition to sustainable energy moving forward as well. I think also my final note is what then do we do in a continent that is so fixated on coal? So in my country, we've got coal reserves that last us 834 years. How do we then justify why we should cease using these coal resources and move towards hydro, which we know we've got a limited resource? Solar works during the day. battery, no one really knows what's what. Do we go to nuclear? What exactly then forms the base load at which is going to anchor our solar moving forward? I don't know, food for thought, Dr. Mumbi?
Thank you, Simba. Excellent points. And I think, as Maria said, that is the paradox. Because it's really, and I have it all the time, you know, when teaching and talking about this, because the question is really about development. We talk about economic development in Africa a lot. And then the thing is, there are these challenges, the broader level challenges, climate change, challenges in society. So when it comes to energy, how are we supposed to resolve it? How do we actually justify this? And I think that's the challenge for us today. Another thing I also wanted to just perhaps reflect a bit on, and it's on Enel because having read a bit about it, is they have actually shown, you know, the business case. They've demonstrated that well. So you find that the challenge when it comes to shared value measurement is how you tie the impact to the economic metrics. And what they have done together with Professor Mark Kramer is they've actually, you know, there's this new report on hybrid metrics, which shows Enel as another case study. And you see that, you know, the more you reduce your carbon intensity, it actually does increase your earnings over time. And I think it is these kind of conversations that we need to have, that yes, it may look profitable now or less costly now to be non-renewable, but moving forward, you know, these costs will dramatically go up. Also, I know, again, I'd just like to thank Maria. I will definitely be inviting you as a guest to one class. I really appreciate that. And thank you very much for sharing your journey and points of reflection for us around energy and circular business models. So I see people are getting hungry. So we are approaching that time. I'd just like to say that please continue to tweet, especially for the people who are joining us online. Remember, the tag is @AfricaSVS, and the hashtag is #ASVLS21. That is @AfricaSVS, #ASVLS21. The last thing I would like to also point out, now that we are talking about shared value measurement and impact, is that the Shared Value Africa initiative actually has its very first impact report. So congratulations, Tiki and team. I think that's a really, really impressive task. Well done. It is very difficult to measure your impact well. So we're looking forward to reading that. It is available online. We will be sharing the links to that. So without further ado, I would like to announce a break, a lunch break, up until that would be 2 p.m. South African time. So for the guests here, you will be able to access the lunch area outside, and let us come back re-energized to continue the second part of the session, which will focus on our agile entrepreneurs. Thank you very much, and see you all soon. Although many people call me Mumbi, thank you. So I'm very happy to introduce our next speaker, Christelle Kwizera, the founder and managing director of Water Access Rwanda. Christelle serves on the Shared Value Africa initiative as a non-executive board member, is head of the Economic Commission in the Joint Action Development Forum of Nyarugenge District, the lead fellow of the Kigali Innovation Hub, and is a commissioner in charge of the environment natural resources, and human settlement within the RPF. Christelle is featured in the book 100 Women Using Their Power to Empower, along with such household names like Hillary Clinton, Christine Lagarde, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, etc. She is also featured in the Sheroes of COVID-19 book. Christelle really wanted to make it here today. Unfortunately, she was not able to because of some complexities in obtaining a visa. However, she has been very kind to prepare a video for us, which we will watch. And she truly, as you will see shortly, is the embodiment of an agile entrepreneur. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. In 2018, I attended my very first Shared Value Africa Summit. I was in person then. It was well before COVID disrupted how we meet and share ideas. Today, it's for a different reason I'm not here with you in person as I wish to be. Unfortunately, the barriers to entry from African country to African country are still many, and they pose very big obstacles for our ability to trade within Africa and discuss values and ideas that matter to us as an African continent. So I hope in the future years, as Shared Value Africa Summits happen all over Africa, more Africans will be able to move around freer as we all get free visas on arrival across Africa. Today, I'm happy to share about a subject I'm very passionate about, shared value creation led by young African entrepreneurs. But let me first tell you about myself and what I do. In 2014, I was 19 years old back then and pursuing a degree in mechanical engineering. At the time, I read on the news that communities in eastern Rwanda were facing crocodiles as they went to fetch waters from rivers. This was wrong in many ways. One, their only source of water was rivers. Secondly, the crocodiles were there waiting for them every single day as they went to get water. I decided to do something about it, so I raised money and started digging boreholes in eastern Rwanda to service the communities that really needed it. We enjoyed seeing water flow for the first time in a community, and we took very nice celebratory pictures as we danced and smiled around the new water point. These pictures I sent back to the donors who had contributed to the project. But I quickly realized as I dug my 10th borehole that the pictures I was sending were lasting more than the pumps I was installing. When I started looking around, I discovered this wasn't just my project. Broken hand pumps and broken water points are a dirty secret of the rural water sector in Africa. And this is why, despite years of intervention by many NGOs in the public sector, we still have 450 million Africans without access to safe water, and only less than 20% of Africans enjoy piped water. And at Water Access Rwanda, we build better water points that can deliver safe water right inside people's homes, so they no longer have to work for the water, and the water is safe enough that they no longer need to purify it before consuming it. But we do this selling the water at a super cheap price, so people don't have to think twice about showering or cleaning with that water, because it is safe enough to drink but cheap enough to use it for everyday usage. Beyond building the water point, we provide regular maintenance and operation for these water points, ensuring that our interventions make sure this water remains available with minimal downtime, but also that it remains affordable. So even people at the bottom of the pyramid living on less than $3 a day can still be able to afford this water and pay the same price every single week based on the reliability of our service. Water is a basic need, and for women like Khadija, who is one of our customers, before we intervened in her community, this meant she had to wake up at 3 a.m. every day to go wait at the nearest water point to get enough water for her family, to drink, shower, do laundry for her young children, and so on. But now Khadija has a piped connection in her house. This means she can wake up normally, she can do more laundry in her house, she can spend more time carrying her children and not carrying jerry cans of water. And we're seeing this story multiplied across our users in Rwanda, where we're now reaching over 84,000 people with safe drinking water up to SDG 6 standards. For all our users, we reduced the time they spend walking for water from 63 minutes to just 10 minutes, saving them almost a full hour every time they need to access water. This is time they can use for anything else they want, whether invested in more playtime or in education for the young kids, or in more economic activities so they can earn a better income as families. Water itself is something that we depend on as humans. So making it easy and accessible for everybody can have massive impact in the quality of life we lead. For many of our users, this means they can take a bath every day when they feel like it. It means they suffer less waterborne diseases, and it means they actually spend less money overall on water and also on their healthcare bills. So here's a vicious cycle. People are not harvesting water, so it's running off of their roofs, causing erosion, runoffs, and these runoffs are dumping contamination right into the rivers where the main water treatment plants get the water that they're supposed to purify and send it back to the people who now don't have enough water because the rivers are too dirty to purify. So we're like, wait, why aren't people harvesting the rainwater? Rainwater is free and safe water, so why is happening? So here we discovered that most people who are installing rainwater tanks in Rwanda installed them wrong. A simple $80 technological mistake was costing our city a lot of money. We decided to fix that by upgrading normal water storage tanks to collect rainwater in a better way and use that water throughout the house. This is saving households money they usually spend on drinking water. It is helping them harvest more rainwater, which eventually, as the number of users increases, is going to lead to less runoff and flooding in our city. But at the same time, it's reducing pressure on the main water grid in the country. Solutions like that is what I'm talking about when I talk about solutions that deliver profit and impact on people and the planet. And there are many out there, elegant models that the more you deploy, the more impact you are making. How does the company make money? We're selling better systems. And we're selling them filtration systems so that they can keep on drinking tap water and reduce plastic pollution. So we make money, households end up saving money, and the municipal grid can extend water to even more households as the pressure on the grid is reduced. Today, Water Access Rwanda employs 85 young people and is on a course to scale our solutions across Africa. Solutions that meet at the nexus of people, planet, and profit. Delivering a better quality of life for our users is not just something fun we do on the side. This is our business model. And I believe there lies an opportunity for other young entrepreneurs across Africa. There's massive challenges on the continent, but rather than seeing them as just challenge, let's look at them as market opportunities. All these millions of people who don't have access to water, those are just waiting for an entrepreneur to go and give them water. And you have an assured market because people will want to spend on that water. But we can't do this in an irresponsible way that destroys the planet. So delivering solutions that work for people, for the climate, for the planet, can have a healthy effect on the bottom line and build more sustainable businesses. It's not just my business. I'm happy to hear that in the room, here at the Shared Value Africa Summit, there's a lot of young people who are delivering shared value. When I first attended the Shared Value Summit in 2018, I had no idea I was working on shared value. I just knew there was a massive problem that needed to be addressed, and I knew the space had already a lot of NGOs that weren't really delivering solutions at scale. And scale is the key word. As the world grapples with sustainability, young African entrepreneurs have a huge opportunity to deliver sustainable business models that create new markets in Africa and solve big challenges, wicked problems as we like to call them. But for this to happen, there's a critical balance you have to achieve between impact and profit. Think of your business model. If somebody very greedy and who didn't really care for impact was running your business, would you produce more impact or less impact? Shared value finds that intersection where the better the business is doing, the more profit it's generating. Profit with purpose. We need to build businesses that, if run by very ambitious and greedy people, will deliver more impact the more profit they get out of the business. And I believe this is the future of the world. It is definitely the future of Africa, that we deliver business models like this, models that are greed proof. Also, an idea to think about. Businesses scale very easily. So we have to be careful that what we're scaling is something that actually works. That is not destroying and leaving death in our path, but something that is creating new life and new opportunities. But to build sustainable businesses, we have to start today, to build things right so that they can last generation, build generational wealth in the communities and for the business leaders. This means treating well your people. You can't deliver impact if you're not treating well your employees. Many businesses during COVID decided to close and put their employees into unemployment rather than keep them employed, even if that meant they're losing a little bit of their savings. Most businesses have insurance for everything except for their employees' payroll. We need to do better. COVID-19 exposed weaknesses in how employees treat their critical assets like people. It put them to the surface, and this is an opportunity for us to build back better and do better when it comes to people. When you're building a sustainable business, you are much more focused on long-term profits than short-term earnings. So you build for the future. You make sure the community that is making your business profitable is also growing with you. As famous in the shared value circle, you can't be a successful business in a broken community. So businesses, to survive the changes that are coming in the world, to help communities through climate change by helping them adapt, and to build for the future, a future where those businesses are still able to operate, we need to start building better today so that we can focus on the long-term profits and not just the short-term earnings. And the world is waking up to this. So traditional businesses that destroy our planet should no longer be celebrated as profitable business models. We need to build for the future. So this is an opportunity for young people starting businesses now or trying to scale their businesses today. Think about how your business will make profits in the long term and how it's going to empower the community that helps your business exist. Do better as you grow with them. We can build a better world, and business doesn't have to be an evil capitalism thing. It can actually be a force for good. There are many businesses in this room that are doing exactly that. And I'm happy to be an inspiration to many, and they inspire me as well. As we solve wicked challenges that face the African continent, it is the opportunity to build better communities and longer-lasting business.
Nedbank's philosophy of purpose-led transformation, which essentially extends beyond just legislation and translates into meaningful upliftment for both business, the communities within which we operate, and society at large. So I think, how does Nedbank as a whole actually make a difference and uplift businesses and SMEs? And we do this by way of, as you mentioned, incubation and training, etc. From my perspective, I think the approach that Nedbank stands by is the fact that we look at collaboration and co-creating. I think that's very important, because when you're dealing with human beings, you cannot have a one-size-fits-all. Different entrepreneurs grow and develop at different levels, and that's an important aspect to be cognizant of. I think a lot of programs usually do have a one-size-fits-all, which is not necessarily the way it works in real life. I think when you look at youth and how do we translate that into more meaningful, sustainable business, for me it's a lot about collaboration and speaking to each other. So if you look at the codes of good practice, for example, where we look at skills development, there has to be a lot more collaboration across organizations, across institutes. A good example of that would be the Youth Employment Services, which is all about job creation, creating opportunities. I think we need to shift from job creation into job creators and looking at how can we support them, and that Nedbank's been a leader in that space, where we've actually said, instead of just placing youth in companies for a job experience, let's rather put them in incubators and let's train them and let's find out what their passion is so that we can help set up sustainable businesses.
I like that, the shift from job creation to job creators. Just, I feel like there's so many wonderful quotes that are coming out of this session. Poverty is a big business, and the shift from job creation to job creators. Nat, no pressure to drop a very important quote, but nonetheless, so you can make or take your best effort. But the opening question to you as well, in terms of the support of big business to smaller entities and smaller entrepreneurs, as a thought leader, how should you be going about doing this?
I think, firstly, the context is that there needs to be a paradigm shift. I think one of the speakers here mentioned mindset change, but it's more a paradigm, because big business is used to doing things formally, things that don't need disruptions, and also things that deliver higher value for them. But it's what we call extraction profit. But in the context of SAPI, is that one of the things that we've done well, we've got a strategy which is well aligned with the shared value principles. And in that strategy, one of the things which we say very upfront is the fact that we say there are 3 strategic thrusts that we'll focus on. The first one is underpinned by the UN SDG goals in terms of poverty alleviation and creating economic activities within the communities within which we operate. The second one has to do with how do we transform the supply chain, because predominantly it's established business, it's big business, and there tends to be a disconnect in terms of making the entrepreneurs or SMMEs as part of the mainstream of the business or the value chain. And then the third one, which is our focus area, is the issue of partnerships. It's gone are the days where big business tells its stakeholders. This is about, as one of my co-speakers mentioned, it's about partnerships, making alliances, collaborating to co-create these opportunities. And I think sometimes the tell mentality is not useful, because you tend to tell and they fail the projects and look back and say, why did it fail? But if you had done it from the word go, where you create partnership of common understanding, then it tends to be successful.
You got it. Gone are the days where big businesses tells its stakeholders. This is about partnership. Well done, sir, for your quotes. Nonetheless, I would just like to get a feel whether our online audience is with us. Can I just get that confirmation? Or wonderful. So, Bright, good afternoon to you, sir. Just an opening.
Good afternoon.
Wonderful. Thanks so much for joining us. An opening comment from you regarding, the Shared Value Summit, but our topic of discussion, more importantly, about the role of big business in supporting younger entrepreneurs. From the seat that you occupy, what should be done more effectively to grow a lot more young businesses on this continent?
Thank you. I think, first of all, we need to frame the setting well. And that setting is this very unique historical moment that we find ourselves in. I had a little diagram that I was going to show, but unfortunately, technical difficulties prevent me from doing that. But in this unique historical moment, we have the intersection of COVID-19, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, the fourth industrial revolution, and the green transition, or the global energy transition that is underway in order to respond to climate change. Now, these 4 factors, COVID, after, climate, fourth industrial revolution, constitute a permanent emergency. So Crisis is no longer something you respond to. Crisis is now something you build for. And if we do not, as Africans, take advantage of this unique historical moment, I fear that we will have lost it for many generations to come. And that is why partnership is so critical, because the division of labor that will enable us to build for a world of permanent emergency, because of the need for efficiency, obviously, because of the need for risk sharing, obviously, if those specific opportunities, which are now so intertwined with crisis, if that opportunity, that historic moment is allowed to go waste, we will have several generations over which period we'll have lost our most critical opportunity to transform our continent. So that's the certain. Now I'll address your specific question. I think there's a lot of talk about what the government should do, what big businesses should do, and I completely agree that the emphasis at this point should be on those with power and resources. They are the ones who must change for transformation to occur. The truth, though, is there's something that those of us that are smaller companies, that are SMEs, that are startups, can also do. Two things at least, or at least three things. One, we have to stop believing that the only way you achieve success in the market is to own the customer. There are too many startups in Africa building infrastructure end to end because they must own the customer. In most parts of the world, what you have is a business ecosystem in which people do small pieces of it and others rely on others in order to be able to service the end customer. So sharing the end customer is very important. If you want to be a supplier to Nedbank, MTN, all of these other giants, very often partnering with other SMEs so that collectively you can do pieces of the action could be one strategy that we adopt. So that is very important. The second thing is we need to start paying attention to standards. Too few African startups, and particularly in the technology space, of which I'm most familiar, are concerned about contributing to standards development. So one time I was looking at the IATF, these international standard setting committees, and Africans constitute less than 0.1% of membership, sometimes contributions from Africans. The simplest example is how often we contribute to open source code, for instance. Very, very unusual of us that we contribute to open source code as an example in technology. How do we become important playing in standards, even though I admit that often the pressures of survival mean that we cannot devote too much of our time to standard development and things like that. But unless we are part of the thought leadership area, we will never be able to compete well enough with big business so that they pay attention to us. A lot of small companies have been successful because they came up with standards that big companies eventually have had to adopt. Think of cryptography, for instance. A lot of the PGP things did not come from big business. It came from small companies who were then acquired or purchased. So being able to play in the standards area is important. And the last critical area that I think small businesses ought to start paying a lot more attention to, apart from sharing the customer so that you can build synergies together to provide the services at the requisite standards that big business expect, apart from being part of the standards revolution. The third critical thing I think small businesses ought to pay a lot of attention to is playing to our strengths. Our strength is agility. And if small businesses are not agile, if you're not nimble, if you're not the ones coming up with the next generation of services, and all we want to do is to supply traditional inputs into the traditional ecosystem or supply chain, then unfortunately, it's very unlikely that we'll make much of a change. The reason why German small business is such a big dynamo of the German export machine is because they concentrate on areas where big business are unable to play due to the inability of big business to be agile. Thank you.
Thank you, Bright. And I like how you've steered the conversation there, because you've taken it away from, you know, the onus of big business and of government, but rather spoken directly to what smaller businesses need to do to get themselves perhaps a bigger slice of the economic pie. But with that said, one can't ignore the fact that big business still dominates, and big business has got the muscle to, muscle out a smaller player who might actually tick the list of the items that you've mentioned. And therefore, Omondi, to bring you in the conversation, welcome, sir, on the question that I had directed to all the other speakers about big business and their role in supporting entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, a lot more. In your humble view, what should big business be doing at this juncture, sir?
So thank you, Fifi. I'm glad to be here. Earlier on, my CEO of Safaricom was here. So maybe a quick brief on that. Safaricom is one of the largest telcos in Africa. And actually what we are looking to do is to move from just being a telco to becoming a technology company. And in this issue of shared value, it's actually essential for our survival as a business that we create value as we do business along. So I had DigiFarm, which is the branch of Safaricom that looks to digitize agriculture and make our smallholder farmers a lot more productive. And my mission is very simple, is to create wealth for smallholder farmers. And that might seem a little bit odd for a telco to be engaging in. But if you look at our base as Africa, well, in about 10 years' time, we're going to be the largest population in the world. We need to feed ourselves. We need to be able to engage in serious agribusiness, export. And right now, we are mostly importing. We are mostly, if you look at the value of our yields across Africa, we are below average, actually. Yet we can actually transform these yields quite quickly. So back to what big business can do. So Safaricom is a big business, $1 billion revenue. We have about 800 suppliers, 400 dealers across the country, 250,000 agents. And I want to start by these 250,000 agents, because these are people on the ground. They're small SMEs. Every day they sell airtime, they sell mobile money, they do all these things. And that's just one sector of the economy where we've played. So if you take that model and then you push it into agriculture, right, you find that it's actually a lot more powerful, because in agriculture, we have about if you take Kenya alone, we're about 7 million farmers. If you take Africa, we are nearly 100 million farmers. When I was in Diageo doing local sourcing, you've got millions and millions of farmers, which I think the first speaker said poverty is actually an opportunity. I think it's one of the biggest businesses we have to unlock. So in DigiFarm, we look to provide end-to-end services to these farmers, right from how do you plan yourself, information, weather, all these things, to inputs, credit, and the rest. And where can young people play? I think that for a long time, agriculture is what you did when you failed in school. So if you did everything else and you didn't succeed, you didn't become a doctor or an accountant or a manager, you went home and you worked on your farm. I think the world has changed quite a bit. So just to unpack a little bit from what we do in DigiFarm, if you look at how we involved in agriculture, you've got everything from mechanization, drone services, logistics. I need aggregators. I need guys who can actually give me climate information. I need guys who can actually do software development. So there's a very long chain of businesses that are waiting to be unlocked. And Fifi, to your question more specifically, so how can a big business like us enable young entrepreneurs to participate in this value chain? I think the first thing is just awareness. I can't tell you how many times I'm moving around talking to small businesses, and they're actually not aware that they can today come and supply these services to the big business. So I think awareness is a very big piece of the conversation. I think the second bit is, a lot of times, even if you're aware, you don't, there's no belief, because you think, I don't have capital, I don't have this and that. And I think capital is normally the first culprit to be blamed for lack of action. But I think a lot of it is actually capability, being set up the right way to be able to integrate into these systems. And I liked Bright's point around, don't think of it as an island, as yourself trying to actually supply into big business. Think of it as, could I collaborate with somebody else to make this happen? Right. And in DigiFarm, we're seeing that working quite well. That what we do as big business is provide the ecosystem. So if you're a young entrepreneur, and what you can do very well is provide open stockist in your local village to supply farmers. Then what we do is then we integrate you all the way backwards to the manufacturer. So if you're talking to Bayer, Syngenta, or Yara, the big business groups, we provide an ecosystem where you as an entrepreneur at your level, you can actually begin to create a profile for yourself, and you can grow and become the biggest distributor in your region. You can grow to become the biggest distributor in your country and probably across the world or the continent. But we got to begin somewhere. And I think agriculture and digitization or telecoms is actually a very powerful place to start. So I think there's so many issues to be unpacked, but the three for me are A, awareness. Let us make them aware of where they can participate. B, provide the platforms so that it's not an impossible journey to actually become this entrepreneur. And then at three, one thing that we cannot avoid across this conversation is actually the issue of capital. And in agriculture, we found it very interesting that like for us as a telco, we actually have to deploy capital to then back up the entrepreneurs in our ecosystem. And we are not a bank. I mean, we could have said, look, I'm not a bank. My job is to give you the technology and the opportunities and then go sort out yourself. But I think that is cheating ourselves a little bit, because we know that at the end of the day, for young people in Africa to actually then become active in these ecosystems, capital becomes a significant issue. So I think we can deploy capital better. We can deploy them in areas where there's absolute shared value like agriculture. There are many areas like health, education, or the rest, but I'm just using an example where I do every day. There is loads of opportunity. There's loads of business to be done. And I think it's time for us to then unlock it. So I think I'll pause there, Fifi, and give it back to you.
Amanda, is that a cock crowing there?
Yes, I'm on the road. I don't know.
All right.
The background
but
is
a wonderful
the
place to
cockerel
pause
is
it. Just highlighting maybe two of the constraints: the access to capital. Yes, ma'am, I'm looking at you. And also the transformation of the supply chains. And so let's begin with that. And Beatrice, I'm really interested in your journey in business, because you spent the majority of your career working in the public sector across development finance institutions and development institutions all over the world. And then you came back and you went into business. And just on that access to the supply chain, ma'am, what was your experience in getting your foot in the door? What were the challenges you experienced, and how did you overcome them?
Thank you, Fifi. I think I had a good start in terms of that I went in the horticulture with more of the contextual situation that my country, Rwanda, just came from. It was just a few years after the genocide, and some of us who were in diaspora and who were doing quote-unquote well, were feeling guilty for being alive and we had to go home and contribute. And I think, just to go back to what Omondi just said, looking at the economic situation and the humanitarian crisis that we had, the only sector that was offering jobs and immediate employment for widows and youth was agriculture.
Sure.
And for me, and of course, I was telling my sister here when we were sitting there, he said that, sometimes we tend to think that entrepreneurship is a solution to poverty. It is not. Entrepreneurship is character. You have to have a character. You have to, to take risks and to see the opportunities where other people are not seeing. So I had the choice to do many things, obviously, but I decided that the reason I'm going home is going to create employment. So, of course, I had a start, as I said. I could write a good proposal. I could, access funds. But I think the most challenging thing was the fact that I was a woman. If I was a man, I could have done more. And then I was in a sector that was very difficult. I'm from a landlocked country, which we don't have access to to the port, and I went into a very challenging sector, horticulture. I'm a rose grower, and exporting fresh cut flowers from a landlocked country that's just coming out of this program, and taking my flowers to Kenya and transit, and then to the international auction. With all the knowledge, with all the connections I had in the world, it was difficult. But I think what pushed me was to show that the young population that anything you said to do, especially the women, you can do.
Sure.
And I think the challenges of access to finance, not because I couldn't do it, just because I was a woman, and the mindset of that's 2004. I'm not, it hasn't changed maybe much, but it was that a woman can do business, but up to a point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so if you start now trying to do big business, then you're really not allowed in, yeah?
Sure.
Even though you are protected. So the challenge was access to finance, which today, you look at what really our business need is access. Again, I was discussing that with my sister here, that we need affordable and flexible finance to finance our SMEs. So when I saw how challenging it was, me who had access, who grew up in business, because my both parents were in business, and I'm like, what is it really to be an SME, to be able to access that? So that's why I decided to start with One Africa, and to be able to, not assist, but prepare and impact with knowledge for how to have a successful business. So we have 4 pillars: access to finance, market access, trade facilitation, and agri-technology. And as Omondi said, access to finance is important. But we've been talking about this for the last 30, 40 years. But COVID again has shown us that really, if we don't have affordable and flexible finance to be able to finance those SMEs that have lost their businesses because of COVID and with the lockdowns, it will not happen. And when it comes back to logistics and supply chain, we don't have the infrastructure. I think Mr. Kebo from the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce talked about that. We lack infrastructure. Where there's air, sea, and road, we have lack of that. And we lack industrialization in agro-industries or any other satellite industry for packaging, for value addition, for packaging, for processing and branding. We don't have that on the continent. I think few countries, maybe Egypt, South Africa, Ivory Coast, and the Northern Africa are ready to a certain extent, but we don't have that. So it makes us very difficult in the supply chain, because we have to add value to make even the supply chain to be able not to have loss on that. Yeah. So it is really, the finance is a challenge, but we have to
stay on the finance then. Let's stay on the finance.
We have to pin it down and say that we need affordable and flexible.
Okay.
Affordable meaning that we can afford it, the low interest rate, but flexible also to say, okay, this is the profile of this small enterprise. If they don't have access to financial literacy, they don't know what is a bank account, they don't even know what's the loan and how to service the loan. All those difficult terms, they don't know about it. So you cannot really access something that you don't know. And
so let's stay there.
The big
let's
business
stay there and bring in Namala to just respond. And so quite often it's and I'm sure you get it all the time, that it's the banks and the financiers that are making it very difficult for small businesses. I was in a discussion with another big bank on the continent, and as to why banks don't fund startups as much as perhaps the guys that play in the venture capital or the private equity space to a degree. And this gentleman said that, well, it's because if it was speaking to another guy, and he said, you put your money in my bank, and the day that you want to take your girlfriend out for dinner, I need to be able to give you that money very quick. You don't want to hear that, no, your money is, it's still stuck in a particular SME and it's growing and it will become valuable over time. You want your money now. And so there's a certain level of risk that as a bank I can take, and unfortunately that I cannot take. And so I'd like to understand from your point of view, as Beatrice has said, 2004, access to finance was difficult. Not much has changed almost 20 years later. But from a point of a financier, how can small businesses improve their prospects of not being turned down? What are some of the common mistakes you find in your dealings with them that they do make that contributes to the narrative that access to affordable and flexible finance is hard to reach?
Great. So I just want to take a step back there. I think in the current day and age, big business, including financial institutions, public and private sector, have serious commitments to making sure that they are relevant to SMEs. That's where they're the lifeblood of our economy. We want to be relevant. Best we understand how they operate and create products and services to be that are user-friendly in their space. So I think there's a lot that is changing most definitely, and it's actually a transformation imperative that they are relevant. So it's definitely happening. I think the bigger question or the bigger issue here is the awareness and the understanding, the knowledge around when I apply for finance or apply for a certain product, when I disclose certain information or I withhold, what does the bank or the financial institution actually interpret? And that is when Nedbank is coming to the party. We actually bridging that gap by creating more awareness sessions, literally opening up an application and having a one-on-one and saying, if you tell us X, Y, and Z, this is what we interpret, because we're able to plot trends and behavioral patterns, and this is what we know even though you're not telling us upfront. So that kind of information is critically important for an SME, for an entrepreneur to know and to understand. But I also want to say that from a Nedbank point of view, we've taken it a step further. I think it was from 5 or 6 years ago already. We actually got in a room of the sort, a whole, I think it was between 15 and 20 incubators and training programs, initiatives from different sectors. And we had a absolute open discussion around the fact that they are a critical component between the SME and the bank. So we are working very closely with these mentors, these specialists, to be able to mitigate certain risk elements that the bank will normally say, I cannot get involved because I'm not sure. By working and actually resolving some key factors that would otherwise not enable or an SME to get access to finance or products and services. It's actually a journey. As we know, entrepreneurship is not a once-off, I apply for a product and that's it. It's a journey. Your needs are constantly changing. Your business is growing. There's so many different aspects. One of the key findings for us after this engagement with incubators and sector programs is that access to finance is not the most important thing. It is in the bigger scheme, but actually access to information, having those specialists and that big brother to help you along the journey is even more critically important.
Okay, but just also briefly to Beatrice's point of being a woman and the experience there that has been different to that of a man knocking on the bank's door. Perhaps things have improved a bit, but they've still got quite a lot more to go. How has your sector with the pandemic in the past 18, 24 months, how has there been a change in the risk premium that is attached to giving a female-owned entrepreneur capital as opposed to a male-owned entrepreneur? And has that change been for the better or for the worse in your view?
I think it's definitely improved. I think we're very cognizant of the gray areas that opens up an SME to risk. To give you an example, we're currently launching a nationwide program aimed at women-owned businesses specifically, and the end goal is actually business plans with the view to funding it. But the journey is actually support business development, access to mentors across a period of 12 months. And those are the kinds of initiatives that we are doing to bridge the gaps and to eliminate. I think it's a process of learning. It's a process of working together. So absolutely, like I said, if institutions are not getting their act together, they're going to be irrelevant to the market in a short space of time.
All right, okay, got you. Bright and Omondi, we still see you guys there, sirs. We are coming to you in just a moment. And just speaking to the issue around transforming supply chains, Nat, which you raised. And I know that you do a lot of work in this space. But there is a view that, business does business with people they trust. And there's a view that trust is developed and it's worked on over time. And therefore, it's very easy to be comfortable in the relationships that you have built trust with over the years. And in doing so, make it a little bit more difficult for those who are coming into the market to want to establish a trust relationship with you through your supply chain. Can you tell us, in your view, the work that does need to be done to transform the supply chain, to maybe spread the trust a little bit more and allow other players to establish trust with big business, maybe speaking to your supply chain at SAPI?
Okay. I think the key thing really for me is firstly about when you talk about supply chain transformation is that they need to be an integral part of your value chain. There is no way that you're going to be successful if you say that you're creating these entrepreneurs, but they must be in the lower risk of the business in terms of contributing to your profitability and the rest. They must be part of that value chain because they add value to your organization. The second part in terms of the question, in response to your question, is the fact that there's this developed trust over time. Business has changed significantly. You either remain as you are or you move with the people who are more progressive. So if you want to be progressive, you have to introduce new things. And therefore, you need to freshen up, if I may use that word lightly, your supply chain with new people, with new ideas on how to do business. And it's risky, yes, I agree, but business is about risk and rewards. So there's nothing new about it. For me, it's a moot point. So if I may make an example in terms of one of our flagship projects that we've been having for many years. And I heard a lot of people talking about agriculture and the rest. It's in the agricultural environment, but a different take on it is that it's in the forestry. SAPI it gets about 60% of its input costs from timber. So we've got close to 1,902 entrepreneurs in South Africa growing timber, and mostly they're in the rural area, and mostly are women, black women. And this, over time, has contributed to them contributing to SAPI's value chain in terms of more than 20% of our requirements. But it's successful because it's part of the value chain. It's not an isolated, orphaned project like many of the CSI programs they are. The second thing I need to mention is that if you want a sustainable enterprise development, you need to have what I call package approach in terms of the support. And I'll just mention some of the things that I'm talking about. Firstly, we heard about access to finance. As an organization or company, you need to commit to be able to do that, because we know it's a reality that entrepreneurs, initially, they're not bankable. It's a reality. So SAPI, in this respect, we are committed by providing that funding, interest-free for that matter. We also provide the CAPEX or capital infrastructure that's needed for them to produce the goods that they supply to us, and we've been doing that for many years. And there's also non-financial contribution. You cannot do it at arm's length by getting consultants to come and do it for you. It's not sustainable. When they leave, it collapses. So we've got about 50 dedicated full-time resources that are supporting this program nationally at a cost of about 60 million per annum. So, and the last thing that I want to mention, we're talking about trust between established and the entrepreneurs, is that you need to have a conversation and partnership with your established supplier base. Because the reality, you only have this cake to share. If you bring in entrepreneurs, they're going to cannibalize whatever they had. So it's not about them losing the business, it's together making a sustainable journey together. And I think incentivize those established suppliers. If it's eroded their business, then extend their contracts for longer term so that they can still, come at where they started.
All right.
So it's about opportunities, looking at things differently. Last one is that you need to improve ease of doing business. There's no point in bringing an entrepreneur and you're still caught in barriers such as bureaucratic, administrative, paperwork, and the rest. You need to simplify these processes so that it's easy to do business with the likes of the corporates. And also part of it is look at technology. There's a lot of technology enablement that eliminates that administrative burden. And in our case with this Khulisa program, we're providing mobile telephony as well as mobile apps related to their field of agriculture, where they can communicate as well as self-service and transact with the organization.
All right, all right. Thank you. Omondi, to bring you in, sir, and still sticking to the same issue of transforming the supply chain and bringing more young businesses in that supply chain and bringing more women-owned businesses in that supply chain. I'm interested in how you managed to do it at Diageo. I imagine that it took a bit of work. It took a bit of changing of the mindsets of the guards at the time. Can you just share with us that experience and how you did manage to achieve that, such that the product that Diageo got to make its wonderful drinks were more locally sourced?
Yes, so I think it starts from leadership. So Diageo in 2013, similar to Safaricom, our Africa leadership from our Africa president decided that was the direction we were going to go. So when we began, we were still making those wonderful products, but we were sourcing about less than half from Africa. I mean, we could continue like that for decades. So I think the leadership is quite important. I think that's why I'm glad to join sessions like this, because we need more African business leaders who take those bold steps. And the second bit is that they made it public, right? So it wasn't like an internal decision which we could change every year and change the target. The goal was we wanted by 2020 to source 80% of our products locally. And that was made public to investors. It was made public to the communities where we're operating, to government. So there was accountability because people knew this was the direction, this is what Diageo wanted to do, and therefore the whole business rallies around that goal. So let me go a little bit into the how. I think the how is where a lot of times these things get very, very murky because at the bottom of our supply chain was still smallholder farmers. Let me give an example of Ethiopia. So when we were in Ethiopia, we needed to source about 10,000 tons of barley. And when we began, we were sourcing zero. And if you look at that market, you got millions and millions of farmers, maybe tens of thousands of barley farmers, but they're small. So the how was really, really important. It was around organizing farmers into groups, back to the point that was made earlier, being very package focused to say if smallholders are going to then deliver value to the business, then we need to actually make sure they can grow the crop, they can harvest it, transport it, deliver it. And that created a lot of business actually for a lot of people, including young people. So I think the experience was that it requires leadership. It requires investment. We invested millions of dollars every year in terms of making this work. In the first years, we lost money. So it wasn't a very rosy story from day one. But I'm glad to say that Fifi, overall, when you look at the current situation, Diageo, where I worked before, actually makes more money sourcing locally than importing. So it's actually, at the end of the day, a very solid business proposition. So back to supply chains, I think the leadership is quite important. If we want to say that big business needs to source from young people, it needs to be an actual business mission to say, it's not just about, if I'm in DigiFarm, it's not about just how much I source, it's measuring how much do I actually source from young people. If it's about gender, it's about measuring how much do I actually source from women farmers. and then making that an actual target. Because in business, unless it's a target, we are basically not going to be focused on it. So I think the leadership was quite important. The investment was critical at the end of the day. And then what we found out was that actually a lot of the farmers and young entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs in Africa are actually quite reliable. They're actually quite trustworthy. Our repayment rates in Ethiopia for finance was about 95% within 3 years. So we come from below 50 to 97%, 95% within 3 years' time. So I think there's a lot of misconceptions about the young entrepreneurs and the farmers and this informal sector that actually, if you deploy capital, you not get it back. But I think those misconceptions need to be treated using data by big business actually then investing behind them and making them work. And I know I've taken a lot of airtime on this, but it's not just a job for the bankers, So you don't just say, look, we want to get the supply chain figured out, financing figured out, let's get the bankers to do it. I think everybody needs to put a skin in the game so the bankers feel comfortable to actually invest behind it as well.
All right, okay, noted. Just a quick one, any questions from the audience thus far? There's a hand that's been raised there. Ma'am, do we have mics? Just so that the virtual attendees can also hear you.
Hi.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much for the experience insights by the speakers. Just some questions for the lady from Nedbank, in particular, and perhaps Happy. I've just completed my business education, and of course, business is focused to a large extent on shareholders. Shareholders have a share, they have a vested share in the businesses that you contribute and participate in. And my question is, reading some of the Nedbank annual reports, reading Old Mutual annual reports, reading SAPI annual reports, etc., is that what do shareholders ask at shareholders meetings, at the shareholder forums, to entrepreneurs by yourselves as to what is the value that you're delivering to the entrepreneurs? I commend some of the initiatives that I've heard from Diageo, from Nedbank, from SAPI. I actually know the SAPI one quite well. But yeah, are they educating themselves? Because then they might have a better understanding and appreciation of what it is that their investment is contributing to, and more actually understanding of what their share is worth from a sustainability perspective. Thank you.
Okay, that's a good question, actually. Do they ask about the value, or is it just about the profits, in your view?
So I just want to understand the question properly.
So she was asking, what do shareholders ask at the various the big meetings, the annual meetings, or the results meetings? What do shareholders ask about the value that their shareholding is actually creating for entrepreneurs? Just last week, there was a research report by PwC that said that investors would actually be willing to divest from companies that were not upping or pulling up their socks when it came to their ESG scoring. So to that point, have some of your shareholders been asking critical questions about the value that Nedbank and SAPI is creating? If we can just keep it very brief. Maybe Nat, to begin with you.
So I think it's all part and parcel of that whole developmental process.
Cool.
We absolutely, from a mentorship point of view, guide and actually assist the businesses in terms of their understanding, and that's a joint learning process. So I think depending on the industry, the sector, we bring specialists on so that that expertise is transferred so that the businesses know exactly what to ask and when, and are able to succinctly zone in on the key factors of what they should be tracking and tracing. But it is absolutely a journey. I think it's about who's actually on board. Depending on the size of the business, the industry, then we would bring in relevant people to support. So I hear you. It's entirely dependent on the business, the industry, and what sort of support we're actually providing.
Perfect. Nat, very brief.
Yeah, I'll do a disclaimer first. I don't attend those meetings, but I can tell you that for SAPI, it's part of the license to operate. And the reason I'm saying that is whatever we do is anchored on the Sustainability UN SDG. And those conversation is that if you can't do some of these things, your profit, you won't even realize it. And in fact, you won't even get a license to be able to run a business in South Africa. So for me, it's a no-brainer, because really by doing that well, you create value, you've got stable communities, you deal with job creation and economic activities within the communities where you operate, and it translates into the value of the share, because even investors, though, other than your shareholders, look at it to say, what is SAPI doing responsibly as a company?
Okay, got it. Bright, sir, hope you're still with us. I mean, we've been doing quite a bit of talking in the past hour. We've got 5 minutes left. In this 5 minutes, I'd like to ask what actions going forward, less talking, but what actions going forward should we take, and what actions are you committing to taking, sir, to ensure more impact in supporting young entrepreneurs?
So I think that the point has been made repeatedly that we have to take a value chain perspective to all of this discussion, and that is important. The only challenge is that it's still a very fragmented continent. It's fragmented not only in terms of the way that industry behaves, we've been talking about that for an hour now, but it's also fragmented because the geographies themselves are not always very viable units for economic production. So the Continental Free Trade Agreement is very critical. Now, we've had different trade liberalization schemes for many years, and they have not had the transformative impact that they've had. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, what is it about the AFTA, apart from the added agency that it provides, that could lead to a situation where small businesses use Africa as a springboard to build competitiveness? Because export capacity building has all around the world been the engine driver for economic transformation everywhere we've gone. If you look at South Korea, if you look at Germany, look at all of these other countries, it's building export capacity that made their firms very competitive. Now, because the global value chain ecosystem is not very favorable to us as African SMEs and African startups, we have to start with the African value chain network. And that value chain network means, therefore, that beyond just talking about what we can do with big businesses within our own country, we have to take a more regional perspective. And people like myself have been very active in trying to say, how do we use informal business networks as the operating system for building regional value chains? And how do we build friendships across the border? How do we use organizations like Shared Value Network that is emerging, these normative networks that are emerging? How do we use that as the foundation to build large-scale informal business networks across the whole continent? So if our friends in Malawi are more likely to be able to do business in Malawi, and often we don't pay enough attention to those cultural linkages. I think as far as regional value chains in economic terms is concerned, culture is precedent. So building that Pan-African cultural movement, that mindset that we want, is more critical than ever. Lastly, within our own countries as small businesses, we constitute a political force because the vast majority of businesses are small businesses. The vast majority of entrepreneurial activities, one man, one woman businesses and the like. Small enterprises, therefore, if they become politically awakened, I think can have a huge impact on the policies that are made, which will then have a recycling effect across the board, whether it's access to finance, improve access to markets, improve access to improve regulations that will address.
Right,
like
I'm going to have to jump in there. So sorry, it's just this tick clock is coming in, but got you. Small businesses need to be a little bit more politically woke, perhaps going forward, and therefore the pressure is on. In a 27-character tweet, first sentence. Just what are you leaving us with in terms of the actions that we can take to be more impactful in growing young entrepreneurs? 27 characters, Beatrice.
Yes, I think we have to keep pressure on the public sector and the private sector to maintain the dialogue, but to go from talking to action by creating the mechanism that will support the startup.
Perfect. Keep pressure on the public and the private sector to maintain the dialogue. Namala?
I think that we're all about rebuilding and redefining, and I urge entrepreneurs to do the homework, ask the questions that needs to be asked.
Okay. Rebuild, redefine, do the homework, and ask the questions. Nat?
Yeah, collaborate more. Big business, public sector, even ourselves in the region, we need to make sure that we create more opportunities and work together, simplify the systems and harmonize the way we do it so that we can then talk about the rest of Africa.
Okay. Collaborate more, simplify the processes so we can work better together. Omondi, sir, 10 seconds.
Yes, I think we have to digitize to transform. There's a lot of value for data, and that's an area we need to be much, much better than we are at the moment.
Okay. Digitize, transform, maximize the value from data. Thank you, and thank you for being on time. That brings this discussion to a close. I'd like to thank all of you. Please, a round of applause to the panelists. Handing it back to the wonderful host, Simba and Mumbi. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Fifi, and thank you all the members from this very excellent panel. What a rich discussion. There's so many points that we can reflect on. You know, we've talked a lot today about partnerships, and I think that people in this room and those who are joining us online have much more experience than I do about partnerships. But the little experience I do know about it is that, yes, they can unlock a lot of opportunities, but the experience sometimes also tends to be rather complex, so to say. So I think even as we think about what those partnerships look like, I think it's also thinking about how do we make them work. Another thing I also thought of, just building up on that discussion on what are shareholders asking about. You know, I don't know whether people saw that, you know, one of the most heavily criticized companies right now is ExxonMobil. And they have an investor who owns about 0.02% of the entire stock. And that investor is called Engine One. It's a hedge fund, and they are actively pushing for ExxonMobil to replace its entire board. So, because of course, the reason behind that being that ExxonMobil is not moving quickly enough to move away from fossil fuels. So yes, I think that there's a renewed understanding from the shareholder that they do need to take into consideration where their money goes. And I feel that even here locally or regionally, there is that discussion starting. It may be slow, but we're going to get there. I also wanted to reflect a little bit on what Mr. Simon said, and I just will connect it to what I had mentioned earlier today, which is how, and he has said it very well, how do we enable more strong collaborations between MSMEs? What does that look like regionally? Okay, and this is where this aspect of trust comes in. And we've talked today a lot about putting in the structural mechanisms, having the agreement in place. We've talked about, you know, access to finance, affordable finance. But perhaps what we also need to think more strongly about is when we're talking about this African unity, having an African identity, north to south, what does that mean? And what does it take for us to entirely feel connected as a people? Because I do think if we don't think about that, then these other things become very difficult to implement. Also, there was a talk about a paradigm shift, an entrepreneurial mindset. This is something, again, we, you know, as also higher education institutions are rather becoming obsessed with. How do we make our students more daring, more courageous, more willing to be job creators and not just people going into different sectors looking for work? It's complex. it's complex, but I think that also when I look at South African universities, I'm happy to say that some strides are being taken towards that end. Before I bring Simba in also to give his observations, I just wanted to bring in this aspect that has been coming out through the day as well. Being a woman and being a woman in business. And we've talked a lot about this. I think we will continue to talk about it tomorrow. It is one of the SDGs that we are very much going to discuss in this summit. But it's starting by asking, when we were talking about, things probably now are better for women, but then when I look at the gender gap report, the dimension of economic participation and inclusion is the second largest gap that women are experiencing. So it's a different time. I do think a lot of women have it easier than it was before, and before is relative. But there are still barriers. So the question then is, as we're thinking about opening up the economy, cooperation, partnership, how then do we open this up for everybody so that everybody can benefit? I'll bring in Simba also, just to provide some ideas on what has been discussed so far. As I said, I can talk about this endlessly, so I do not want to overwhelm people. But Simba, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I think as I introduce the next session, which is breaking down barriers, I think the interesting thing that I've observed is growing up, I think, Pat, there was a description of how when you did agriculture or you did woodwork or you did building in high school, it was mainly because you're not so bright. But now, many years later, after high school, those same guys are becoming the people that employ us boffins to count their money, if you happen to be an accountant. But also, there was a lot of talk about SMEs or large companies bringing in SMEs as part of the value chain. And I always say, sometimes it should also be balanced as well, in that SMEs should also be encouraged to establish their own value chains, because the SMEs don't work very well together, right? If I start to supply, for argument's sake, SAPI, or I start to supply AB InBev, or I start to supply Old Mutual, I tend to want to do it alone and show off to the rest of my friends, right? I never ever think that we must establish our own ecosystems as SMEs that will give us enough critical mass for the enterprise division of a Nedbank, a Standard, or an Absa Bank to then view you as bankable as well. Also, let's look at the governance structures of the companies that we're also supporting as well. It's also difficult for a bank to lend to Simba Muriro Enterprises when I don't have the right structures, governance, the right accounting tools as part of my business, right? So I'm not saying that I should be able to afford to hire an accountant or to hire a lawyer, but that's also an opportunity for me to pretty much give consulting gigs to my colleagues who happen to be experts in accounting, the back of house services as well, to create that critical mass. Procurement also must lead to bankability, right? So larger companies should be able to forward their balance sheets to allow their suppliers which do not have strong balance sheets to be able to access financing as well. And then the misconception about young entrepreneurs, I think we also must be critical and accept the fact that, yes, in some cases we have success stories, but in other cases we also have horror stories of loans and investors' money that does get lost. I think we must always strike a balance and say, listen, as much as we want to support young entrepreneurs, but we must also face the reality and the risks that are there to support these young businesses and educate them on why, for example, in my country, just like South Africa, the banks are anti-greenfield. We quite frankly don't lend to new startups. And when I went into banking, I was very adverse to it, but now that I'm on the inside, I can understand why, and that lots of money tends to be lost, right? And it's not only the banks that get held back, but it's the regulatory environment as well. Who then answers to the Reserve Bank of South Africa? Who then answers to whichever regulatory agency or the Ministry of Finance. Because it's all well and good when it's probably election year, or it's all well and good when you can take pictures. But the day your financial results come back and you've got non-performing loans that are above a certain percentage, people now have to defend those with their lives. So is this something that SMEs also understand? So in light of this, I'd like to bring in the last panel discussions, breaking down barriers, and hopefully from the previous discussion and some of the thought-provoking comments and questions that have come about, they can show us how they're doing it and show the audiences online, tuning in, how they've come about it. And our facilitator for this will be Andrew Akoto Ado. Andrews, I'll just use your first name before I murder your last name, is impact-oriented and passionate about leadership, social entrepreneurship, and business development. He serves as a business developer and startup consultant in Ghana, which from Zimbabwe, we always say Ghana are our in-laws. He's primarily engaged in startup incubation, acceleration, startup business advisory support. You got one hell of a headache, mate, because I work with startups, so they can be a headache. But welcome, Andrew, and good luck with your panel.
As they come up, sorry, Andrew, I just want to say, please take note of their beautiful outfits. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Simba. Thank you, Mumbi. Awesome. Okay, so that's been a very exciting day, personally, and I'm sure that everybody is enjoying themselves with the insights, with the depth of knowledge being shared here, especially for the conversation that just ended. When I think about big business and entrepreneurship, there's a lot of things that run to my mind. I mean, as someone in the space, startup development and also acceleration programs, being an incubator myself, and also someone who actually look for the investment for these early stage and later stage startups. It's kind of very difficult creating that linkages with big business. So I found it so insightful, and thank you all. And also, just to reiterate the comments passed by, sorry, I might not be able to mention the name, Omombi. He said big business must deploy capital for the startups. And that's part of the challenge in our part of the world, where startups are finding it very difficult to access capital. The talent business development support program, tailored business development support program. So kudos to Nemala. I think you're doing amazing work as an accelerator also. So at this juncture, I think I have to welcome our entrepreneurs. They're wonderful people, young people that are breaking down barriers and doing a lot in the space. The first to actually sit with me is my brother from Nigeria, Ben Okpala. These are entrepreneurs that have been a part of the first cohort of the Purpose Playbook training, and then also the second cohort of the Shared Value Purpose Playbook training. Thank you very much, Ben. Ben is the co-founder of Kiru Energy in Nigeria. Kiru does a lot in the space of renewable energy, solar, and then also making sure that Nigeria gets everybody electrified. All right? Okay. We are facing that challenge here, right? So we need more electricity. Okay, so the next is Dr. Edmond Amu. Edmond is a Ghanaian, my fellow Ghanaian. He's a co-CEO of and head of clinical department, Kinok Herbal, in Ghana. Thank you very much, Enoch. Please, let's give it up. It's not easy to sit here, actually. Let me say it's not easy to sit here. Kudos to all the panelists. I mean, we are young people, so we'd like to make it more exciting, please. Put in more energy also with us, with the claps. Thank you. The next is Francesca Muni, the co-founder for Kofa. Francesca, founder of Kofa from Kenya. Thank you, Francesca. The last, but not the least, Bless Amasechi is the founder of Kwenijom and CEO of Kwenijom. Kwenijom is it's a digital platform, actual agri-tech business in Ghana. Okay, so this conversation is going to be brief, but yet insightful. And It's supposed to actually set the tone for other entrepreneurs, people watching us live, young entrepreneurs in the space to believe in what they are doing, that they can actually achieve, they can actually succeed in their industry. We know the obvious challenges. We are faced with a number of them. So these entrepreneurs are going to give us that more or less like the inspiration that, okay, we faced it, but we overcame it. And this is how we did it, all right? We faced it, we overcame it, and this is how we did it. And so just to reiterate that some of them are, especially the ladies, they are actually in the agricultural space, and I know they were not dropouts, all right? So they are actually educated, and they are practicing it as their passion. And so I'll start from Francesca. Let us know that you didn't drop us from school. I want to appreciate your journey. So how has it been for you leading COFA?
Okay, so is this the 4-minute pitch?
Yeah.
Okay.
COFA, how's it been for you? What's the journey? I mean, tell us the journey, how you started, breaking down those barriers. Did you actually face it? And actually, we know female founders have a lot of challenges. Did you face something closer to telling you that you can't do it? Or you actually faced something that told you that, man, I can't do it, I can't do it. Yeah, that sort of thing.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Francisca Munyi, as he has said, and yes, I'm educated. I hold a master's in social entrepreneurship.
Told you.
And I choose agriculture as the area that I would like to have impact on people's lives. So, COFA is a social enterprise. We recycle vegetative waste. We turn it into fortified compost so that we can hold more moisture and reverse acidity, especially in Kenya. It's a big issue because we have so many of our farmers who are making losses from agriculture because their soil is so degraded. And as we are going to the climate smart system, this is one way of the circular economy that we are looking into. Now, as he's asking whether we have challenges or all COFA had challenges as a woman, I would say there were many. Being in a soil sector space, it was a man's world. Even agriculture still, even now, it's a man's world in Kenya. So also the background I had wasn't agriculture. So it wasn't very easy, but the beautiful thing with being a woman is that when you go humble and you ask the men for help, they are willing to help. So, now, in the spirit of partnership, and talking to the big boys or the big companies that are already here, I would like to give a shared value effect of what would happen if giants like Safaricom and ABSA and Old Mutual would partner with COFA. We are having a project that we are planting 1 million macadamia trees in Western region. And at the moment, Western region, so many of the farmers are so poor, yet they have a lot of idle land. And here we have corporations like Safaricom who are busy planting trees in the forest that at times they don't even monitor how many survive. So macadamia trees being a nut and a hardwood is a tree that when you plant in your farm, it can generate over $60 annually for a farmer. With even just an acre, they would have 100 trees. Now, why COFA is so keen on that one is because when we plant 1 million macadamia trees in that region, we have users for our product, so we have a market for our business. Still, we have a turnover that can be able to attract investors to come and help us scale up COFA's work, which is repairing soils. Number two is that even these big organizations would have a sustainable system for their CSR. Now, what is that effect to the farmer? They will have a steady source of income. We'll still be greening the community. We would be talking about fixing so much carbon in the soils that Kenya would also be recorded in one of those books where we are catering for the environment. Amazing. So in the shared value that I learned in my recent training, and that's why we educated women in agriculture, is that there is a lot to learn.
Let's give it up for the purpose-led training.
And we are really really requesting so many of you who are here today, partner with COFA. Let's give it a trial. And as the banks have said, some of us are not bankable. If I actually had partners who do 1 million trees, the turnover is so much that I have a feeling so many banks would be coming for us and we would become bankable overnight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francesca, for telling us your story, your journey, and then also telling big business that you can do something amazing and they should put their money where the work is.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. All right, so I'm going to go to a gentleman now. Bless thought I was going to her, but Bless, relax, don't worry. All right, so I'm going to go to my Niger man here. He's looking at Igwe. So Igwe, what's the journey for you? I mean, yourself with Kiro Energy. How's it been for you?
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
And also a bit of big business push, so that we.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Andrew. My name is Benedict. I'm from Nigeria. I'm the co-founder of Kiru Energy Limited. Kiru Energy is a clean energy company. So at Kiru, we are developing a digital solution to address the problem of power instability, unreliability, and unaffordability. So we do this by connecting our customers to our solar smart grid system via our mobile application, which grants our customers access to buy energy on demand using a pay-as-you-go model. So with our solution, the customer does not get to pay for the high initial capital involved in setting up a solar energy system. So why do we do what we do at Kiru? From IMF reports, 2019, they stated clearly that Nigerian businesses alone loan on a loss of $29 billion annually. And I was particularly intrigued by a statement when they were introducing this company on the TV ads, Jami. They stated that 48% of Nigerian GDP comes from SMEs. So you can imagine how these SMEs, which are part of this Nigerian business, that lose $29 billion annually. So anybody that comes from Nigeria, you know that power is a very big problem. And that's where Kiru comes in. Another important thing to note is the awareness for use of clean energy is already there, but the big challenge is how many average homes and businesses can afford clean energy solutions? These things are very expensive. So this is exactly where Kiru comes in. We are getting renewable energy down to the lowest person in the society. So a little bit about our history. We started back in my school days with my co-founder, 2018. So when we started as Unicycle. That's our initial name. At Unicycle, we focused on waste management and recycling. So towards 2019, we transitioned and pivoted into a full energy company. So that was when we are registered in Nigeria as a fully incorporated business. So moving forward, by late 2020, we discovered that the name Unicycle does not resonate with our purpose and our philosophy. Thanks to the purpose training that, purpose playbook training that gave us the direction we wanted and then opened our mind. So by mid-2021 this year, we decided to go into a full rebranding of our company. And that's where Kiru Energy was born. So the name Kiru actually came from an Igbo expression. I'm from the southeastern part of Nigeria. That's why you see me dressed like this. There is this expression said in Kiruka, means greater lies ahead, or you could say the future is better. So that's where we carved the Kiru for, because we believe that we are a future of energy in Nigeria. So our vision is to be the prime provider of clean and sustainable electricity across Africa. Awesome. So starting growing a company in Nigeria as a student has not been all rosy for us, personally, in terms of access to funding, in terms of financing and support. It was not easy for us. We had a lot of challenges, trying to pitch your ideas. There was a time we just had half-baked ideas and the vibes. So it wasn't easy for us. So secondly, I and my co-founder, we have technical backgrounds. I myself am an electrical electronics engineering by training. So you can imagine someone from the technical field trying to dive into business. So it wasn't easy for us, but we got the motivation, personally for ourselves. We are particularly interested in what we do. We have this change makers mindset, and that's actually what kept us moving.
Awesome.
So I would say that so far so good. Things have been going well. By 2019, we started getting some fundings. I think remember the first time we got some grants from this company, Sigma Pensions. Thanks to them, they gave us a sum of $620. It was like a mind blowing for us. Like someone gave you money for just pitching your business for 5 minutes. Wow, that's wonderful. So
we touch base with the mind-blowing aspects of your business.
Yeah.
All right. But I'm particularly excited about you finding that name that resonates with the culture. I mean, where you come from.
Yeah.
Is that what lighten the world or light
Nkiruka?
Nkiruka.
Nkiruka meaning better days ahead, or the future is brighter.
One Africa, one voice. All right. Nkiruka. We all say it. Nkiruka. Brighter days ahead.
Better days ahead.
Better days
ahead, yeah.
Awesome. So we've learned something here. Nigerian Igbo word, Nkiruka. Thank you very much for that story.
Thank you.
Edmond, what's your journey? How has it been? And what can you share with us?
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here today. I would like to thank Tiki and the Shared Value Academy for having us. So our story started as Kinnock HG Herbal Clinic. And Kinnock HG Herbal Clinic, we're a herbal company based in Ghana. We manufacture scientific-based herbal medicines from medicinal plants that are cultivated. We also have 3 clinics in 3 different regions in Ghana. Then we also run mobile clinic where we go to communities where access to basic healthcare is poor. There we offer health educations to the community, we run health screenings, then we give them herbal medications for treatments. We are also venturing into medicinal plant farming, where we cultivate plants that we use in manufacturing our own medicines. So Kinnock HG Herbal Clinic started as Kinnock Herbal Services and HG Herbal Clinic. My colleague, Dr. Enoch, and I were unemployed graduates of KNUST, that's Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. And we decided to partner in order to at least open a company that would create employment for us and others like us. Because in Ghana, most of the health sectors are unemployed, such as the lab technicians, the community health nurses, and the nurses in general. Unemployment is very high, so creating something could help us and help them as well. So my colleague and I, starting up individually was very challenging. We were not able to get funds for ourselves, but when we partnered, we were able to join the resources that we had. And we were fortunate to be winners of entrepreneurship challenges, such as the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program and the Youth in Sustainable Development Challenge. And my partner and I, we have the passion to serve our community. That's one driving force that connected us both. So we try as much as possible to recruit people of similar passion. Joining the Shared Value Academy was very, very, very impactful for us because we were able to define our purpose, which is promoting good health. And this purpose resonates very well with our clients, our partners, and also our workers. Being an entrepreneur has never been easy, more so in this COVID-19 pandemic era. And our health screening that we were going on, we had a challenge with it when lockdown came. We couldn't go on these health screenings, so we had to take a different approach to this. So what we did is we connected with community health nurses via social media and started piloted community-based clinics. So what we do is we send basic laboratory test materials such as the typhoid test, the malaria test, the BP monitoring devices, and the blood sugar monitoring devices, among others, to the communities so that the community health nurses would perform the test over there for their community. Then we come in, consult via phone or WhatsApp, prescribe the appropriate medications for the clients. Then we also do feedback. We take feedback from the clients, whether they are feeling better, whether they are improving, and how the services that they are getting at the community is to them.
Fantastic.
We made a lot of mistakes along the way, but it's expected as young entrepreneurs. And this served as a point to at least help us grow and help us know what not to repeat in our endeavors. So our dream is to make our products accessible in Africa and the world at large, and we encourage partners to come and join us in realizing this dream. And I would also like to tell our young entrepreneurs that entrepreneurship is not easy. You would face numerous challenges, but I know there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
Awesome. So you have just touched base on Nkuruka. There's light indeed. Better days ahead. Thank you so much for that experience shared there. Bless, what's the story? How's it been for you building Kwenijum?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. My name is Bless Amasachi, and I am the co-founder of Kwenijum. So it's a core team of 4. And the journey so far, I should say, has not been easy. So my journey in the, let me say a bit about my background, so my educational background. So I am a product of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. I have a BA degree in tourism, and then I have a postgraduate certificate in entrepreneurship in the emerging economies from Harvard. So I've done nothing.
Our entrepreneurs are really educated.
So I have done nothing in tech or agriculture to be in this space that I'm in. So our journey began last year, before the pandemic, early last year, like somewhere in January, where we were tasked by Cosmos Innovation Center, powered by Cosmos Energy, in the Agri-Tech Challenge to go around Ghana and then speak to farmers and find out problems they faced in the agri value chain, and then come back to build a business that, tackles those challenges. And I was able to fit into this space mainly because of that opportunity. I had the chance to partner with people from various skills background. So in my team, for example, I am the marketing person, so I'm more of a business-oriented person. I don't have any background in tech or agri, like I said, but there's somebody who has a tech background, there's another who has an economics background, and there's somebody who has an agri background. So we combined all our skill sets and then came up with this web-based platform, Kwenijum, that aims to tackle challenges farmers in remote communities in Ghana. In Ghana, most of our farming communities are based in the remote parts where it's not more trouble, like their roads are really bad. So these farmers don't have it easy, like getting their produce to the market centers in the big towns where they are needed. But, the irony of that too is that a lot of the produce that they make, like, ends up rotting on the farms, and then just a small portion of it ends up in, like, the towns, and then they become expensive for those who purchase. So that was where we had to come in to bridge that gap between the farmers on one hand and then consumers. So the journey so far has not been easy, like I said. In the initial stages, Cosmos Energy founded the research process, but after that, it's been bootstrapping from the team. We had to be funding everything by ourselves, and that's not easy. So, I'm here today to, let's say, build partnerships and friendships and network into relationships that will make our business strong and then push us forward.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Bless. So I get that impression from you. I mean, you did not find yourself in agriculture because, of bad luck.
No.
Or not going to school, but you rather found yourself in agriculture out of identify certain passion based on what a big business like Cosmos created an innovation program for you to be a part of. You joined the team, and then you discovered the idea. You found a problem, and then you tailored a solution towards that problem. It is something that we always want to encourage entrepreneurs to. Entrepreneurs are actually solution providers, right? Yeah. They find problems, they find a solution for those problems. And then we also ask ourselves, where is the money to scale up those solutions? So in your case, I mean, what was probably the biggest challenge for you after identifying that problem, gathering knowledge and insight to tailor a solution towards it, building something like a web-based platform to create access for farmers from remote areas to be able to, I mean, take their produce to their intended market. Yeah. What's the one challenge that you faced that actually nearly, maybe if nearly, took you out of your space, or did it actually re-energize you to be like, hey, I want to continue regardless? Or did you find a big business to give you something?
Okay, so to us, the big problem, even though I said that we were bootstrapping, was not finance, but rather more knowledge on what we were working on.
Awesome.
And so that was why I was so excited to be picked by Tiki and her team to be part of the cohorts that took part in the
Purpose Playbook.
Yeah, because that program really was an eye-opener. We realized that there was still a lot we needed to learn on what we're doing. So, for example, at a point, Tiki had to rephrase our slogan. So at first, we were saying, eat fresh every day. But after going through the training, we realized that what we're doing was more than what our slogan was saying. So together, we rephrased it to premium products, faster delivery. And then again, we realized that there was still more we could do after doing the Purpose Playbook training. There was still more we could do to help these farmers in terms of only getting them faster markets. So we decided to scale and then add on 2 other services that was very relevant to them.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. I mean, knowledge is very important, so you had that. Let me comment about, I wanted to say this because it has been on my mind. I like your outfit, Francesca. We like her outfit, right? Amazing. I had to say it before asking her the question, you know, it was really on my mind. I love it. Francesca, yes. One huge challenge, the barrier that you had to overcome. I mean, this conversation is about agile. We've heard people like Bright Simmons, the previous panelists, highlight the need for entrepreneurs to be agile, to be quick in their thinking, to find a way of processing certain things within their business, to even attract the big business, or probably find big business, certain loopholes or certain things that big business does that they can integrate or capitalize on to be able to scale. What is your barrier? Did you find something? Are you actually handling or trying to solve something within your scope of operation that you can actually share with us and inspire somebody out there for us?
Yeah, I would say for COFA, the biggest challenge we had was when we discovered that the big issue with the yields for the farmers was the soil. And most of the institutions were not really aware back in 2009 that soil fertility was a big issue in Kenya. We created the products thinking that we would just go from our COFA products to the farmers, but then we had to go through research and approval by the government. It wasn't very affordable at that time. Going around hunting for funds or people to support us wasn't easy because everybody kept asking, so what are you doing? And they say, no, we are repairing soils. Oh, soil is sick. And it was almost funny for them. It wasn't funny for us. And then the next question was, your turnover is so small. So how do we get a big turnover when we don't have money to get the approvals and reach to the market? So we were in between a hard rock and a very serious stone, and it wasn't very funny. But now why I'm saying about partnerships, and why I would encourage so many small entrepreneurs to partner with others, even other SMEs.
Wonderful.
And then grow a little bit and now be able to have presentable figures is because the investors only want to check the figures. The impact investors also want to check how many farmers have you helped? How do I reach to so many farmers when I can't afford the fare to go to them? Then when we come to the big giants, they have no time to even listen to, what are you talking about? So we want to plant the trees. We don't have to add organic inputs to keep this tree alive. All they want to do is to plant a tree. So we are telling them, if we partnered and we planted that tree that they want, but we plant the tree that we choose, because the farmer now will gain, the farmer will take care of the tree. So there will be survival. Then as we'll have the revenues, then the investor will see the figures and will scale up. After Kenya, we can go everywhere in Africa.
Wow.
We still need food and clean food for everyone.
Amazing. We still need food and clean food for everyone. I love it. Awesome. Did a lot of work there, trying to connect research, connect other SMEs. I mean, this is great. And this can only be done by an entrepreneur, an agile entrepreneur as such. Thanks so much. Let me talk to Igwe. Igwe, what is the one challenge that Kiru faced in your development phase that you can actually point to and be like, this challenge, this barrier that we overcame is the springing board, or it's like the springboard of our success or intended successes that we will possibly chalk? What can you share with us?
Okay. One particular challenge I think we faced was the same challenge that most entrepreneurs face. There's this saying that it's easy to have a $1 billion idea, but transforming that $1 billion idea to a $1 billion company, that's where the work comes in. So starting off, we had ideas, but there's always this friction the moment you are trying to get to that level where you prototype your idea and you prove your concept. So I just kind of shortened our history. Well, when we started, there were a lot of things we had in mind, moving forward. There was a time we talked about installation. There was a time we talked about going into hardware manufacturing of inverter systems, designing it ourselves. There's a lot we've done in the past. And that's kind of, each time we do this, it's kind of, we spend a lot of time trying to iterate, trying to grow the idea. At the end, everything flops. So one major method that we use is that our flexibility. So we are very, very flexible to knowledge. We are not very orthodox and strict to a particular belief system. We believe so much that you need to build a profitable business, and for you to do that as an entrepreneur, you need that flexibility in idea. So, and that's what got us to where we are, based on the new product model we are doing right now. So that flexibility of ours, that helps us to, navigate through those challenges of growing a business from that idea level to the prototype level and then commercialization. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that journey. There is the idea conceptualization. There is the identifying a prototype, a minimum viable product, something that the investor will see there and be like, okay, you want to do something.
Yeah.
I mean, that growth pattern and finding that the inspiration to continue within that space. As a business developer, I'll say, pat at your back, kudos, man.
Thank you.
All right. Edmond, what is, I mean, the same question, right? Yeah. You get the rationale already. Point us to one challenge, the barrier that you had to overcome. Was it from the government? I mean, I'm sorry. Sorry, government. So tell us something, a barrier you overcame.
Okay, so one major challenges that we had is, herbal medicine, it's something new.
Exactly.
In the professional space, it's something new. Normally, when you come to Ghana, when we say a herbalist or someone who is a herbalist, it's a sort of a traditional person sitting somewhere preparing concoctions and others. So the perception of herbal medicine was very bad. And we were new coming out of university, and when you hear, oh, someone has attended university and is now a medical herbalist, you wonder, is he the same as the one preparing concoctions in some corner? So, yes, that was very, very challenging. So what we did was we tried to educate the community. Normally, when we go on these screenings, we have PA systems that we talk to them. We tell them now herbal medicine is something that is being taught in universities. We've added scientific methods to it, scientific backing, and whatever we do or whatever we bring out has the scientific basis, and they are approved to be used for medicines. Then when it came to registering our products, we had a lot of challenges there. Because the bureaucracy in Ghana, normally when it comes to registering products, the giants or the big companies have it easy. But when you are starting up to register a product in Ghana, it wasn't easy at all. Our products are 3 actually, and it took us close to 2 years just to register these products. And it was because of all this bureaucracy, the processes that you have to go through, that I would say bigger companies didn't go through. But fortunately for us, we were able to sail through them and bring the products out.
Awesome. I'm happy to know you're able to overcome those barriers. I mean, those systems that are in place. Bureaucratic, I don't want to, okay, let me hold myself. Thank you. But we want to actually talk to public sector people. That's part of the things that keeps entrepreneurs like this in the space to want to even do what they want to do is when you are a bit flexible. Build systems that encourages someone to want to build a business. I mean, we are currently going along the trajectory that we need more job creators. The youth unemployment rate is ever increasing than ever. And Africa is fully youth. And the youth must be given the chance. So this is just my advocacy. All right, we need you. Thank you for listening. All those online also, we want to say thank you all for following. And please continue to follow the conversation. Hashtag ASVLS2021. No, 21, right? ASVLS21. Continue encouraging other young entrepreneurs to follow through. Tell a friend to tell another friend that we are having conversations about how entrepreneurs are overcoming barriers. And it's amazing. At this material moment, I want us to share an inspiration, okay? This is something that you have to say it from your stomach, from the bottom of your heart, that entrepreneurship is doable, that somebody out there can do it. They should put their mind to something in your own words. I mean, I like talking, but please, say it in your own words. Let me start from Bless. What do you want to say to someone in Ghana, someone in Nigeria, a young person who wants to start a business?
Okay, so I just want to say that the only limits that we have are limits that we place upon ourselves, and that with focus, determination, and resilience, you can achieve whatever endeavor it is that you want to achieve, no matter how difficult it proves to be in the beginning. You always find ways to overcome them in the end.
Fantastic. You did that within a tweet. It's awesome. Let's all follow. I mean, tweeting is like 282 characters, right? So, Francesca.
Okay, what I would like to say to all the entrepreneurs out there is that even if you have a very big dream, if you break it down into small projects that you can be able to do with time, you realize that you are remotivating yourself and you're not feeling like you are fading. Also, when you have a purpose and you find a very happy farmer because he used your product and he got more yields, it makes you now go back to working more and finding ways of how to tackle it. So when we break it down, even when we are fundraising, instead of asking for the big money at once, you can break it into small projects within your big dream, and you'll still get to where you're going.
Thank you so much for that. Edmond.
Okay, so what I would like to say is that entrepreneurs should know that being an entrepreneur, it takes time for you to make it. People feel when you enter the entrepreneurship space, you are supposed to make it in the shortest possible time, but it isn't so. It takes time, and it takes your passion and your determination and the work you put in. That is what is going to make you who you are. And never forget, you would make the mistakes, but let them be something that you learn from, something that would help you grow, and something that would teach you what to do and what not to do. And in the end, you'll be a successful person in future.
Fantastic. Yeah. I like that. Thank you so much. Kiruka, what do you have to share?
Okay, what I want to say is a problem, and I just discovered that most young entrepreneurs used to have, or young minds who want to venture into entrepreneurship. A lot of us always think that you don't have enough knowledge, you don't have sufficient business knowledge, you don't have an MBA, you don't have the funding. But what I want to tell you is, you can't figure it out once. You can't. So you just start with what you have. In the words of Mark Zuckerberg, he said, ideas don't come fully formed. So you can just, with what you know at the moment, you could just start, and then you learn on the go. And that's particularly for me, and because I've been there, I had technical background, wanted to go into business, and I know what it took us. So be courageous enough, be bold enough to take that decision, and at the end, there's always lights at the tunnel. at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you so much, Benedict, for that. Let's give it up for them. All right. Thank you. So thank you all. So this is the time that we'll go to Mentimeter. We are doing this in less than 30 seconds. So let us all go to Mentimeter in our view. What is the biggest challenge African entrepreneurs face? We can simply scan the code or just go to the key words, the code, right? 20380167 and key in that. Is it access to finance and all that? All right, so there are pop-ups so far. We have access to finance, access to market. Finance is top. All right. Access to market, access to funding, and government policies. Government policies being human-friendly, being systems, accurate systems for them to be able to register their business and drive their progress. So thank you all for sharing your story. One thing that came on top of this whole conversation for me is the learning attitude, the knowledge acquisition part of the entrepreneurship process, and the research, partnering with like-minded people to drive the same agenda. I want to say kudos to you all for the efforts that you put in what you're doing. Keep on keeping on, and let's together build Africa and make it great as we all want it to be. So thank you all for listening. Thank all our viewers, all people connecting all over the continent for being a part of the conversation. This is the time that we draw the curtains and say goodbye for now. Thank you. All right.
Oh, thank you very much indeed, Andrew. Actually, the panelists were part of the Purpose Playbook training, which the Shared Value Africa Initiative organized, and I was very happy to be participating there together with Tiki and team, and it's amazing to see them here and talking about their experiences, which we often discussed in those late night classes. So without further ado, we're approaching the end of the program. But before we do so, I would like to invite our next guest to give the closing and the wrap-up. That is Emmanuel Deytumi, President and Chief Copywriter, Human Capital International. Emmanuel Deytumi is one of Africa's most respected authors, corporate trainers, and keynote speakers on subjects such as strategic leadership, creative entrepreneurship education, customer service architecture, and soft skills development. He leads Human Capital International, a people's startups and SMEs-focused development business entity. He has also pioneered the establishment of a number of enterprises and organizations. So as you can see, we really don't have anybody else who is well-placed to give us that closing and wrap up. Welcome, Emmanuel. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much. And I think we've spent almost the whole day here. So let me, rather than making a speech or whatever, I rather want us to leave here with some questions instead. Questions that I believe is a summary of some of the things that we've discussed here. And I'm glad that the young people have attempted to sort of summarize the entire challenges that I think that we all need to start thinking about. So my first question I want to pose as we leave this place to go and reflect and come back tomorrow, we're talking about One Africa, One Voice. My first question is, whose voice are we talking about? When we say One Africa and One Voice, are we talking about the voice of government, the voice of the private sector, the voice of the educated entrepreneurs, the voice of the uneducated entrepreneurs, and what have you? I'm sure if we were to take a poll here and ask the question, how many of us have or know people in our villages that are, for example, into farming, who are not educated, but if we engage them in a focus group discussion on this stage, we will be amazed the kind of revelations, the kind of ideas that would come from the narrative that we've all seen throughout the day. What we are seeing here, ladies and gentlemen, is not new. We've seen it for years. I mean, for most of us who have attended most of these international conferences, The narrative, the discussions are, they just go around like that. So the question is, if we are talking about one Africa, one voice, whose voice are we talking about? We're talking about Africa's shared value. Who defines the value? What does the value mean to us? So these are some of the things that I think that as we go back, we need to start thinking about them. We're talking about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, ladies and gentlemen. And the question that keeps coming to me, and as being a trainer and an entrepreneur myself over 30 years, I asked the question, for example, how do our folks in the villages, for example, participate in Africa Continental Free Trade Area? Take the taxation, for example. I know, for example, in Uganda, where I'm resident now, government is trying to streamline the system whereby you can use technology to do everything. Question is, how many people in Africa, in the informal sector, in the SME, for example, where the majority are women, are technology friendly? And I like what Peter from Safaricom was saying. And in Uganda, one of the things we're trying to do is to pilot a project where, either insurance companies or banks can come up with a mobile phone product where they can give the handset to these women, and then they pay it on an installment basis, but then they can use it from, like he said, from a G or 2G to 4G. They can use their handheld phones to do many of the businesses that are technology friendly. And in our space as human capital, we currently have built a platform that enables people to be trained in the local dialect. So for example, we've commissioned a study where we are selecting 2 dialects in each of the 54 countries, upload them on our platform so that whatever is being taught, whatever is happening here, you can hear them or read them in your local dialect. It doesn't have to be English. And we believe that by so doing, then we bring about inclusiveness, particularly for the women who constitute the majority on the continent and happen to be in the informal sector. So the challenge we're talking about here is, how do we get a lot more of our entrepreneurs within the SME space, ladies and gentlemen, to be inclusive in the things that we are talking about? The next question I want us to ask ourselves, and Maria, this is something that as people in academia, you need to start thinking about. I heard you talking about the fact that you want to train people to become entrepreneurs. I don't think the challenge, I don't think the issue is about people having a challenge of becoming entrepreneurs. The issue is about attitude. Because you see, as an employer myself, if you employ people into your workspace and the attitude is still about 8 to 5, this is not in my job description, and therefore I won't be able to go the extra mile to deliver what needs to be delivered. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to be able to solve the problem. So whilst we are talking about SME development and entrepreneurship development, it is critical for us to also address the issue of attitudinal development. What is value for these young people, for example? Can we help them to develop entrepreneurial mindsets that enables them to appreciate the fact that even though I'm an employee, let me take this business as my own, so that as I grow this business, eventually I can also learn from my employer, so that if I want to become an employer myself, an entrepreneur, I become better. So maybe we need to look at, and of course this discussion has been going on for some time, can academia help us not just create a lot more entrepreneurs, but also make the concept of attitudinal issues, value, integrity, and things of that nature. We can't talk about value system without integrity. We can't talk about value system without integration, helping people to become one and whole, so that we can avoid the issue of non-compliance. People go and take loans from the bank, and the bankers will tell you, I want to buy raw material. The next time you see the guy, he's driving a new car. He's diverted the money. It all comes back to value system. It comes back to integrity. So attitude is so key. So as we go back and reflect, ladies and gentlemen, the question we must ask ourselves is, how do we help our African people, our African young population, to imbibe this concept of attitudinal issues so that together we can build that concept? My last question I want us to pose, and this I may be taken on by some people, and I believe that this is something, but I have to say it. At the age of 57, I'm 57 years old, I've seen a lot in my lifetime. The question is, how do we turn the concept of religion in Africa to become an entrepreneurial, value system? On a Sunday, if you walk on the street of African street, everywhere in Africa, it's quiet. Almost everybody is in church. Monday to Saturday is a different thing altogether. Is it that poverty and Africa and religion has something in common? Or it's a mindset? I leave that to the academicians to research into that. But as we go back, listen, gentlemen, let's all begin to ask ourselves, how do we help our African folks to use entrepreneurship as a tool, not only to drive away poverty, but to create wealth and grow a lot more entrepreneurs in our system? These are my few remarks. Let's go and think about them. Thank you very much. Oh, by the way, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. I think that is a challenge for all of us, myself included. I do have to think about that one, the correlation with poverty, religion. It's one I've also reflected much about. Spot on about the attitudinal change, development of young people. And I think, as you have said, this is something that, and not to bring the talk, because we're really focusing on businesses here, so I don't also want to overwhelm with what universities are doing. But I think there's also a shift where we're asking, where do we place ourselves given these trends? We have a fourth industrial revolution, as Bright Simmons talked about. We have this need to create jobs very rapidly. So where do we then fit in? Because the old model or models of education do not fit into that new world. So I don't want to give comments on comments, but I think for now, my main remarks as we close for the day and reflect on the next upcoming session and tomorrow is just for us to think through some of the things we have had today, some of the experiences that we've shared, that have been shared with us, from our entrepreneurs hungry, to make change on this continent, from Christelle's experience, her agility, her adaptability, her courage, from big business and the perspectives they've given us on how best they can support entrepreneurs, that we do not want to push the entire transformation on one sector or one organ of government, but it must be done collectively. On the potential that a trade agreement across Africa has, and that it will take much more than just having an agreement in place to bring forward the transformation that we need on this continent. My final reflection before also handing over to Simba to share his views is on leadership. That has also gone through several of the discussions, the importance of leadership and at all levels. And even when we reflect on our own experiences as leaders, what are we then doing to catalyze change? It's easy to point out what should be done. I think we tend to do that very well. But what we also want from this summit is where each of us then figure out, okay, it's one Africa, it's one voice. This is the shared value concept. So in whatever it is that I'm doing, how then do I steer forward these ideas? Simba, you can come in here as well.
Thank you, Mumbi. I think on that note, I think it's been a fantastic first day. I think I would not have done the day justice by thanking our sponsors once again, Abbott, ABSA, Enel, Old Mutual, and Safaricom. Also thanking our part of our current members as well, companies that do support and are part of the Shared Value Africa initiative. We're talking of SAPI, we're talking of Nedbank, JC Decor, KCB, some of our sponsors as well, which I've mentioned. We're talking of the Gautrain as well. Without you, this movement wouldn't be possible. We hope that we can sign up more, not only well-established, well-heeled companies, but also SMEs as well, to join us on this particular journey. Now we're going to move on as we close off the day. We've got a light dinner, and then we can move on to the Global Summit that is starting at 5 o'clock. to 8 o'clock, and that's over in the USA, that you can access online. For those that have been here today, thank you very much. Have a light dinner, let's network, let's get to know each other, and we look forward to seeing you on day 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The microphone. Excuse me, sorry. Just a quick one. As we're going for the light dinner, those who are joining in on the evening session, the Global Summit, please make sure that you're back in the room by 10 to 5. That is very important. You can bring in your food in case you won't have finished it, but please, let's just try and keep time. I know it's a tight schedule, but it is well worth it, given the lineup coming up. So see you then at 10 to 5. Thank you.
Good morning, good day, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vuyelo Tsege, and I'm a proud member of the Shared Value Africa Initiative and Shift Impact team. Just to really say a few words before we get going for this evening's program, that a major highlight for us and why we wanted to host the Africa Shared Value Leadership Summit in this format and at this time of the day was specifically because we wanted to be able to align our summit here in Africa with the Global Shared Value Leadership Summit that is about to start any minute now in the US. Because this is part of the global celebrations marking 10 years since the shared value business management concept was developed at Harvard Business School by Professors Michael Porter and Mark Kramer in 2011. So, and what better way to do this for us than to bring up not only one of our members here in Africa, but an organization that is also part of our global shared value network and one of our sponsors. So I'm here just now to introduce to you Lizeka Dlepu, who is a Southern Africa head of Community Relations and Sustainability at Enel Green Power. Lizeka wears many hats and sits on various boards. Just looking at our website and her profile will give you a sense of what that is. But really, she has been with Enel Green Power since 2015 in this role particularly. She's also part of the SVI's own regional steering committee, where she represents Enel as one of our founding members. We are honored to have Sis Lizeka here with us to say a few words, really to get us started as we prepare to connect to the Global Summit and really celebrate with the rest of the world the 10 years of creating shared value. Sis Lizeka.
Thank you, Vuyo. I would like to say good afternoon to everybody here, ladies and gentlemen, and also good morning to those that are still waking up somewhere in the world. I just have to say that it is so good to be here. It's been a while since we have managed to meet physically, and it's quite exciting to be here. I am really proud to be here representing my company, our organization, Enel Green Power. For the past 3 years, Enel Green Power has been a founding member of the Shared Value Africa initiative, demonstrating our commitment to creating shared value on the continent and helping grow the shared value business network across the continent. We are proud to be amongst the sponsors. We are proud to be among the sponsors of this 5th installment of the Africa Shared Value Leadership Summit. What an awesome journey this has been. From the time we met Tiki in 2016, it's really been an enriching experience to be part of this. As Enel Green Power, we are celebrated globally as a shared value organization. In fact, we are also a proud member of the Global Summit. And, we have demonstrated through our work that profit with purpose is one of the most powerful ways to effect change globally. Now, let me just tell you something that, share with you something that we have done in terms of measuring the change globally. So what then we did to demonstrate this change and demonstrate the link between social, environmental, and financial performance, Enel Foundation, in collaboration with Professor Mark Kramer, the FSG, Harvard Business School, members of the Shared Value Initiative, and just the Enel Group, we carried out a research which was published, and it's called Hybrid Metrics, Connecting Shared Value to Shareholder Value. So that is very important. So if you do find time, please visit our Enel Foundation website and download this report, because whatever efforts you are making towards creating shared value, you will find ways to measure your financial performance and link it to your social and environmental performance. So we have also seen in the last 2 years that business cannot thrive if society in which it operates is failing. And I think all of us are saying the same thing. We are repeating the same thing. That's how strongly we feel about this creating shared value. So what we then need to do, we just need all of us to come together across sectors, across borders, just to look at how we can profitably address issues that affect our societies and also our host environments. This year, the Shared Value Network across the world celebrates 10 years since this framework was developed by Professors Mark Kramer and Michael Porter. And in further entrenching that connection, the link between the African Summit and the Global Summit has been created. Now, as Enel, our participation in both the platforms helps to highlight the importance of shared value across borders. We are proud of being part of this global footprint and movement. In fact, while we have had Maria Cristina Papetti, who's from Enel, giving a keynote address for the Africa Summit, we've also had our group CEO, Francesco Starace, participating at a global summit in New York 2017. This is a reflection of how Enel Group is committed to creating shared value. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is with pleasure that I now announce the crossover to the Global Summit for more enriching discourse for our business community. So please enjoy. On my side, bye-bye.
For making this event possible and open to the public. Through the generous support of Merck, 3M, Abbott, HCA Healthcare, Procter & Gamble, and Sanofi, we're able to provide the public free access to an amazing roster of speakers and their ideas for change and equity. Now, I know we've been on Zoom for about 19 months now, but a few housekeeping issues. The session is being recorded, and for sessions with audience Q&A, use the Q&A function. And finally, if you're on social media, please use the hashtag and handle noted on the slide. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce Bobby Silton, Managing Director of the Shared Value Initiative. Bobby, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kim. It's great to have you here. And I want to thank all of you for joining us today. I want to send a very special appreciation to the Shared Value Initiative partners who support our efforts throughout the year, as well as the summit sponsors whose generous gifts make this year's event open and free. We really appreciate your belief in the work that we do every day. This year is the 10th anniversary of the idea of shared value, and I can remember the energy and excitement that we all felt when the article, Creating Shared Value, was published in the Harvard Business Review. We're going to hear more from Mark Kramer later this morning about the 10 years since the publication of the article, the good news and the bad. But we all recognize that despite the contributions of shared value, the world has never been more unequal, and we need to redouble our efforts to drive toward the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. We are at a pivotal moment. We can choose to move forward in a way that continues to create an even greater divide, or we can choose to imagine and design a more inclusive system that delivers equitable access and opportunities and enables full participation by all groups, regardless of race, gender, class, caste, sexual identity, religious affiliation, physical abilities, country of origin, or geographic location. We are defining equity using the policy-linked definition, which states just and fair inclusion into a society in which all can participate, prosper, and reach their full potential. This is a decisive moment. The private sector is being called upon to play a critical role. With its abundant resources, scale, and sphere of influence, the private sector can play an outsized role in delivering greater equity. Yet even as companies begin to embrace stakeholder capitalism, few companies are intentionally considering equity in their corporate purpose, and fewer still are adequately equipped to convert their intentions into meaningful action. In order to create enduring change for society, companies must first examine their broad range of practices, policies, and programs, as well as the power they deploy, to identify where their operations and activities are actively contributing to and/or upholding inequities. After this assessment, leaders must identify and implement progressive and, in some cases, corrective action that leads to more equitable outcomes. In line with this need for re-examination, FSG and the Shared Value Initiative, we've been examining our own practices as well. and looking at the implementation of shared value in light of the fight for greater equity and justice around the world. We know we need to be more intentional about putting equity at the core of our own work, and we're committed to doing so. We have seen that corporate purpose and shared value are a powerful combination for driving positive, equitable change, and we're eager to expand and advance our work in this arena to create a more fair and just world. We believe that putting equity at the center of corporate purpose and shared value is fundamental to creating real change. This aspiration is ambitious and will require shifts in mindset, culture, knowledge and skill building, new strategies, and ways of operating. We want to be on that journey with companies as a strategic partner in practice, as we know this transformation will not be easy and will take time. To enable this transformation, FSG and the Shared Value Initiative have identified 3 areas of work that we will develop and deliver to help companies fulfill this vision. First, we will help companies put equity at the center of corporate purpose. This means equity should be fundamental to a company and linked to the core business with the goal of contributing to long-term mutual success of business and society through more equitable outcomes. To better understand their role in reducing disparities or increasing them, companies should examine their business operations, identify disparate impacts of current policies and practices, and seek opportunities to create greater equity. Each of these steps should elevate the ideas, experiences, and leadership of those who have been excluded or harmed by corporate practices. Historically, advancing equity has not been considered the domain of the private sector. But given the unsustainable inequities across the globe, economic, racial, gender, class, health, housing, climate impact, society needs companies to be in the business of equity. The moral imperative is clear. We believe the business imperative is too, but it needs to be developed into a concrete, convincing, and actionable case that compels the private sector to act. Making this case is our first priority. Second, we need to take the lead in evolving the practice of shared value. We continue to see shared value as an important business strategy to drive social change at scale. But we need to think about the application in a broader context in an effort to deliver more equitable societal outcomes while strengthening the company's competitive positioning and operational context. Since the shared value was conceived in 2011, its advocates have argued that shared value is the most powerful tool companies deploy to create social impact at scale. Shared value leverages the core business, which allows it to take advantage of the company's innovation pipeline and create even a greater chance of scaling because the increased social impact is actually tied to business growth. While we still believe shared value is one of the most powerful approaches companies can use to create positive impact, we recognize that shared value alone is not enough. When conceived, the concept centered on creating mutual benefit for business and society, but it did not recognize the centrality of equity across social issues and the importance of making equity a bedrock of a company's purpose. Through our work on shared value, we have observed examples of companies contributing to greater equity through their shared value efforts, while others have missed the opportunity to do so. It has become clear that equity must be a central consideration for any practice that a company leverages to address societal issues, even if there are trade-offs and added expense to do so. We continue to believe that shared value is a compelling strategy to drive competitive advantage and distinction by simultaneously addressing challenges and opportunities for business and society. But we seek to provide guidance to companies for a more holistic application of shared value that has equity at its core and recommends a portfolio of practices within a company's influence. to drive for equitable outcomes. Finally, we aim to build company capacity and create a community for action to help practitioners put equity at the center of corporate purpose and evolve their shared value practices. We seek to build awareness, knowledge, skills, and a learning community that enables a deep commitment to equity and its effective activation. Without action, ideas that aspire to deliver equity will have little impact on shaping corporate efforts. For over 20 years, FSG has worked with corporate clients and partners to strengthen their positive impact on society. And since 2012, the Shared Value Initiative has contributed to this effort to take ideas from conception to action. Over the next 3 days of the Shared Value Leadership Summit, we will hear from companies and leaders who are addressing equity in arenas of economic inclusion, access to health, and climate action. We hope these conversations provide you with many inspiring ideas and specifics to help you activate change in your organization that will lead to more equitable outcomes for people and society as a whole. Thank you again for being with us, and importantly, for the work that you do every day to create a more just, equal, and sustainable world for all. Thank you so much for listening, and Kim, I'm handing it back to you.
Bobby, thank you for those framing remarks and underscoring the critical moment the private sector is confronting and the important role it needs to play in advancing more equitable outcomes for society. Now, I'd like to introduce the co-founder of FSG and the Shared Value Initiative, Mark Kramer. In addition to being a senior advisor to the SVI, Mark is a senior lecturer at Harvard Business School, where he teaches shared value to MBA students and leads the executive education course on purpose and profit. Mark, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. It is a real pleasure to be here today. Let me get my video right, sorry. It's a real pleasure to be here today and to have the opportunity to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of creating shared value. Actually, 10 years almost to the day since the article came out in November. And to be able to celebrate it with Bobby and Alicia and Georgina and Kim, who've been so helpful in sustaining and spreading this thinking. To be able to celebrate it with our partners in Australia and Hong Kong and Africa and India, who have helped spread this thinking around the world. And to be able to share it with all of you, I think the largest single audience we have had from around the world for any of our shared value summits over the last 10 years. So thank you for being with us. You know, I have to say these 10 years sometimes feel like they have gone by very, very quickly. And other days, they feel like it's been a very long 10 years. I have to say, I've learned a lot over the years. And for me, the journey that I've been on these 10 years has been somewhat unexpected. Because for me, the journey really started 10 years before that, when I began working with Michael Porter on strategic philanthropy and how to think about the way in which philanthropy can create greater impact by having a deeper understanding of strategy. And that's why we started FSG originally as Foundation Strategy Group, because the idea was to work with foundations to help them be more effective. But as we began to work with foundations and then later with companies, we began to see that companies have so much more impact on our world and on our lives than charities and foundations do. After all, when you think about the 100 largest economic entities in the world, more than 2/3 of them are companies rather than countries. And if we think about our daily lives, we spend more and more of our lives impacted by what is happening in our relationships with companies than by what is happening in our relationships with charities or foundations or even government. Now, that's not to say that philanthropy is unimportant or that governments are unimportant. They are both essential, and we cannot solve social problems without them. But philanthropy often works in a very fragmented way, picking out individual charities or organizations to help, And they can do a lot of good, but they can rarely solve the systemic problems that we face as a country and as a planet. And government, while it is essential to solving social problems, nonetheless is, frankly, broken, if we think about it today. In most of the world, it is not doing what is necessary to help our average citizens have good lives, to live comfortably, and to live in a world that is sustainable. So like it or not, I have come to believe that it is up to companies to have the kind of impact we need to create a fair, equitable, and sustainable world. Now, that's not easy. But I have to say, I have become quite hopeful in some ways in these last 10 years, because there is no question that the world is moving in a shared value direction. Different people and different organizations use different terms. Some might talk about inclusive capitalism, some might talk about stakeholder capitalism, others might refer to B Corps or mutual benefit or corporate purpose. But behind all of these different terms is the same idea that companies cannot separate their economic success from the well-being of their stakeholders and the society and planet on which they operate. And we have seen more and more examples of companies getting this message and embracing this idea. You know, when we wrote the article 10 years ago, Michael Porter and I said the greatest economic opportunities that we face today are solving the world's problems. Well, it's interesting, 10 years ago when that article came out, Exxon was the world's most valuable company. And Tesla was a struggling recent IPO at $17 a share. Well, today, of course, Tesla is almost 20 times more valuable than Exxon. And that prediction that seemed a bit outlandish at the time, that the way to make the most money was to help solve the world's problems, has certainly proved true for Elon Musk and for many other social entrepreneurs who have developed new countries, new enterprises that have disrupted traditional industries. And I have to say, as I look industry by industry at insurance, companies like Discovery that have found ways to become more profitable by making their customers healthier. And renewable energy, companies like Enel that are generating greater profit from renewable energy than from fossil fuels today. Fintech companies that have exploded around the world, giving access to financial services and savings and loans and banking to millions of people who had no access to financial services before. Even food and beverage companies that are finding that plant-based meats and healthier foods and drinks are much more popular. And when I think about the different issues that companies touch on, it's been a real learning curve for me over these last 10 years as to how many different issues that I never would have imagined are actually shared value issues turn out to be. And one of the best examples is what Bobby was just talking about in terms of the importance of racial equity. You know, just to pick one example, McKinsey did a study recently that Hollywood has missed $10 billion a year in revenue because the industry has been run by white men who have not appreciated the stories of people of color or of women. And they have missed making the films that would have attracted those audiences in huge numbers. When I think about employees and the challenges companies have recruiting employees and the importance of employee engagement and morale, there's no question that companies that have a true commitment to a social purpose, that really embrace shared value, are finding it easier to recruit employees and are finding greater employee engagement. When I think about how companies report their results, more and more companies are using integrated financial reports that are bringing the social and environmental impact together with their financial performance. And they're talking about their social and environmental impact on the quarterly earnings calls to investors, not just to NGOs and not just in press releases. And when you talk about investors, there's been a massive shift too. In the US, 25% of all new money that went into mutual funds last year went into ESG funds. That's $51 billion. And there are now 4 times as many ESG funds as there were a decade ago. So there's a lot to be optimistic about in terms of the change companies are making. And I'll have to say, I've learned a lot over these 10 years as well. I've learned that most companies are operating on business models that were developed decades, in some cases like banking or life insurance, centuries ago. The business models were developed when we didn't know about climate change. We didn't know about social determinants of health. We didn't even know that smoking was bad for you. And yet science and scientific knowledge has advanced. We now know a great deal more about the impact that companies are having on our planet and our people. And so companies face a choice. They need to figure out how to shift their business model to take into account what we know today. And far too many companies are instead choosing to ignore what we know today in the hope that they can keep their existing business model for just a few more quarters to earn those profits without having to make radical changes. I've come to see that there are really 3 types of shared value companies. There are companies that are born with a shared value mission like Tesla. There are companies that are doing good in the world like pharmaceutical companies. But until they become explicitly focused on reaching populations that they're not serving today, rural villages in India, low-income populations in the United States, being sure that they are developing drugs that meet the needs not just of affluent white customers, but of lower income customers and people of color. They can transition to a more shared value business model. And then there are companies where, given what we know today, their basic business model is harmful. And that's certainly fossil fuel companies. That is some of the food and beverage companies that are driving sugary drinks and so on. And those companies need a fundamental transformation if they're going to become shared value companies. And that is very, very hard to do. And frankly, it is not happening nearly fast enough. And so for all that the world has moved toward shared value, has embraced the social purpose of business, it is nowhere near enough. If we look at what is happening at COP26, even as we speak, if we think about all that money going into ESG funds, but we really don't know what ESG funds are or do. ESG measurement itself is so deeply flawed and inconsistent. And I teach a course to MBAs at Harvard Business School on purpose and profit and shared value. But I find that students come into my class still assuming that maximizing shareholder value at all costs is the goal of business, that social initiatives, that the social impact of business is fundamentally about public relations, not about strategy. And I continue to see companies that are merely making remedial changes around the periphery of their operations rather than rethinking their business model in a way to drive competitive advantage through positive social impact. We have a session tomorrow that I hope you will join me for, where Paulina Murphy from the World Benchmarking Alliance will tell us about their detailed and extensive study of 2,000 companies around the world in different industries to track their progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals. I don't want to steal Paulina's thunder, but I will tell you the answer is we are nowhere near on track. In industry after industry, 2%, 5%, maybe 10% of the world's leading companies are actually on track to meet their goals. For all that we have made improvements in how we measure the social impact of companies, and there have been wonderful improvements, those measurements are still divorced from the business plans and the profit drivers that the companies are focused on. And because the way we measure social impact is separate from the way that we measure business success and profitability, unfortunately, there are all too many companies out there that have made commitments to sustainable goals and have put forward business plans for growth and profitability, but the two are completely incompatible with each other. And because the measurement systems are not linked, companies can continue to do that. So for all the optimism, I have to say, I am also deeply frustrated and discouraged. We cannot continue for another 10 years on the slow and tentative path toward shared value that the world's leading companies have been on this last decade. Now, I mentioned Tesla's tremendous success earlier, and it's really quite remarkable, not just the success of Tesla, but the impact that Tesla has had on the entire automobile industry. Tesla was started about 18 years ago when the idea of electric cars was just utter nonsense. Today, every major car company in the world has committed to moving to all electric cars over the next 5 to 10 years. So from the start of Tesla 18 years ago to somewhere between 2025 and 2030, a total of about 30 years, we have shifted the global automobile industry to a fundamentally new business model, changing everything about their production and operations in a way that is one important step toward a sustainable planet. 30 years may seem like a long time, but to change an entire global industry, it's actually pretty remarkable. The problem is every industry needs to go through equivalent degree of change. The business models we have operated on will not work for a future planet that is livable and that is equitable. And unfortunately, I do not see the kind of massive change that Tesla brought about in the automobile industry in any other industry out there today. Companies continue to prize returning profit to shareholders above all other activities. I'm an advisor to some companies, and I have seen public companies that have already the beginnings of solutions to the fundamental environmental and social problems that are at the core of their business, choosing to spend their profits on share buybacks and dividends instead of investing in bringing those solutions rapidly to scale. 91% of company profits today go either to dividends or share buybacks, rather than being invested in innovation, in growth, in employee wages, and in the steps we need to take to create a sustainable world. You know, as I have taught this course on purpose and profit at Harvard Business School, written many cases studying closely the behavior of companies that shift to shared value, I've come to see that embracing shared value is a choice. And frankly, it's a very personal choice. There are many ways to make a living in the world, many ways to be successful. And there's no question, one can make a lot of money doing things that are harmful to stakeholders, that are unfair to customers, that extract labor at non-livable wages from employees, that destroy the planet. But shared value and everything else we've learned over the last decade and more shows us that there are equally good or better ways to make money in ways that reward employees, giving them economic opportunity and sustainable livelihoods, in ways that innovate to solve the immense environmental problems that we are facing as a planet today, in ways that promote racial equity and the advancement of marginalized populations. There is simply no question anymore that we have a choice about how we want to pursue our careers, lead our companies, and provide for ourselves and our families. We can do it in a way that is fundamentally extractive and destructive of the world around us. Or we can do it in a way that creates shared value. As I talk with my students, I've come to see that it takes real courage, even today, to commit to a shared value approach in how one goes about one's career. It still is not the norm. But the reward of committing to a shared value approach is a more meaningful and satisfying life. Viktor Frankl is quoted as saying that man's search for meaning is the most powerful motivator in life. I've come to believe that that is true. But we have to find that meaning in our work. And the way to find that meaning in our work is to focus on creating shared value. I always have students who come to me and they say, you know, we're not going to be the CEO when we graduate, even from Harvard Business School, at least not right away. So how do we become shared value advocates in middle management, in other roles within a company? And I've given some advice and suggestions, and to be sure, whatever your job, whatever your role, there are ways to increase the shared value that your company creates. But I've also come to see that it depends fundamentally on the leadership of company CEOs. And that if the CEOs and the boards and the shareholders do not endorse the idea of a positive social purpose at the root of corporate strategy, it doesn't happen. It takes real courage to make it happen. And so I say to my students today, you've got to go work for a company where the CEO gets it. You've got to find a company, whether it is one of these new disruptors that are born with shared value, whether it is an older company that needs to transition to more explicit shared value, or whether it is one of the dinosaurs, like the fossil fuel companies, that need to fundamentally transform. You need to go to a company where the leadership gets it and is sincerely committed to making this change, because otherwise it just won't happen. So I'm asking each of you today, each of you who is out there in Zoom land listening to these remarks, to think about your own company and your own role there. Are you in a place where you can create shared value, where you can be part of this positive move and accelerate it in the way it needs to be accelerated for us to achieve sustainability? Or are you in a company that does not have that commitment? And if you are in a company that does not have that commitment, can you move the company forward fast enough and strongly? And if not, is this the right place for you to be? The time we have left to save our planet, to overcome the deep economic injustices, is very short. Each of us needs to commit to do our part. We need to honestly look at what we are doing every day in our jobs and decide if we are making the progress that needs to be made fast enough, strongly. And if not, we cannot shirk our responsibility. We need to figure out how to make it happen at the company we're at, or perhaps at some other company. I know this is a profound challenge I am putting in front of you, to think about how your career and how your daily effort at your job is accelerating a move toward shared value. But I believe that is the choice each of us faces. And I believe that the Shared Value Initiative has helped many people figure out how to make that move within their companies or between companies. It has been a powerful way for corporate leaders all over the world to learn from each other how to move more aggressively and more rapidly in shared value. And for that, I am very grateful for the efforts of the Shared Value Initiative and our affiliates around the world. But the ultimate answer is up to each of us. How will we shift what we do to bring about the changes that we know need to happen? And how will we make them happen fast enough? That is the message I want to leave you with today. So for all the good news, and there is a great deal of good news about how the world is moving toward shared value, the fact is, without your help, we will not move as rapidly and as strongly as we need to. So thank you for being with us today. Thank you for participating in this conference. We have many wonderful sessions coming up. And thank you for all that you have already done to move toward shared value, and what you will do, I hope, going forward to move us even more rapidly toward that ultimate goal. Thank you for letting me be with you today, and I wish you a good day.
Thank you, Mark, for that review of the first decade of shared value and for the insights and optimism that will help us move shared value into the next decade. We also appreciate how you continue to push our thinking and challenge us to fundamentally rethink our business models and longstanding ways of operating, even our personal choices to achieve the impact we want to see in the world. With those context-setting remarks by Bobby and Mark, let's now move into a focused discussion on today's topic, economic inclusion. As I shared earlier, my team, Talent Rewire, seeks to increase the economic mobility for workers on the front line, particularly women and people of color. We do this through supporting employers, like yourselves, shift HR practices and policies, but maybe more importantly, the underlying power dynamics, relationships, and mental models that exist within each organization. And engaging with companies both big and small from a range of industries, we've learned that the work of economic mobility and by extension, economic inclusion is, as Mark shared, the work of disruption. It's disrupting HR and talent systems designed for a workforce that no longer exists. It's disrupting educational systems that provide opportunity to some and not all. Disrupting financial systems that preserve wealth within the few rather than the many. And disrupting our own individual beliefs, behaviors, and choices. We've also found that the work of economic inclusion is the work of empathy, of understanding, of being aware of the feelings, thoughts, and experiences of another. In the words of Dr. Brené Brown, empathy is feeling with people. And through feeling with people, we're able to build meaningful connections with them to better inform the solutions we design and implement. In an increasingly diverse and polarized world, empathy is not easy, but it's more important than ever. And I would say requires courage. Economic inclusion, therefore, is both head work and heart work. So as we lean into this topic of economic inclusion, I invite you to bring both your heads and your hearts to today's conversation and learning. Now I'd like to introduce our fireside chat, a discussion between Dan Schulman of PayPal and Darren Walker of the Ford Foundation on democratizing access to capital. Dan Schulman is the president and CEO of PayPal, and under his leadership, the company is focused on democratizing and transforming financial services and e-commerce to improve the financial health of billions of people around the world. With extensive experience in payments and mobile technology, Dan is leading PayPal to reimagine how people move and manage money and how merchants and consumers interact and transact. Darren Walker is the president of the Ford Foundation, a $16 billion international social justice philanthropy. Under his leadership, the Ford Foundation became the first nonprofit in U.S. history to issue a $1 billion designated social bond in U.S. capital markets for proceeds to strengthen and stabilize nonprofit organizations in the wake of COVID-19. Due to a scheduling conflict with our event today, Dan and Darren pre-recorded the conversation on October 28th. I hope you enjoy this dialogue on democratizing access to capital.
Hello, my friend Dan Schulman. There is no CEO I'd rather talk to than you about the opportunity for economic inclusion in this country, and of course, the challenges. The challenges are real in a world and a nation where inequality is actually growing. The top 1% own 43% of the world's wealth. We know the history in our country of redlining, of asset stripping, of predatory lending that has worked against the aspirations you and I have of economic inclusion. I'd like you to talk about how you think capitalism needs to be improved, needs to be addressed in a way that generates more economic inclusion, more shared prosperity.
Well, Darren, it's so great to be with you. It's always great to see you. Can't wait to see you in person as well. And you're right, we share a set of common beliefs. And, you know, I've said publicly many times that I think that capitalism needs an upgrade. I'm a fan of capitalism. I don't know a better economic system. But that doesn't mean it doesn't need to be improved. It clearly does. Too many people in our country, around the world, are being left behind. And I think the pandemic only exposed that with more ferocity. And, you know, there's something like 185 million people in the US that are financially stressed. They struggle every single month to make ends meet. And that does not bode well for our democracy. You know, if you think about it, people, you know, need to think about that the system is working for them. If they work hard, they'll get ahead. Their kids will have a better life than they do. And if they feel that isn't happening, they tend to radicalize. They tend to work against the system, both on the left and the right. And that is dangerous, not just for our economy, but for our system of governance. And so I'm a big believer that we need to be more than just shareholder focused as a corporation. We need to think about things from a multi-constituency basis. We don't operate in a bubble as a corporation. We're part of our communities. And so I firmly believe we need to stand up. We need to address the shortcomings of capitalism. And I think we all have a responsibility to go and do that. I mean, I know you think about this all the time, Darren. I'm curious about your thoughts. Like, you know, what do we need to do going forward? How do corporations need to think about this? What's the role of corporate governance? And What's the role of like board diversity and leadership diversity in companies? Like how important is that as we think about a future that is more equal than the one we've had in the past?
Well, there's no doubt that we won't get to economic inclusion if we don't have an economic system itself that is more inclusive and more diverse. And of course, we have to think about, and that really begins with the manifestation of our economy and American-style capitalism, which is the corporation, whether that is public or private, the enterprise, whether it's public or private, and governance. That governance has been historically pretty narrowly limited to white men and more recently women, but very few people of color. And I think we're not going to get there without diversifying. So we need to look at the board structures. We need to look at the composition of boards. It's good that policy, like the NASDAQ policy, like the policy in the state of California mandating diversity, that is going to actually get us part of the way there. But ultimately, this can't be performative. As you well know, this has to be felt genuinely and authentically by leaders of our enterprises, whether they be public and private or private. And in your case, we have talked about the public, but the privates are also very important. Private equity owns literally thousands of companies that employs millions of people. We don't ever talk about the governance of those entities, but we need to talk about them because they're critical. But we also have to talk about policy. Capitalism does not exist in a vacuum. Capitalism and public policy interact in a democracy. And I'm always challenged by this idea of the tension between capitalism and democracy. Democracy must win. Democracy must win. And if capitalism, as you have talked about so eloquently, undermines democracy, undermines our collective common aspirations, then we are going to be really, as a nation, imperiled. Now, I know when you took over PayPal, one of the things you did was to really look in the mirror as a company and ask yourself about your policies around economic inclusion and the financial health and wellness of your staff, your employees. And you had some really tough conversations with the C-suite, with your board, and you did some pretty radical things that many of your peers were not doing. Talk about that journey.
I love talking to you because I always learn something every time I listen to you, and it kind of refines my my point of view and how I think about things. Look, we had a really fortunate opportunity when we spun off from eBay because we could redefine the company. And the single sentence that inspired me and the rest of the executive team was this one: that it is expensive to be poor. And that could not be more true. Unfortunately.
Dan, you just hold on. I just have to hear the CEO of a major Fortune 100 company say, it is expensive to be poor. That is a profound statement.
Yeah, I mean, it drives everything. I mean, it's kind of backwards from what you would think, right? The more affluent to cash a check or pay a bill or send money to somebody they live costs them almost nothing, and they can do it instantaneously. If you're less affluent, if you're outside the system, and I told you already how many people are less affluent, it's the majority of our country. Those same transactions don't cost 2 times more, 3 times more. They can go from 20 bips to 600 bips, 800 bips for the same transaction. And so you have those that are underserved, they spend almost $140 billion a year on unnecessary fees and high interest rates. And my view was that the mission of PayPal had to be to address that imbalance. What frustrated me and excited me about our mission is that I think there is a solution rooted in technology in which we can make those same transactions much more affordable, avoid people standing in line for 30 minutes to do these transactions. I mean, being outside the system and paying your bills and managing and moving your money is practically a part-time job if you're not part of the system. And so I did not want to separate out ESG from the business of the company, like set up, a separate, foundation where we would give some money. By the way, all great things to go do, but that isn't like what makes you socially responsible and progressive as a company. Your products and services themselves need to be focused on your mission. Like, just one quick thing, we do working capital to small businesses. 70% of our working capital loans go to the 10% of counties where 10 or more banks have closed branches. Those areas are always where the median income is below the national average. And those are predominantly communities that are underserved, people of color, and they absolutely need working capital because, by the way, when we loan them that working capital, their average sales go up by 21 to 22%. And so, versus those in the control group that go up 1 to 2%. And so, having your products be a part of your mission, and then later on we'll talk about how values support that mission, is the way that you attract the very best people to your company. And if you attract the very best, the most diverse talent, you pay them well, you respect them, then you're going to do well as a company over the medium to long term. And this is something that, is just part and parcel of the mission of PayPal.
But you're really talking about this idea that every person, but in your case, every consumer has a right to live with dignity.
Yeah.
That the predatory system of finance for low-income Americans strips them of their dignity. I mean, as you say, if you have to stand in line 30 minutes to cash your check, if you have to, in order just to go get week to week, be engaged in this financial services ecosystem that is basically dehumanizing. This is an example. I mean, I can be cynical about technology-based solutions because a lot of your friends out there in Silicon Valley are proselytizing that they've got the solution to everything. But in this case, technology truly is the gap closer. It unlocks the solution to how you actually give the consumer dignity in the financial marketplace.
Yeah. Look, I think foundationally, people need to have financial health. They have to have it. If they don't have financial health, everything builds from there. And so I think this is, as we talked about at the very beginning, this is fundamental to our economy and our democracy. And I think this is just a matter of like people thinking like very short term, or are you thinking more medium and long term? And most companies that aspire to move from good to great have to think about things over the medium to the long term. It's easy to maximize profits next quarter, but that is not our responsibility as a company. It's how do we build an environment and a company that supports that over the medium and long term, that lifts all of us up.
Well, I think you have to really speak truth like this to your fellow CEOs. And we have to talk about the incentives that make it harder for the good CEOs who share your philosophy, but might be in a different industry where they're really focused on what the quarterly earnings report is going to be and what the Wall Street cohort of analysts who cover them are going to say about the short term. And so I think we all are really struggling with this short-termism, and we're seeing the implications of it in our economy. We're seeing how the supply chain does not have redundancy because we didn't invest, because often efficiency, analytics, and those who would criticize companies for being inefficient stopped investing in redundant supports that would make it possible to not have the disruption that we're seeing in some industries today. That is a reality. Now, as we get close to the end here, I want to talk to you about leadership and the particular kind of leadership that you've exerted, that you have during your tenure demonstrated the power of. What's your message to those other leaders who would say, oh, Dan's lucky because he's in fintech and those guys are a different sector than we old legacy CPG companies or something, or he gets to march to a different beat because Dan is special and PayPal is in a class of itself. What's your message to those men and women leaders?
Yeah. Well, I'm a big believer that profit and purpose are not at odds with each other, that they're actually complementary. That the single biggest competitive advantage that a company has is the strength of its employees. Can you attract the very best employees to your company? Do they believe in what you're trying to go do? Do they have a passion around it? Do you treat them with respect? Do you make sure that not just their physical health, but their mental health and their financial health are all taken care of? Because if you can do that, then you create competitive advantage in whatever industry you are. Because there is a war for talent out there. Darren, we all face it. It doesn't matter what industry we're in. And I think that employees want to believe in the mission of a company, and they want to believe that it has a set of values that are not just words on a wall, but that we live up to every single day. And you know, that's not easy for CEOs and leaders. Our jobs are much more difficult than they were when all we had to think about, or all we thought we had to think about, was shareholder primacy. You cannot avoid the cultural wars that go around. You have to have a set of values that informs your actions every day. You know, we withdrew from North Carolina when they passed House Bill 2, which we felt allowed for the discrimination of somebody because of their sexual orientation or sexual identity. We stood up against the immigration bill. You know, we post the death of George Floyd and so many others. We said, you know what? This can't be a moment in time. It has to be a movement over time. We need to be a part of the fight. And that's why we put up $535 million to battle the racial wealth gap that is the same today as it was back in the 1960s. And so I think doing this and standing up and having a mission and a set of values that drive your actions is the right thing for every company to do because it attracts the right employees. They're engaged and energized. And this is the way we lift like companies up, our sectors up, our economy up, and our democracy.
That's right. But, you know, it's interesting. I would also add a dimension, certainly when I think about you, and that's the dimension of moral leadership. Yes, it's a war for talent, and yes, it will inure to the ROI, EPS, no doubt. But we need in this country moral leaders. And I don't mean moralizing, proselytizing leaders. I mean leaders who stand for something and operate from a place of grace and generosity and love. And we don't hear leaders talking about that very much. And I think that's a shame, because I think our people, our stakeholders want authentic leaders who genuinely are who they are, vulnerable human beings who are flawed, who are not perfect, but who seek to serve. We don't hear enough about this idea that we are here to serve. I feel every day that I am so fortunate to serve the Ford Foundation and its mission, the grantees and the stakeholders, and the legacy of the Ford Foundation. So I just want to put a little pin on that. And I want to close, Dan, because I know the work that you have done at PayPal and beyond has really set you apart. And I'd love for you just to, with me, reflect on briefly the journey and the go forward. And I will just say, on the issue of hope, I am hopeful. I believe that hope is the oxygen of our democracy. And there is no doubt that this nation needs hope. And I know that you join me because you too believe in this idea of the American dream. And I'm reminded that we're the only nation that has the word dream attached to it. Mm-hmm. The American dream cannot be lost. Our democracy cannot be lost. And leaders like you, Dan Schulman, give me hope that the future can be bright and that this challenge of economic inclusion is not a mirage, but can be a reality. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you so much, Dan. Appreciate it. It's always great to be with you. Thanks.
I hope you enjoyed this terrific dialogue between Darren and Dan, and I appreciate them pulling back the curtain to show what it takes to create disruption. They're powerful examples of the courageous, values-driven leadership required for greater economic inclusion. Now I'd like to introduce a short video featuring Tiku Barnard, the CEO of the Shared Value Africa Initiative, based in Johannesburg, South Africa.
Good morning, afternoon, and good evening from Johannesburg, South Africa. On the Africa continent, the Shared Value Africa Initiative officially launched just over 3.5 years ago, and our continent still has a long, long way to go before businesses truly understand that they have a responsibility to embrace and adopt shared value. I personally have often speculated how different COVID would have been if we had more companies practicing shared value, companies that were more agile and innovative and risk-averse, how different the world would have been today. In addition, with COVID, what if we had more women in leadership positions at large institutions? More women leading the pharmaceutical sector, and maybe the IP for COVID would have been shared already. I love my continent with a deep passion, as I believe Africa is where our real global future is being created. However, we are decades away from any real economic inclusion. Just looking at women in Africa from an economic inclusion perspective, women were and are disproportionately affected by COVID. Change is driven by leadership. Leadership that is bold and intentional and driven by a higher purpose that understand the true value of value creation. In Africa, we have a responsibility to service not just the privileged few. We need to find innovative solutions where we can profitably include and serve the sectors of our society that have been excluded for far too long. We, as the Shared Value Africa Initiative, believe that creating shared value is all-inclusive and does not exclude any stakeholders, thus ensuring that we leave no one behind, especially our women.
Thank you, Tiki, for your thoughtful perspective on shared value from the African continent and for the work you and your team do every day to advance the practice with companies and entrepreneurs in Africa. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce our next fireside chat. This session features Melody Barnes of the University of Virginia, who will be in conversation with Rebecca Marmont of Unilever. Melody Barnes is Executive Director of the University of Virginia's Karsh Institute of Democracy and Co-Director for Policy and Public Affairs for the Democracy Initiative at the University of Virginia. Melody was Assistant to President Barack Obama and Director of the White House Domestic Policy Council, Executive Vice President for Policy at the Center for American Progress, and Chief Counsel to the late Senator Edward M. Kennedy on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Rebecca Marmont is the Chief Sustainability Officer of Unilever. She's responsible for Unilever's sustainability strategy and implementation globally. This includes embedding sustainability across the functions and divisions, as well as heading external engagement, advocacy, and partnerships across Unilever's priority areas on climate and environment, health and well-being, and the social agenda. We'll have an audience Q&A portion for this discussion, so please submit your questions using the Q&A function. Melody, over to you. We're looking forward to your conversation with Rebecca.
Great. Thank you so much for that wonderful welcome. And it's fantastic to be here with all of you, and in particular to be engaged in conversation with Rebecca this morning. And I'm looking forward to all the things that we'll be able to discuss about a really important issue. I think, as we know, across the country and around the world, urgent questions are being asked about the relationship between the private sector and our country's biggest challenges. We also know that as our societies become less inclusive, that these are conversations that are not only taking place at kitchen tables, but they're also rippling across our communities, across the country, and around the globe. That people are deeply concerned as they see this lack of inclusivity having a deep effect on the fabric of our communities, of having a significant impact on the loss of faith in institutions and the ability for our countries to respond to the needs of their populations, and in some cases, even affecting the norms in our countries. The challenge is significant, and the ripple effect is significant and longstanding. So as a result, Rebecca and I want to have a conversation about just that, the relationship between the private sector and one of our biggest challenges, which is economic inclusion. Rebecca, we know that business has historically served as the economic engine for our communities, creating jobs and increasing a standard of living for workers and for their families. But over time, as I mentioned, people have become even more concerned as they see the lack of inclusivity, as they see the shrink or the widening gap between corporations and corporate leaders and the lives that they're able to lead and their ability to provide for their families. In fact, there was a Credit Suisse report that I'm sure many of you have seen that shows that the richest 1% of adults own 43% of the world's wealth. So without economic inclusion, other forms of inclusion are also becoming even more challenging. So Rebecca, I want to start out our conversation today by asking you about what business leaders should be doing. And what do you say to business leaders when they're confronted with these facts and the concern that we're hearing from workers and from others in communities?
Well, thank you very much, Melody, and good morning, good afternoon. I'm in London and it's almost getting dark here. So really thanks so much for inviting me along today. I think that inequality, you're absolutely right, Melody, has got to change. It isn't right. But business can make a big contribution to tackling that inequality through contributing to economic growth through job creation, the right kind of essential goods and services. Businesses that only exist for the benefit of a tiny minority destroy trust in institutions and in the private sector. And we've seen that so much recently. It's come through in studies like the Edelman Trust Barometer. Trust is at an all-time low of big institutions. And I think that's being further accentuated by this increasing economic divide that we're seeing. It fractures societies. We know that within country, income inequality is worsening for over 2/3 of the world population. And with climate change as well, it's really disproportionately affecting the poorest communities around the world. It's massively holding back economic progress, just at a time when governments all around the globe are trying to get society back on course with the pandemic still raging. So 1 billion adults are still unbanked, of which over half of that is women. And there's limited access to life-changing tech, to services, and all of that is blocking economic growth. And I think when we look back pre-COVID, already we had a fractured society broken up by gender grouping, by age grouping, by race grouping, and unfortunately, in many instances, I think that has been exacerbated by the pandemic as well. We've seen global billionaire wealth increase by $3.9 trillion, whereas global workers' combined earnings fell by $3.7 trillion. And we know that lots and lots of studies from many different countries around the world have shown it's those economically disadvantaged groups that were hardest hit by COVID. I think I got back from the COP taking place in Glasgow here in the UK yesterday. And thankfully, there has been a bit of a shift about just talking about the damaging environmental consequences of climate change, which, as we know, are awful, to actually a greater focus on climate justice. It's smallholder farmers and fishing communities that are being hardest hit by the impacts of climate change, extreme weather, whether it's droughts, flooding. They're impacting the lives of communities around the world that are often the most poorest and marginalised within that country, and forcing them into jobs or areas of agriculture that are linked into things like deforestation because there are no other options. So I think business has a massive, massive job to do. What we've tried to do at Unilever, and I see other companies thankfully now starting to do this, is fully integrate sustainability into our value chain, because as companies, businesses are only going to grow, actually truly grow, if the communities that they're serving are prospering as well. So what we've tried to do is take that process in 4 stages. So we say we need to get our own house in order. We then need to work right the way across our value chain. So for a company like Unilever, that's from the sourcing of our raw materials, our crops and commodities, working with smallholders through the manufacturing process, and then out into the communities that we're serving. And often that's sold through, might be small-scale retailers or large retailers, but really thinking about how do we put economic inclusion and sustainability at the heart of all of those different touch points. And I say, lastly, this isn't something that we can do just as Unilever or just as individual businesses. This inequality issue is pervasive, and what we need to do is have the right kind of approach, a bit like a sort of social equivalent for net zero. So there's groups now recently set up like the Business Commission to tackle inequality, where you've brought together lots and lots of different businesses from different sectors to actually look at how do you have a proper business model that understands the importance of the economic imperative, and really make sure that communities are consulted in how businesses are growing.
Yeah, Rebecca, that's fantastic. I mean, you've talked about building this lens into the business model. So it isn't something that's marginalized or sitting on the side, but it's part of the air that a business is breathing as it's doing its work. And to that end, I want to do a deeper dive on what you all are doing at Unilever. Unilever is a huge company, and it is an umbrella for a number of iconic brands. I mean, I think you all are probably making money, a lot of money just on me alone, on Ben & Jerry. But there's also Vaseline and Lipton iced tea and Dove soap. I mean, brands that are sitting in all of our kitchen cabinets. And in 2021, you announced 8 social commitments that were clustered under 3 different pillars: raising living standards, creating opportunities around inclusivity, and preparing people for the future of work. And I want you to tell us a little bit more about what drove you to developing that strategy and the commitment, and what you learned along the way. And not just the good things, but also what you would do differently if you knew then what you know now.
Yeah, thanks, Melody. So I said just a couple of minutes ago, I think the three biggest threats that we're all facing wherever we live in the world are climate change, nature loss, and social inequality. So what we realised at Unilever is that if we want to be a business that can thrive, we need to actually structure the business in a different way to put sustainability at the heart of what we're doing and across our value chain. We believe that actually that's the best way to future-proof our business to serve the communities that we're serving around the world. And we also firmly believe it drives superior financial performance. It's a different way of doing business that is more equitable for all of those different touch points. And it's really, really important to all of our stakeholders as well. You know, when you look around the world and you see the rise of cultural movements, really, really important cultural movements, the Me Too campaign or Black Lives Matter or Time's Up, people want to see institutions changing the world in a positive way. That we know when we speak to our consumers around the world, over 2/3 of them want to associate with brands or with services that stand up for things that they believe in. And I think that's super, super important. And I think the further that you get down the age groupings as well, we look at the younger generation growing up now, that's not even something that's up for debate. There is zero tolerance around brands that are not pursuing causes and issues that are important to the people that we're serving. And we've also seen this as well changing in the investor community. You know, ESG now is really mainstream, and I'm pleased to see in the context of this conversation, the S, the social part of that, is also gaining increasing prevalence, which is absolutely right. So specifically in terms of the commitment that we made around fairer and more socially inclusive society. So underpinning all of that work is our focus on human rights. So absolutely that's got to be first and foremost. So we set out a whole raft of different actions. We made a commitment to make sure that fair living wage is paid right the way across our value chain by 2030. So we're trying to build a movement towards living wage economies. And that's not just us at Unilever, that's all of our immediate suppliers as well. So as an example, we had a big event back in August, with Partner with Purpose, where we got together our top 450 suppliers. And actually we've already got them now to commit, so 80% of them are also committing to doing that as well. And really starting to see much more galvanised actions through things like UN Global Compact or the Business for Inclusive Growth movement. Here in the UK, where I'm based, is the UK Living Wage Foundation, and it's setting up a global group as well to try and do the same thing. So different companies, different sectors, and bringing in civil society and trade union participation. And another big focus area that you talked about, you mentioned we've got three, so living standards is one. Second big area for us is equity, diversity and inclusion. I'm really looking at how can we challenge social norms and perceptions. So what we need to do again at Unilever, we always take this approach, get our own operations sorted first, so making sure we've eliminated bias, any discrimination in our own practices and policies, and making sure that we're accelerating much better diverse representations right the way across the business, all different levels of leadership. We need to look at our supply chain, that second stage. And we're spending now €2 billion a year with what we're calling diverse businesses. So making sure that we're bringing in companies that are controlled by underrepresented groups. And of course that changes depending according to the country that we're operating in. Sometimes it might be LGBTQI+, it might be people with a disability, it could be particular ethnic minorities in a different country. And entrepreneurship is a really important and powerful way to be able to empower those groups and bring them into the procurement roster of a big global company like Unilever. And then I think the third area, really important and probably one of the greatest, I think, responsibilities, but also opportunities that we have, is through the power of our brands. And Melody, you talked about some of those brands like Ben & Jerry's and Dove. Around the world, 2.5 billion people are using our products every day. So the way that we choose to advertise and market those products can have either a massively positive or negative, if we got it wrong, impact on stereotypes in society. So really looking at how do we portray the people in our advertising that are talking about the products and services that Unilever have. So we want to make sure that we're increasing representation from diverse groups across all of our marketing. So for example, and taking that through as well to the actual products themselves. So we've just launched a Rexona deodorant specifically designed for people, for example, with disabilities. So really making sure that we're talking about and showing and portraying communities in a more positive way in our advertising, but making sure that's backed up by product innovation as well. And then of course, that's also the right thing to do in terms of growing our business. There's so much talk and so many stats around how tackling inequality is the right thing to do for business. It can really close the living wage gap, generate an additional $4.5 trillion every year. So business should be acting on this more. But I think when you come to challenges, it's daunting that the size of what we just as Unilever have set out to do, it is daunting. The paying living wage aspect is challenging. We're dependent on working across our supply chain. We need to look at different countries with different legislations, making sure that we're working with governments, with trade unions, with the right kind of stakeholders in different countries around the world to move and shift the needle in that way. And it's hard work and it takes a lot of time. And I think, as I mentioned, being at the COP this week, really as well, looking at those interlinkages between the work that Unilever was doing on our environmental commitments around net zero, around water usage, etc., and the social, and making sure that we put that social justice lens into the work that we're doing on our environmental commitments. So, I mentioned at the beginning, for example, thinking about why are farmers in markets where we're sourcing, for example, cocoa, why might farmers be working in a way that isn't necessarily contributing to regenerative agriculture, and may even in fact be contributing to deforestation. And that's because we need to have the economic and social unlocks in place to allow people to be able to thrive. So really complicated and requires a very joined up approach from business, from civil society and from government, all working together.
Well, Rebecca, you've touched on a number of different challenges that, to use your word, are daunting. And the work that Unilever is doing to try and take steps and also to engage with those in your business chain and other partners. One of the issues that I think it's critical for us to talk about is, in fact, young people, the young people who are coming into the workforce. And I'm curious if you will talk to us a little bit more about how you all are moving forward with your commitment to prepare, I think it's 10 million young people for jobs of the future, and making sure that they have those skills. And tell us how you all are going about that and what those skills are, how you are making the changes that you see as a result of the work that you're doing every day and as you're projecting forward.
Melanie, I feel positive and excited actually when we talk about the future and young people. The world and this fourth industrial revolution that we all talk about is just so radically reshaping the world of work. And COVID, as you and I talked about a bit at the beginning, has further disrupted people's jobs and people's livelihoods. And I think we're both, I can tell, joining this call today from working at home, very different kinds of work patterns. But I think we're all getting used to much more flexibility and really trying to integrate people's home and personal commitments into that work-life balance. Really, really important. I saw a study the other day from McKinsey saying a fifth to a quarter of workforces, certainly in advanced economies, could actually work from home 3 to 5 days a week without loss of productivity. So hopefully bringing a bit more balance. And I think particularly with younger people, those traditional employer-employee dynamics aren't fit anymore. People want to do a job that is rewarding personally and professionally, but they also need to be able to ensure that it fits into the personal restraints that they have in their lives, thinking about working mothers, people with responsibilities for looking after others in the home. We need to be able to create much more flexible environments that actually recognise individual circumstances and that they actually value the openness and the adaptability that brings. So when we were looking at how do we structure our own business in response to all of these changes, and also we think about in automation, you think about AI, new skills that people need that we don't necessarily have at the moment across the world in our global workforce. So we set out a commitment to equip starting with 10 million young people with the skills that they need for jobs by 2030. We know, and I worry about this, younger people I know in my personal life, but we see this across the world. Those economic impacts of COVID are falling really heavily on young people. They may well, almost definitely have had their education disrupted over the past 18 months. Often younger people are working in sectors like retail and hospitality where perhaps there isn't that same job security. They're bearing the brunt of reduced company hiring in many different countries around the world, and there is a lot of unemployment really high among young people. And then at the same time, we hear back and we read in the papers and we see on the news that businesses and employer groups are saying that many young people are ill-equipped for the world of work today. There is, in many different countries around the world, a real emphasis on academic attainment in our education systems. It's all very much around making the grade. And of course, we don't need to delve into the reasons or the explanations now, but you can see straight away that depending on the education and the opportunity that you might have had, if you've not been able to go and grow up in an environment where perhaps you've got those right academic qualifications, you're already massively unfairly at a disadvantage. And then beyond, even if you have had the fortune and opportunity to get an academic education, actually we hear all the time now from employers that even with the right kind of academic background, it's actually about skills. It's around creativity, it's around collaboration, it's around communication, around critical thinking. So we've got, on the one hand, young people not able to find relevant jobs, and we've then got employers saying they're not finding people with the right kinds of skills. And I think that mismatch of skills and demand and supply is really leading to a massive crisis in youth unemployment. We need to build the right kind of talent pool for our future young people growing up to be our workers of the future in a much more inclusive way. We've seen, I think a study I read the other day in the UK, nearly a third of employers now report having difficulties filling jobs here in the UK, yet at the same time, the youth unemployment rate is increasing. So I think we've got to think much more around access to pool training opportunities, thinking much more around how do we give young people the right kind of practical opportunities to learn new skills. So I think volunteering is really important. I was reading a study in Nigeria the other day that volunteering was hugely important in helping to prepare young adults while they're at school for how to join the labour market even before they finished. A programme that we've been working on in South Africa called Level Up, it's a youth employability programme, really trying to increase the work readiness of young people coming out of school. Things like Frontline Academy, a global platform to develop skills of young people, help them to get jobs, really trying to encourage a much more entrepreneurial approach. So recognising it's not necessarily, well, it isn't about academic attainment, it's about using your skills, developing your own ideas, encouraging people to be more entrepreneurial. So something that we've also been looking at is how do we take our existing workforce and make sure with all these crazy macroeconomic changes going on and changes in society, talked a bit about technology and AI, that actually we can reskill or upskill all our employees to have the right kind of skill set by 2025. The pandemic has really accelerated automation. And for employees who are working, for example, on some of our machinery, we want to make sure that they're reskilled and they've got the right kind of skills to be able to move into a different sort of job. And then I think going back to the beginning, we were talking about different kinds of employment models now. So we want to provide all our employees with different kinds of flexible employment options. And I think there's a big call to action there. It's the responsibility of all of our businesses, whatever sector we're in, to ensure that our people are future ready. That's our responsibility to make sure that they have the right skills in place for how that they can succeed.
Well, I completely agree with so many of the things that you were saying. One of the things that you said really caught my eye and made me think about some of the work that I've been doing, the critical thinking skills, often skills that people refer to as soft skills, which is a term that I really dislike. They're not soft skills. I think of them as power skills instead. And what we know, and I used to be on the board, and I'm still involved with an organization here in the States called Year Up. And we know from our studies that employers will often hire for technical skills, but they fire for the lack of those power skills. So I think that that's something that's absolutely critical. And I also think about, again, in some other work that I've done with the Aspen Institute, I think about some of the young adults that I think you were alluding to, that if they don't have those education credentials or the right education credentials, that they can find themselves in dire circumstances. We often refer to that cohort of young people as opportunity youth. There used to be language around them as being disconnected youth or at-risk youth, which are negative ways of describing them when they see themselves as full of opportunity and interested in opportunity and ways that they can contribute to the workforce and to their communities. And creating those pathways for them, for the 16 to 24-year-olds who may not have completed secondary, may not have a post-secondary credential of any sort, are not connected to the labor force. Creating and building pathways for them, we have seen to be enormously fruitful. And young people who are then able to build on those early credentials to get well-paying jobs, family wage sustaining jobs. And that also not only has an impact on them, but also on the impact that the children that they may be raising, so their families and their communities. So I think that that's something else that's important. And then I think, and we don't often talk about it enough, this idea of preparing young adults, sometimes also older adults, but young adults to be citizens. And I mean that very, very broadly. And by that I mean with the skills and the tools so that they can actively engage in their communities, and I think be active members of a labor force, but also helping to articulate their desires for their communities and for their countries along the lines of what you have been describing across this conversation.
I think that's such a vital point, Melody. I really do, because all of us, we've all got multiple personalities. There's our jobs, there's what we do at home, there's what we might do in our personal private lives. There might be a sports club that we're a member of. There might be a religious group that we're a member of. And I think you're so right, is joining up those different facets of the different parts of your life and really thinking about how do we all want to live in a more positive way, thinking about those different touch points that all of us, different groups that we're all part of. I think you're so right, but I find it fascinating listening to you actually around this future of work, because I know you've done so much research and work in this area about preparing young people for jobs of the future. And I think there's such a responsibility for us in our generation, but also a massive opportunity to take some of that and really help young people for the jobs of the future.
Absolutely. And I would love to delve deeper into this, and we'll save that for another time. Because I do want to take a question from the audience. And the person has asked, do you think systems change requires a different kind of collaboration? So as we're trying to get to these large scale changes, does it require us to work together in a different way? What do you think?
100%. I think, I alluded to a model we use at Unilever that we affectionately call the onion, because we say it's all about layers. So we say the first part is you get your own house in order. The second is you work on your value chain. The third is you work through the power of your brand. But then the last part is what can you do in terms of changing the system? And I think when you start to really think about the stakeholders that are within your ecosystem, it's a much more meaningful way to try and tackle a program or a problem. Something we've been doing on the environmental side for a long time, about 10 years or so, was looking at how do we better work with our consumers who are using our home care products and portfolio to help them to reduce their carbon footprint. And we spent so much time talking and listening and trying to understand the barriers and the triggers to get people to live a more reduced carbon life, try and get their own personal carbon footprints down. So if you were talking to people who were using a washing machine in a developed market, we were talking about turning down the temperature, doing a short wash cycle. And then actually, of course, what we realized is, if you work on the systems change instead, and you really lobby for a renewable energy infrastructure, that's a far more effective thing for us to do across the business community, working with governments, working with civil society groups, because you're actually changing the whole energy infrastructure rather than just thinking about the individual and his or her own responsibility. And I think that's exactly the same on tackling some of these social issues. I talked about what we've been trying to do with things like the Living Wage Coalition. If Unilever, which we are doing, is committed to the living wage across our own network by 2030, that's great. But actually, really, if you want to change society, you need everybody to be paying living wage by 2030. So you need governments to actually raise the minimum wage to make sure that you're providing much more equitable opportunities for everybody, not just for the few that happen to be involved with a particular company. And I think when you look at, sometimes it's working pre-competitively on these big issues, other times it's working with governments, it's listening to civil society groups and understanding the context. I think then that's the only way you get to systems change. I think the point as well that I was talking about 10-15 minutes ago around the role of advertising as well, and really looking at not just Unilever in this example, but actually across the board. We set up a group called the Stereotype Alliance with UN Women that originally focused on how were many different companies around the world trained gender in their advertising. And again, a shared set of commitments from a whole host of different companies and organisations around changing gender portrayal in advertising. And then now, as we move forward, we're starting to think about other areas too. So, for example, portraying people with disabilities in advertising. But I think if you don't try and work on that systems level change, inevitably it's going to be a lot slower.
Rebecca, I think we just have literally a couple more, well, not even minutes. But one question that popped up that's a reference to a comment you made earlier about flexibility. The person asked, why do you think the pandemic was the way that led us into these conversations about flexibility? Do you think that that's here to stay? Have we really learned the lesson from the pandemic? If you just want to respond very briefly to that before we have to sign off.
I think they always say, necessity is the mother of invention. I think around the world, we have no choice about working from home. All of a sudden, many companies, governments, organisations around the world had to quickly swap to working from home because of the pandemic. And I think that forced us into making changes very quickly and very efficiently. And actually, I view that as something quite positive, because I imagine at Unilever, if we debated working from home, we'd still be talking about it 18 months later, like any other business, because of all the ramifications. And I think when you're forced into having to take action, you see actually the positives that can come. So I hope, we talked about climate change and taking action there, I hope the same thing happens on the social agenda too. Less talking and thinking and debating and more action straight away, because we've seen as a global community that we can do that when we need to. And, and I hope therefore we'll see that coming through on this debate as well.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you for that. And I know there were some questions about my comments about opportunity, youth, and measurement as these pathways are being built. I would suggest, since we're out of time, the Opportunity Youth Forum website at the Aspen Institute that I'm affiliated with provides some really meaty information about that. I'm sorry we didn't have a chance to go longer, but Rebecca, I do want to thank you so much. It's been wonderful to be in conversation with you this morning, this afternoon, or this evening, given where you are. And thank you so much for sharing the work of Unilever. I look forward to
so nice to meet you, Melody. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
you as well. Take care.
Bye.
Thank you, Rebecca and Melody. I appreciate how your conversation really builds on themes we've heard throughout the day, themes of disruption, fundamentally rethinking business versus tinkering around the edges, and ascribing dignity to others. Dan and Darren mentioned earlier that every consumer has the right to live with dignity. And what I'm hearing from you is the right for employees to live with dignity through receiving a living wage, accessing career pathways, being valued for the full range of their skills, having flexibility. So thank you for that. Next, we have another short video, this time from the chair of the Shared Value Initiative India, Amit Kapoor.
It's a pleasure for me to really get connected to you on this platform wherein we are really trying to celebrate and discuss the idea of shared value at this Global Leadership Summit 2021. What I've seen is that the world has embraced the whole idea of shared value. And how do we really look at this whole aspect in India? If you really look at the Indian context, and if you really talk about the idea of inclusion, and especially economic inclusion, what we have seen is that India has done some tremendous work over the last few years. One of the most prominent things that actually India did was the whole aspect of the JAM Trinity, what you call as the Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and Mobile Trinity. Jan Dhan being the access to financial services or opening up of accounts. Aadhaar was the unique identification for over 1 billion Indians. And mobile is about how access to mobile services has actually happened. If you really look at these three aspects, and which was the motto of the government and which was actually taken care of, or which was really given to the country by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But what we have seen here is that the corporate world has done a tremendous job of really building up the ecosystem around it. When you really talk about Aadhaar, of course, it was actually done by the government, but if you really look at the two aspects of financial inclusion and access to internet, was something tremendous that was done by the new age companies and new age enterprises, especially if you really talk about financial inclusion. How Paytm has actually done something exceptional is a case study to see. When you talk about something like, say, mobile access, what Indian enterprises have done, especially Jio and Airtel, they have been able to take access to over 700 million people at a very cheap price. Today, when we are really talking about the Indian context, we are talking about 1 GB of data at less than something like, say, close to about 1 GB of data every month or every day of a month for 100 rupees, which is about $1.25, which is something very, very exceptional. And these are all shared value constructs that have actually happened, and they have actually taken India by storm. What we are really seeing here is that how corporate world can actually create business models which really talk about financial inclusion or economic development, and which in turn also create social progress. So when we talk about shared value, it's a celebration of how people can actually work together to create a better quality of life or better ease of living for the citizens of the country. Thank you. It's an absolute pleasure to get connected.
Thank you, Amit, for that perspective from India and for sharing your valuable insights about the advancement of shared value in India. Now, I have the honor of introducing our final speaker for the day, Franklin Leonard, founder and CEO of The Blacklist. Franklin is a film and television producer, cultural commentator, and entrepreneur. He's the founder and CEO of The Blacklist, the company that celebrates and supports great screenwriting and the writers who do it via film production. More than 400 scripts from the annual Blacklist survey have been produced as feature films, earning 250 Academy Award nominations and 50 wins, including Juno, King's Speech, and Argo. Franklin's here to share his perspective on the cost of anti-Black bias in the film industry. Franklin, to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Kimberly. I'm just going to keep talking and make sure that my audio is good. So if I could get confirmation of that in the chat, that would be ideal. Working from AirPods because there's construction happening next door. But thank you very much for that kind introduction. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Franklin Leonard. I'm reasonably certain that I'm the least well-known person on the agenda today, so a brief introduction probably makes sense. I run a company called The Blacklist. It's a web-based company for screenwriters, television writers, producers, agents, studios, and talent that began as an ongoing but rudimentary data study to find the best screenplays in Hollywood. And notably, for today's purposes, 2 years ago, Harvard Business School found that controlling for all other factors, movies made from scripts identified by that ongoing study make 90% more in revenue than those made from scripts that aren't. The for-profit company that my team has built since builds on that insight and in many ways functions as an industry metal detector in an almost infinite field of haystacks to identify the best writing and best writers in a now global film industry. It is very much a shared value business in its DNA, and if you'd like to learn more, don't hesitate to contact me. But today I'm actually here to talk about other work that I was involved in that incidentally also has to do with systemic failures in value identification, or put another way, with people leaving a whole lot of money on the table as a result of bad corporate decision making. And in order to do that, we need to take it back to June 2nd, 2020. Some of you may recognize that as Blackout Tuesday, a week after Derek Chauvin's murder of George Floyd, 81 days after Breonna Taylor was shot and killed in her own home by police, and 100 days after George and Travis McMichael shot Ahmaud Arbery while he was out on a run. My social channels, and I'm sure many of yours, were filled with Black Instagram tiles and corporate solidarity statements with Black Lives Matter, asserting that silence is complicity and that we must all do better, and many other such sentiments. And I have to admit, it was a very surreal experience for me personally. Many of those statements came from Hollywood companies, and I found myself unable to ignore the gap between these workshop platitudes that I was seeing on my phone and laptop and the words and actions that I'd experienced daily as a Black man working in the industry for the last 2 decades. 2 weeks later, my former employer, McKinsey & Company, they're getting a lot of mention here today, made a substantial pro bono commitment of global work to advance racial equity and economic empowerment among Black communities. And I remember thinking, well, if you want to study inequity and disempowerment, do I have a story for you? And as a representative of a loose assemblage of Black Hollywood executives called the Blacklight Collective, I reached out and asked them to study the state of Black people in Hollywood. In March of this year, they released that study, and it's titled Black Representation in Film and Television, The Challenges and Impact of Increasing Diversity. Now, this is a rather anodyne title, but to those paying attention, its findings are rather earth-shattering. At its uppermost levels, as Dr. Kramer has already mentioned, Hollywood is run by white men. This is not exactly surprising. But possibly surprising is that the American film industry is the country's least diverse sector. It is less diverse than natural resources, than finance, than medicine, less diverse even than Donald Trump's cabinet was. And probably as a consequence of this, Black talent has been systematically shut out of creator, director, and writer positions. This is all findings of the McKinsey study. Black actors receive fewer chances to succeed at every stage of their career than their white peers, regardless of their results. That Black talent is in aggregate, often last in and first out, already represented. We're most vulnerable to industry market shocks. And there remain massive financial and social barriers to entry, which have outsized effects on members of the Black community. And again, as a consequence, Black content receives smaller budgets, on average between 25 and 40% smaller, less marketing when those films do get made, on average about 5 to 15% less, and distribution in fewer international territories, on average about 30% fewer. In general business terms, the industry underinvests in product development, underinvests in product manufacturing, underinvests in marketing its products, and fails to make many of those products available in markets where demand very much exists. And I have to acknowledge at this point that there's probably an instinct here to think, well, if any business can lay claim to progressive values, specifically on diversity and inclusion, it must be Hollywood. It's the one place where, as they say, the only color that matters is green. And believe me, I've heard that many, many times throughout my career, but that simply isn't the case. What McKinsey finds is that despite that underinvestment, despite that undersupport, despite that underdistribution, Black content actually delivers a 10% better ROI than equivalent white content. And most remarkably, the aggregate cost of the industry's anti-Black bias likely exceeds $10 billion every year. And that's roughly 7% off the industry's $148 billion current annual revenue. And I think it's important that we remember here, this is only anti-Black bias. It says nothing of the financial cost of similar dynamics affecting other historically underrepresented communities of all racial, gender, and disability backgrounds. In short, it's a lot of money. And obviously that's the cost that attracted the most attention in the New York Times and myriad financial and Hollywood industry publications, but there was an underreported conclusion, an underreported cost, not just to the industry, but to everyone. And I'll quote it here. Both on and off screen, Black talent is pigeonholed and funneled to race-related content, which often plays into stereotypes. Now, of course, this isn't exactly news to anyone who has watched a Hollywood movie or television show going back to Hollywood's first ever blockbuster, Birth of a Nation. A lost cause epic that not only solidified in white America's imagination the view of Black men as criminal predators, it also rebirthed the Ku Klux Klan and gifted them the iconography, the burning crosses, the white robes that they deployed in a resurgence that left thousands of Black people hanging from trees throughout the United States. Unless you think that Hollywood couldn't possibly continue to misrepresent Black people as criminal threats more than 100 years later, a 2016 Vox study found that 64% of on-screen gang members were Black, while a Justice Department study concluded 5 years prior found that only 35% of gang members in America were. I imagine that it's not also news to anyone that the stories that we tell each other influence the way in which we see the world, each other, and ourselves, especially when those stories are told in literally every form from 40 feet to 4 inches high and distributed around the world instantaneously. The 17th century Scottish poet Andrew Fletcher famously said, "Let me write the songs of a nation, and who will make its laws." And that idea that the material world lives downstream from culture is one so old that it's often misattributed to Plato. Is it at all surprising then that the casual murders of Black people, both those captured on smartphones and the many more that preceded the smartphone era, are often predicated on the perception of us as violent and criminal threats? Should we be at all shocked at the chillingly broad chorus of Americans chanting "Build the Wall" when half of Latino immigrant characters are shown on television engaged in criminal activity? This despite the fact that countless studies suggest that immigration, and specifically Latinx immigration, coincide with decrease in neighborhood crime rates. We can be genuinely surprised by the ongoing revelations of the Me Too movement in the context of the stories that Hollywood has told about women and male-female relationships, or at the life expectancy of trans Black women when we consider how they've been represented in the stories that we share with each other when their stories have been acknowledged, when those stories have acknowledged their existence at all. And I imagine at this point that I sound like a bit of a bummer, and undeniably that's a lot of bad news about the state of Hollywood, and additionally a reminder about the not so great state of the world, but it also presents an extraordinary opportunity. What the McKinsey study, and many like it, including those from the Annenberg Inclusion Initiative at USC and UCLA's Bunch Center, also show us is that because of the industry's historical and contemporary failures on these fronts, there are myriad paths to do well by doing good. Or put another way, taking a whole lot of money off the table as a result of good corporate decision making. And though Hollywood is certainly a specific industry, something McKinsey highlights particularly in regards to its highly interdependent value chain, entrenched role of agencies and unions, and the contract nature of work, I'm reasonably certain those opportunities exist in other sectors as well, especially when one looks at the inevitably and increasingly interdependent nature of all businesses, the communities in which they exist and the customers they may serve. The path McKinsey has set forward probably won't be unfamiliar to many of you who've thought about these questions in your own work. Setting intersectional diversity targets throughout organizations in the industry, expanding recruiting beyond traditional top-tier universities, refining job criteria to better reflect the potential for success in our organizations, and tying executive compensation to succession in all of these realms. And here's the thing. Throughout my 2 decades in the industry and throughout the time of anyone in the industry who's inquired about these things, we've always heard one principal justification for not doing more. It would cost too much and it would earn too little. But what's clear now is that that actually couldn't be further from the truth. And I think we all know it. Like with many issues, when it comes to ongoing failure, time is money, a lot of money, and a whole lot more. When it comes to Hollywood specifically, inclusion isn't costly, exclusion is. And that, I think, inevitably begs a few questions. How much longer will corporate boards and shareholders tolerate these suboptimal, frankly, almost laughable financial outcomes that have been sort of driven by an overwhelmingly white male status quo? And maybe more importantly, are the people who brought us to this moment, are many of you who have brought us to this moment, the people best suited to capture all of the value that's available to be had? Because the truth is, it's been there all along. That value is not new. The dirty little secret of the McKinsey study and its origins is that all along, I and the Blacklist Collective, and probably every Black person in Hollywood, was already aware of what they would find. The underinvestment, the undersupport, the money left on the table, the potential solutions. We just knew that our analysis had been ignored for many of the same reasons that the endemic issues existed in the first place. And we hoped that people would listen to McKinsey because they are hardly woke social justice warriors who would directly benefit from stating these conclusions directly. But all of you have people you work with, or who work for you, or who are your customers, who could tell you the same about your companies and your industries. Maybe they went to Harvard Business School, maybe they didn't. Maybe they went to college, maybe they didn't. Maybe they're your greatest critic. Will you seek them out? Will you encourage them to speak the truth as they know it? Will you listen when they do? And maybe most importantly, will you elevate them to positions befitting their true value, positions that suit the value that they can create for you, for your companies, and frankly, for all of us? I, for one, hope you do. I'll be better off for it, and I suspect all of us will be too. Thank you very much.